much. It has been just wild. You see, you like my new my new eggvolution situation, as my technician slash husband calls it. Oh my gosh. I'm so happy to be back, y'all. I hope y'all had a great day. I hope it hasn't been rainy and dreary looking outside like it's been with me. Oh gosh, I tell you, Louisiana can't get it together. One minute we hot, the next minute we wet and like drowned rats. It's so crazy. But anyway, I'm so happy to be back with y'all. I did plan on showing my face to you guys tonight. Some of y'all have already seen my face, especially if you've been on Discord. But, my husband came up with this instead. So, this is kind of like, my new coming out whenever I do. And I know what you're thinking. Why are we doing this now? Well, you remember those issues that I told y'all about on Discord? If you don't follow the Discord, you need to, because that's where all the announcements are, and that is where I upload pictures and let y'all know what's going on with the Twitch channel. And just things in my personal life that are connected to this. But yeah, I went to dang it, my ADHD kicked in. No, but our computer, the motherboard, completely crashed. So if you know about computer systems and all of that, that had to go get fixed, and then we were out of internet. Y'all, it was a lot. It was a lot, and gosh, I hated it. I hated not being able to talk to y'all. And part of me judged myself. Like, my husband doesn't judge me, but I judge myself because I'm like, is it bad that, like, I miss talking to complete strangers that are anywhere in the world listening to me and watch me play games? Like, to me, it was like, I was judging myself hard. But we're going to go ahead and get started with the game that I promised y'all. This game has been on my mind. I've been missing it. I want a nice, slow bring back in. But I really need to pee right now. I tried to get it out before stream. It wouldn't come down. Honestly, I wasn't being patient enough. Whenever I get excited and I feel rushed, I'll know I need to go to the bathroom, and then I'll sit on the pot. And then if it's taking too long in my mind, then I'll get back up, run back out here, and I'm like, but I still gotta do that. So then I'll go sit down, and it's just a mess. We're all hot messes on one level or another, right? Can I get an amen? But yeah, so I'm gonna hit the be right back page. I promise I won't be long. I hope I won't be long. I did all my crapping for one day, okay? It should be a quick piss. And then I'll be right back, okay? And then we're gonna get started. I promise. Love you! If anything, it's giving more time for the people that enjoy watching me play this game to come on in. So make yourself comfortable, get a snack, get some water, get a soda, get some tea, get whatever you be drinking and eating, and tune in for a wonderful good time, because that's what we're gonna have. Okay, I'll be right back, all right? Oh my gosh, y'all actually waited. Thank you. Yeah, I noticed that my get back symbol wasn't, whatever. Okay, let's just to start playing again. Okay, let's continue on. And let's see what we're doing. I said continue. Thank you. Let's see. Oh, we already did these. Let's do dinner. It is time for dinner. I'm hungry. Okay. Sunlight shone through the windows as you sat in your living room, your home phone pressed to your ear. Cove was on the other end. Of course he is, because that's my boo. It's been shaping up to be an ordinary day, like any other, until Cove had called unexpectedly. Uh-oh. What's wrong, baby? He sounded unusually nervous greeting you. Does he want to come over to eat? We already do that anyway. Ivory egg. Ivory, you missed my whole spiel, girl. We have some renovations going on around here, and that is what the egg is supposed to symbolize. A new creation of renovation. You know, when I come back, I'll be better and badder than I originally was. So stay tuned. But yeah, the motherboard crashed on the PC, and we had to go get it fixed, and I was out of internet. So yeah, this is what we got so far. Because some things were lost in the war of trying to get things back together. Anyway, you listened silently as he kept talking, his words stilted. He's so cute. So, I was just wondering, do you want to come over to my house for dinner tonight? The question came out strangely, almost like he'd rehearsed it a few times beforehand. You probably did. That's so cute. You know, we want to be treated like a precious, not an object, but like we're something so tender and precious to be talked to. Your eyes widened a little. You hadn't expected this to be the reason behind the call. Now, did he ask, I'm sorry, y'all, my brain went somewhere. Did he ask me to come over his house for dinner, or did he ask to come over to my house? I think he asked if I wanted to come over to his house. Because, I mean, we've already eaten over my house, but we had them peanut butter and banana sandwiches last time, and they was good. Yeah, I tasted all them numbers and codes. Y'all, I made some original honey milk tea today. It was so delicious. It's cute. I imagine a tiny computer inside the egg that you're playing games on. Thank you, Ivory. That's so sweet. I'm gonna say, yeah, I'll go. It was, oh. It seemed that Cove still had more to say, and you just interrupted him. Oops. Oh, I'm sorry, boo. Go ahead and say what you gotta say. I didn't mean to. Ah, dang it, he's not. Gosh darn it. Cool. Well, he stumbled for a bit, trying to gather his thoughts again. Honestly, though, wouldn't you want it to go down that way? If you're like calling your crush that you're like down bad for, that's like your best friend and only friend, and like you're inviting them over for dinner, and you rehearse what you were gonna say like a billion times, right? And then you get to talking, and then your best friend just cuts you off before you even, all you did, you asked the main question, and they were like, yeah, I'll go. And it's like, oh, well, I was stressing about nothing. I was sitting over here rehearsing a whole paragraph. Sometimes things work out that way. Anyway, he stumbled for a bit, trying to gather his thoughts again. Yeah, I thought that was a bug on my computer screen. I was like, what are these little flies? My mom and dad, they really want you to be there. Oh, they do, okay. If your parents don't have a problem with it, they asked me to ask you. You took a moment to think. Dinner at home would be quiet and uneventful today. If you really wanted to, you can go to Cove's instead. Cove spoke up again, breaking your thought train. That's such a weird way to say that. It's usually train of thought. That's so odd. Let me stop. This game was made somewhere else. I could be judging a whole people's culture. It's like, well, not everyone thinks American. Like, all right, I'm sorry. Bad American, bad Bow Bow. His voice was softer than before. Also, want you to be there too. Of course you do. Can you? Come over, I mean. What if I just like, I'll have to ask my mom to get back to you. Like I'm completely just oblivious to this boy's emotions. I'm not gonna say no, that's definitely not happening. Why am I the only one invited? Or did you mean the whole family? You know, that would be fun. Asking him that would pull out. Like, okay, like, so why am I the only one invited? Like, but I also don't want to make him retreat into his quote unquote shell. You get it? Because I'm in the, okay. Let's see. I don't want to be so quick. I'm not going to be so quick. I'm going to say, I'm going to try it. I'm going to test the limits. Let's go. The decision wouldn't be up to you if you wanted your entire family to attend. You'd have to ask your moms if they could make time in that case. Mom and Dad only mentioned you. This whole dinner thing is their idea. Oh! Not his parents playing matchmaker. Oh, that's so cute. That is so stinking cute. I can't. That is adorable. You pursed your lips, contemplating your answer. All right. I'm gonna say all right, I'll go. I'm not gonna not go. Thanks, Johnny. I'll let them know when I can. He sounded noticeably relieved by your response. Was you coming over? That feels so wrong grammar-wise. Was you? Were you? I'm gonna say were, okay? And y'all can say whatever y'all want. Were you coming over for a dinner today? That's serious? He spoke to you for a little while longer to explain what time to come over and the other details, then hung up. And that was that, for now anyway. Soon enough, the sun dipped. Oh, that's so beautiful. It's golden hour. Oh gosh, golden hour in California is so beautiful. It's beautiful anywhere, honestly. Soon enough, the sun dipped out of the sky and evening came. It was time for you to head to Cove's house. After letting Elizabeth know you were leaving, she didn't look away from the TV. She just grunted. You made the small journey across the street. Oh my gosh, we're going by ourselves, y'all? This is technically our first date. You knocked a couple times on the heavy door to their condo. As you waited for an answer, you found yourself contemplating being a guest while both of Cove's parents were there. How would I feel? This is my best friend since we were young. So I obviously have an admiration, affection towards him. But I have made it clear in the game and clear to Cove that I am feeling something more than friendship with him. So how would I feel in this moment? I'm not gonna say that. What does apprehensive mean? Like exactly? Oh yeah, Lord Eckage is asking, how's the audio game? Yeah, please tell us and let us know, because we spent the beginning of this game making sure the sound sounded all right for y'all. Because I know it can get kind of crazy. But I'm kind of between the idea made you apprehensive is like cautious. I mean, but would you be cautious going over your best friend / budding romance crush's house to eat dinner by yourself without your family or friends? Or other friends, if you have any? It's pretty good. A little background static. Ah! That's what we were trying to avoid! Voice is very clear. Oh, well, thank you. All right. It's a little staticky. I hate that. Jeez. We're going to have to get that fixed. As long as y'all can hear properly and clearly, not just myself, but the game, we should be good. All right, I'm gonna go with the idea made me curious. You wondered why they decided to invite you out of the... Okay, we're not stupid. Like, I didn't know y'all were gonna make me dumb. All right, okay, maybe I should have picked something else. Oh, can I go back? No, all right. You wondered why they decided to invite you out of the blue. Maybe you find out later tonight. It may be the microwave. Yeah, we got a lot of stuff going on in here. We got the dishwasher going. We got the microwave going. It's a lot going on. So maybe it's that. Yeah, Yeah, you know what? We're multitasking because the house got to be clean. I don't like a dirty house. Ugh. You didn't get too much time with your thoughts, though. The door opened soon enough. Cove's mom, Kyra, stood in the frame, smiling warmly at you. Hey, Johnny. Welcome. Please come on in. I wonder if it hurt to get a tattoo right there. It probably does, because that's just sternum, right? She opened the door wider and moved to make room. You stepped inside, allowing her to shut it behind you. Thanks so much for coming over. I know it was kind of last second. It's all right. Thanks for inviting me. Of course. Just make yourself at home. It's not my home, but I've been given permission to say that. Of course you have, because you've been boinking your ex-husband. Y'all been living like a nice little normal family up in this house. Like, stop playing games with me. Because y'all, if you don't know, she is divorced from Clove. Clove mom seems so toxic. She seems very personable. I don't doubt that she does have toxicity in her blood. I do not doubt that. But yeah, for y'all who don't know, like, she's like this free-spirited like woman who, like, I mean, look, I'm not a mom yet, so I don't want to judge too much, but also at the same time I am kind of judging. She let her only child be states away from her, like, the husband took their only child and went away, and he's grown up out here. I'm gonna say Hawaii. I'm gonna just say Hawaii. Has grown up in Hawaii while she was in the States doing whatever. And me personally, like I said, I'm not a mom, okay, but I'm only judging from my perspective, all right? Everybody's welcome to have their own perspectives. I couldn't do that as a mom. I don't see how a mom can leave their child. Y'all remember, y'all ever seen The Parent Trap with Lindsay Lohan? And in the beginning, or not in the beginning, but it's revealed eventually in the movie that the big reason they didn't even know they had a twin sister was because both parents, when they divorced, took one child. I'm like, what kind of diabolical evilness is that? Yeah, I had problems getting that out, I'm sorry. But what kind of mess is that? Like, how do you just take one child? Because, like, not only are you doing damage to the child, not only does the child have to, like, go through life being like, oh, yeah, I got a dad or a mom, I just don't know them. But then also, they didn't even know they had a sister. Not only that, they didn't know they had a twin sister. Like, what? Anyway, I love that movie. Okay, let's get back. Yeah. There's the dad with that amazing head of hair. It is so pretty, y'all. Look at that. She looks like she could justify anything. Oh my gosh, you're not wrong. That's why they deserve to be trapped, though. He liked that. He liked that toxicity. Some dudes like a toxic chick, and I'm not saying it's healthy, but it's out there. It's a reality. All right, anyway, let's get back to the story. It gets explained in step 3 in base game, I think. Could be a DLC. What? I have to know more. Okay, let's just get back to the story. Hey, Johnny. Welcome to our humble abode. Did I do his voice like this last time, y'all? I don't know, but I'm gonna keep it. You jerked your head towards the sound of Mr. Holden's voice. He waved at you briefly from the kitchen, with his back turned and a large spoon in his hand. Okay, chef. She would not be cooking. I can't say nothing. My husband is literally making dinner right now as we speak. Am I toxic? Well, someone's back in egg form. I am. How you like me now? Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna have to explain myself every time a new person jumps in the chat. Okay, just to reiterate, long story short, we had motherboard issues where the computer was down, we had internet down, it was a lot going on over here, and in the process of getting that motherboard fixed, we lost a lot of stuff, including baby Bow. I am very upset about that, because that was my little boo-boo. I loved her. But you know what? We're going to get it back. We're going to get it back. And who knows? She may come better than she was before. So just stay tuned. Stay tuned. But yeah, right now, this is my in construction era. So yeah, take it as is. Wait, did I read this already? I did. Hope you're hungry. because I'm whipping up a lot of tasty stuff. Ooh, what y'all think he making? Before they tell us what y'all think he making, I'm feeling a spaghetti-ish vibe, like lasagna. Ooh, is it because maybe we're about to have lasagna, and I'm just projecting? Possibly. If you were to be cooked, how would you like to be cooked, scrambled or boiled? Ah, well, let's see. I prefer not to be cooked at all. Thank you. I am a living being. So, nah. I don't want to be cooked. I don't want to be boiled. I don't want to be anything. I am happy being raw in my raw form. But I do love scrambled eggs. Scrambled eggs are delicious. Yum. I love eggs in general. They're so good. Come on. Okay, all right. Scrambled. How about that? There. Are you happy, Ivory? What about an omelet? Ooh. Now, an omelet is fancy. See, I'm fine with dying, but just like just make sure my carcass is as gorgeous as it was coming in. Make sure it's just as gorgeous going out, you know? Like dress me up with some jalapenos and sour cream and salsa and all that good stuff. Okay, let's get back to the game. I'd sprinkle basil on you. Is it basil or basil? I think you can say it both ways. I'd sprinkle basil on you, make you all fancy. Ah! Why does that sound kind of sexual? It's like, ooh, what are you putting on my body, Ivory? Oh my gosh, now I'm getting hungry. I know, right? All this food talk. And it doesn't help that my husband /technician is over there stuffing his face. Is it good? Oh, okay, it's decent. Yeah, we got a store-bought, what is it, chicken Alfredo lasagna? Yeah, we just picked something up because we were getting hungry and we didn't feel like going back out. So, anyway, let's get back to the game. True to his word, you heard something sizzling on the stove. You closed your eyes and inhaled. It smelled spicy and savory. With Mr. Holden busy and Cove nowhere to be seen. Y'all think Cove gonna come? Look at her face. She is so toxic. Y'all, I just know I know she put that man through the ringer. I know she did. She still do. She knows she got him wrapped around her finger. I just know she knows, right? Because she just looks so evil here. Like, why you gotta look like that? At a child, mind you. Weird energy, ma'am. Very weird energy. And see, at least him, he's like, yeah. It's like, yeah. She's like, okay, let me stop. Oh, by the way, I can't talk. It's not her fault she has mischievous eye shape. You know what? You're right. Some people just have that resting face, and they just can't help it. But hers is very much so not resting. So I don't know what to say about that. But anyway, while I have everybody here, before I get back to the game, I'm in a contest, guys, to win $20,000. For the people that are local to me, they already know who they already be seeing all my campaigning on my social medias. But Variety Magazine is running this like America's Favorite Couple. Maybe you've heard about it on social media. We just made the top 20. I'm gonna put the link in the Discord so you guys can vote, because you get a free vote daily. Like the competition really ends September 19th, which is the day they announce the full-blown winner, right? And they get $20,000 and an advertorial spread in Variety Magazine. Hello! Wouldn't you guys want to see your queen bow in a magazine, especially as notable as Variety? And, $20,000 wouldn't be bad to win either, you know what I'm saying? Because we need a new couch. We need a new mattress. No way, top 20 is pretty. I know. I'm so happy, and I feel so blessed that we got there, you guys. But it's all due to, votes. That's what it really comes down to. It's straight up voting. And, you can donate votes. If you go to the website, like I said, I or my husband will put the link in the Discord, so all of you have access to it. But, yeah, you can go there, vote. You get one vote a day for free, right? And then you can do 10 votes for $10, 25 votes for $25. It can even go as high as $250. And I'm not asking y'all to give that, okay? But do know the money is going to nonprofit organizations. Not us, not Variety, not Jeff Goldblum, because him and his wife are the face of the competition. It's not going to any of us. That money that you are donating and we're turning into votes That is going between food banks of Los Angeles and Oceana, which I'm pretty sure helps to ensure better oceanic life, keeping them safe and out of harm's way, from us humans. So we're gonna put that link in the it's already in my bios. If any of you follow my actual like personal Instagram and anything like that, like it's already in my bios, it's already in my Facebook. So I'm just letting you guys know so you can be up on game, because we would really love to win. All right, let me get back to this game. I just had to let y'all know. I probably will make the announcement again right before the end of the game. But yeah, it's exciting. It's exciting. So anyway, when Mr. Holden busy, the cove nowhere to be seen, it was just you and Kyra. She gave you a wry smile. I don't think I've ever seen the word wry. Manifesting it for you, BB. Oh, thank you. I'm taking all the good wishes, well wishes, prayers, all of it. Because, what really drew me to the contest was the 20,000. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, being in a magazine that celebrities are in would be pretty sick. I'm not gonna lie about that either. But being able to win 20,000, like, that would help our lives so much. I mean, it would help anybody, And I was thinking to myself, when you're in your own head and you're like thinking of reasons like why we should win and what we would use the money for. And mind you, all of that information is also in our profile. So like you have the chance to read about us, hear about our most memorable love story moment, hear about what we do with the 20,000. I said, and we both agreed that we would use the 20,000, of course, to like better our lives in other ways, but a good chunk of that money would help towards getting surgery for me, because I do need surgery, I'm not gonna lie. I need to get some fibroids removed. I need to go ahead and do that so I can have a healthy pregnancy for when we plan to have kids, which, is in the near future. So that would help a lot to have money from that go towards that, because insurance, it'll cover only so much. But yeah, like I said, I'm putting it out there, letting you guys know it will be in Discord, so just stay tuned. All right, when Mr. Holden busy. Oh yeah, but no, what I was gonna say, sorry, my ADHD. I was like, yeah, I could sit here and say like, we could come up with a billion reasons as to why we need something or why we deserve something. But in my mind, I'm just like, look, who am I to say that someone isn't as deserving as I am of the money? Like we all have hopes and goals and dreams and things that we want to fund that could really change our lives in one way or another, right? So it's like, I mean, just being able to have the opportunity to do it is fun, but I mean, if we want it, that would be sick. Okay, anyway, let me get back. He sure is. While I've been barred from cooking the entire time, I'm staying here. Can you believe that? I guess, ma'am. I'm not your friend. I don't know what you're trying to get out of me. She nudged you with an elbow. Mr. Holden scoffed good-naturedly, then spoke from over his shoulder. You're on vacation. You're on vacation, Kyra. You need to accept that already. Oh, okay, so he's saying y'all on vacation, so you're not finna stay here. But look at her face. She gonna figure out a way to stay here. I know exactly what she gonna do. I know she gonna seduce this man. She gonna put it on him good, and then he gonna be like, maybe we can give it another shot. And then she's there for the rest of his and Cove's life. She yelled back, look, this is crazy. This is crazy in her eyes. I don't care what nobody say. This is fun, but this is also crazy. Don't ask me how I know. She yelled back, amusement obvious on her face and in her tone. People still cook when they're on vacation. That's true. Everyone's gotta eat, I know. Because let me tell you something, whenever we out on vacation, we don't eat out all the time. Sometimes you'll get some sandwich meat from Walmart, put it in the hotel fridge, if they have one, and make sandwiches one night. That's what I would do with my family sometimes. It's not like I'm some celebrity who can go out for every meal or hire a private chef. Would y'all have a private chef? Like, if you had money to, what would you have to help around? Would you have a housekeeper, private chef, or a driver? Those are your options. Pick one. Let's talk about it in chat. Well, in this house, you're a VIP. You see? I'm done with them. I came with them. That's why you don't get in married folks' business. Kyra smiled and shook her head quietly. Then she turned to face you once more. What? Sorry about that, Johnny. Here I was, trying to strike up a conversation with you, and Cliff just had to butt in. I don't butt in. She eyed him, chuckling in disbelief. He wasn't exactly disproving her point with that. Driver, I hate driving. If I could have a drive me everywhere, I would. I know, right? Driving gets tiring after a minute, right? It's so annoying. Ugh. And then they could also gas the car too. That would be nice. I would have a housekeeper, cause I mean, look, we can fix our own food. Like me and him can cook, and if not, we'll get some takeout. But like, we don't necessarily need a chef, and I don't need a driver. It would be nice. Driver would be my second option. I want to be able to zone out without crashing into the telephone pole. Touche. She eyed him, chuckling in disbelief. He wasn't exactly disproving her point with that. Kyra leaned over to whisper to you. Okay. It's okay. He likes to be included. But since Clifford insisted on cooking all by himself, he'll have to wait. The two of us can chat. Her next question continued to be said in a hushed tone, just to be safe. So, how are you doing? She knows. She knows that her boy is down bad for you. Okay. Oh, I feel like things are okay is like a very good, like a very realistic response. I would say things are okay. To her credit, Kyra wasn't too fazed by your lackluster response. Let's see if we can turn that okay to great by tonight, huh? What are you doing, Mrs. Cove's mom? She opened her mouth to say something more, but some lightly pounding footsteps caught your attention. Is that our boy? You checked to see Cove emerge from the hall a few moments later. He might have heard all the commotion and left his room to see what was going on. He quickly, look at him with his shirt on. Boy, you better stop. Anyway. Oh, look, he has a scar like Rumi off of K-pop Demon Hunters. Y'all, have y'all seen that movie? It is phenomenal. It's so good, and I'm sure you can agree. The songs are catchy as crap. He quickly took stock of the situation. His cheeks tinted pink at the sight of you standing in his living room, and his hand came up to rub his arm almost bashfully. Which one, the bruised one? Johnny. Hi. Thanks for coming here. Cove's greeting was unusually stiff. You also noticed that he had yet to say anything to his parents. Hello, Cove. You gave a shy wave, then felt a little stupid for it. You put your arm back down. Oh, they're so cute. It was when you glanced away from Cove that you spotted his parents watching the two of you interact. Oh my gosh, stop it! Cove noticed their stares too, meeting them with narrowed eyes. He's like, could y'all stop? This is weird. Are we having dinner now? Not yet, bud. I'm still cooking. What's cooking good looking? Babe, can you make me a plate? I'm hungry. It's cooler now. Okay. All right. I'm gonna go back to my room. No! I'm going with you. Cole's mom, can I go with your son to the room? I promise we'll leave the door open. As he turned to leave, he bent his head to the side to face you. Oh, he about to ask me to come with him. You coming? Heck yeah, I'm coming. What you talking about, boy? The question was quiet, but you heard it clearly. You smiled, pleased that he asked, and nodded in the affirmative. Cove turned fully and made his way down the hall. Have fun, you two. She's so messy. We'll call you when food's ready to go. With that, you followed after Cove. The two of you made your way down the hall. This is the first time you were invited to see Cove's room. It is. I don't think we've been to his room before. You had visited Cove's room. But I would think we've been in each other's rooms. This is the thing. We haven't seen his room in the game, but I would think, realistically, as friends that have been friends for a long time, like, I would have seen his room, right? I would have been to his house. I've done this before, but it just feels weird now because I'm here by myself and his parents are being kind of pushy in a very nice way. I would say going over to his room was a standard occurrence for you nowadays. I mean, wouldn't it be, chat? Don't you agree? I would think, right? Right, hubby? Right? Ka! I just feel like I'm a pterodactyl getting ready to burst out of here. Oh my gosh, this is fun. I kind of like the egg. Okay, let's see, because I fully intended for y'all to see my face. I don't care, I'm fine. But I was like, I said, Coco. Irie, you are a trip. I love you. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness, that's funny. Okay, I'm gonna go with going over to Cove's room was a standard occurrence. I would think that, right? Because like, that's my friend. Or maybe not. Maybe not. Like, what if we came over and I never went to his room, and we only like stayed in the front, you know? I don't know. I'm gonna go with my heart. I'm gonna follow my heart. Cove got to the door first. Ugh. Okay. I don't know how this gonna taste, y'all. I'm sorry. I'm looking at my food. Okay. Cove got to the door first, opening it and stepping inside. You joined him. It's really cheesy. Why are you laughing? Let me see. I don't know why I don't like that. This kind of makes me sick, I'm not gonna lie. You know, I think it sounded good in theory. How can I doctor this up? In 5 years of friendship, you've never been in his room? Unlikely. That's what I'm saying. I definitely been in his room. I just ain't been in his room with these feelings in my body. Because I feel like getting naughty. With your parent. No, I'm just playing. Sorry. Cove got to the door first, opening it and stepping inside. You joined him. Aww, he has such a astute room. It's so cute. It's so educational. There was a mat on the floor in front of the door. As you stepped over the threshold into his room, you felt the crunch of sand beneath your feet. Why is there sand? He really be trailing sand up in here, and your mama don't be getting on you about that. The sensation was nothing new to you, of course. Oh, okay. Cove constantly came back to his room covered in sand, not bothering to clean himself off at the front door, and got it all over his personal space. It's like a dog that comes in and like is wet and then they do that shake. That's just how he was. A little bit of a mess. Then you love it. Don't lie. You haven't heard Mr. Holden ever scold him for it. Not like your moms would have if you'd done it. If you've done it, sorry. I didn't read that right. You can sit wherever you want. Cove himself took a seat at the edge of his large bed, looking like the picture of comfort, and left you to decide. He sat on the edge of the large bed. Okay. I gotta remember this, because I know they're about to ask me, and they're gonna be like, "Do you want to sit right beside him?" And I'm gonna be like, "Yes." You didn't sit anywhere. Okay. Let's play this right, y'all. Let's play this right. You sat down on the chair. You sat next to Cove. Now the fast answer would be sitting next to Cove. Does anybody in my comment, are y'all old enough to know the meaning of the word fast? I'm curious. Or all of you just like, what? And I'm the only old person here. I know, where's, she hadn't talked for a minute. I know Red Bloom Blossom do. For sure. Okay, what if I don't sit anywhere, right? because it's so easy to go, you sat next to Cove on his bed. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like, I feel like it's easy to do that, but like, you didn't sit anywhere is like showing that like, ooh, I'm nervous. Like, why am I so nervous? You know, because like I've been in his room like a billion times, but things are different now because now we're getting older and I'm seeing him in a different light, just like he's seeing me in a different light. I don't know, Chad. What do you think I should do? You said easy, you know? Sit beside him, is that what you're saying? Oh, you answered my earlier question, what fast mean? Yeah, fast just mean you out here just dipping it low and spreading it wide. But, yeah, I'm disappointed by this Alfredo, because I like chicken Alfredo, but I'm disappointed, and it's got some weird taste to it that's making me kind of sick. I'm not.
It's hard to like. That's why I would recommend doing an Alfredo.
In this, like it's just. Ugh.
You're gonna make an Alfredo, you make it at home.
I agree.
You know.
Or get it from Olive Garden.
Well, I mean,
they have good Alfredo. No, you say what?
They make theirs.
Yeah, they do.
You, like don't do an Alfredo out of a bottle or an Alfredo that has to be frozen.
Hey, I've had good frozen TV dinner Alfredo. That thing good.
Yeah, okay.
It was by, what was the name of that brand? I can't remember. I don't eat TV dinners as much now because they're loaded with salt. And bad for your cholesterol, apparently. But yeah, I'm so disappointed by this because I love lasagna. We should have got a red meat lasagna. Dang it! Oh, all right. Part of me wants to say you didn't sit anywhere because I want to show that like I'm nervous. I want there to be tension, you know? It's so easy to say I sat next to Cove on his bed. I'm gonna say I didn't sit anywhere. You moved in front of the open bookcase, situated in one corner of Cove's room. Dang it. Cove frowned. Oh no! 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 I didn't mean like that! Aw! He was actually disappointed you decided to stand over there. He might have hoped you'd be closer. Oh, well, maybe you need to get up and get closer to me, Cove. You were nervous about that. Yes, thank you. Am I judging his reaction or am I nervous about why did I do that? You smile comfortingly at him. I feel like if I smile at him and let him know like, hey, I'm still into you, he would kind of smile back. You chuckled over it. I don't want to chuckle over it. You felt charmed by his reaction. Like, what does that mean if I feel charmed by him frowning that I didn't sit closer to him? Like what?
I mean, you showed him that you know that you saw that he was sad about that.
So that sounds like the option then. I like that option. Because if I say you were nervous about that, I was nervous about sitting beside him? Is that what that means? Because that's what I'm trying to portray. Y'all, this game chair is like, oh my. There we go. I'm gonna say I felt charmed, but no. I felt charmed. Ah! Okay, we back in the game. He raised his eyebrows. You both kept noticing the other's every move. Oh my gosh, they are so cute. What if I just call him out? That's what I would do in real life. Yeah, my flirting style has always been to, not always, but I tend to lean into the bullying a man. I remember, I don't do it as much to my husband because I've learned that I kind of have to ease off of that because he's a gentle spirit, a gentle soul. But before my husband, when I was like, out there, I would bully guys and not like throw my weight around, no, but like, you know how it is when you be messing with them and they liked it. It'd be like they say something like, say if I'm getting to know a guy, cause like there was this guy at one of my retail jobs, we ended up having like a friends with benefits situation. I do not recommend because I ended up developing feelings. I don't know if he knew that. I did not tell him that, but I ended things anyway because I just needed to get it out of my system. It was after a really bad breakup in a long-term relationship with a really trashy man. Anyway, but yeah, I would always go the route of like, say the guy like says we get to know each other and he says something and then that just kind of leads me into being like, oh, so that's da-da-da-da. Like Somebody give me a situation and I could give you back how my flirting style is. Ooh, this is fun. Chat. Pretend like you saying something and then I'm gonna flirt back in my original flirting style. Your line of thinking is so immersed, so awkward, teen. It's like I'm listening to the actual internal monologue of the MC. Thank you. I'm a big storyteller. It's so important to me, especially internal monologues. Yeah, I've been using Chat GPT to write stories. It's really been super helpful in getting the stories that I've thought about. I've had so many story ideas just stuck in my head, and like, I don't know. I've always said my brain moves faster than my hands, so like I don't really take the time to write them down. Like if it's a really, really good idea to the story, I'll like put that in my phone. But like writing it and stuff, like I still am figuring out my process of writing a story. Cause you know, I have really good stories to tell, and I flesh out my characters, and I want there to be actual depth and meaning and good arcs and stuff, you know? I'm not gonna lie, I have this this Gojo Hime story that I've been brewing, and it's, y'all, it is so good. I've been saying since the end of season 2, like, Gege, we need to work together, girl. Gege, because I'm telling y'all, it is like, gosh, it's a spin-off series. It's basically a sequel spin-off series off of the original Jujutsu Kaisen. And when I tell you, Gege made Jujutsu Kaisen to where the things that happen in my story perfectly align with things that happen in her story, and it doesn't retcon anything, but it also gives more depth to motivations and reasonings, because there's a lot of loose ends in Jujutsu Kaisen, and part of me is like, is that on purpose that Gege did that? Is Gege coming out with her own sequel series and she's just not telling us, and she making it seem like she don't care for JJK? Or is it that she's really just that bad of a writer? Like that bad of a writer, but that good of a writer at the same time. Because obviously she's good. Otherwise this show wouldn't have taken off the way that it did. You know? But yeah, I got some stuff that I've been brewing on ChatGPT, and it's been amazing. I haven't gotten on there lately, but I'm so excited to get back to it, y'all. Like, and the thing, I promise I'm gonna get back to the game. I'm just having a little talk moment with y'all. But the thing is, like, I understand people's fear of like ChatGPT, of like, oh, you know, you're not really being creative because you're using a computer, a super intelligent computer, to write stuff. But it's like, no, this is the next evolution of Spark Notes. It really is. It's there to bounce ideas off of, to give you ideas that you didn't think about, or give you perspectives of characters that you really didn't think about, to make you a better writer and make a better story. Like, am I wrong? No, I'm not wrong. Boo you if you think I am. I'm mad at this lasagna, y'all. I really am. I kind of just want to get Olive Garden, but I'm broke, so I can't do that. Ugh. I really thought this was going to be good. Anyway, let me finish reading this. What does it say? ChatGPT is perfect to just bounce ideas off of. It's like you're taking your idea and exercising it. Exactly. Ivory, you been writing on there? Huh? Okay, I'm gonna say, what if I just say, you're such a sweet guy, Cove? I'm gonna say that. Uh-oh, you don't know how to respond to that. A little. I love it. We're all creatives in this space. What? Clearly, he hadn't expected the compliment. Somehow his flush grew worse, spreading all the way down his neck. He fumbled for words. Can I tell y'all something? I don't know if it's a best kept secret. I really don't. But I have always loved characters. Like whenever, like, you know, you watch a movie or a show or play a game or whatever. I've always loved characters that are guys that get so flustered and they can't hide it, like, in front of a woman. Oh, it's so, because like you rarely find that in nowadays in real life, but like I eat that stuff up when I'm watching a movie or playing a game or anything. I love a man that literally has his like frustrations on his sleeve. Like, I love it because that's showing, first of all, it does two things for me personally. I love to see a man be honest. It's honesty that you can't hide. and you're kind of not trying to, and you can't help but to just put it out there on Front Street. I love the honesty of a man being so like kerfuffled and flustered by a woman, visibly, but then also, I just like the idea of flustering. Am I toxic? Am I the drama? I'm not the drama. Maybe I am. No, I'm not. This over a nonchalant man any day. Yes! Yes! Where are the yearners? The men that are touchy-feely and clingy and in your face and want to be around you. And, you love it. I love it. I love it. I love a man that is just, he's flustered. He can't help it. He's like, yeah. Not like jizz in his pants, you know, but like, just like, what? She's talking to me? Like, let me, you know, I've never liked a man that acts cool. I've never liked that. Because there's a difference between acting cool and actually being cool, you know? Because real coolness doesn't have to like put on a show. It's just like confidence. And that's really what the coolness is confidence. Real confidence, big dick energy, you don't have to like put on a show and bring and forcibly, one of them words, forcefully bring attention to yourself. When you just got it like that, when you just have that air of confidence, that energy, that vibe, you know, that just people can't help to see. It's quiet. It's usually quiet. It's a quiet confidence. I love that. I love it. It's like, yeah, you own this, you run this, but you don't have to scream about it. You just do. And that is so hot. Anyway, clearly he hadn't expected the compliment. Somehow his flesh grew worse, spreading all the way down his neck. He fumbled for words. Men that yearn are men that earn. I know that's right. Men that yearn are men that earn. Yes. Find somebody that will match your yearn. Have y'all seen that TikTok when a dude said, forget about someone that'll match your freak. How about, can they match your earn? Can they match your yearn? Huh? Do they yearn for you? Ugh. I need you to need me. I need you, not big, you know, but just like, ugh, that's my baby. Anyway, all right, I'm gonna stop. Can you tell I haven't had dick in a minute? These have been very busy over here, y'all. It's been so busy. Added quote number 4. I was thinking that, Lord Eckerton. Add men that yearn or men that earn. That is so true. Do we need to add a writer's circle? That'd be really cool, huh? Okay, I'm not. That's easy. I get all giddy. Oh my gosh, my mom's calling me, y'all. Should I answer her on the stream? Hello?
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, you're on stream right now with me and a couple of my viewers. You want to say hey to chat?
Hello. How are you?
Did y'all hear her?
This is Mom.
She said hello. How are you? This is Mom. Oh my gosh. Hey, what's up? Is this a conversation that I can have in front of people, or do I have to wait?
No, I will call you back, but hello to all of you. I don't know you. I hope you had a great day and make tomorrow be even a better one.
All right. That's for Mom, guys. She said she hopes y'all have a... Bye. She said she hoped that y'all had a great day. She's kind of low on my phone, but she hopes that y'all had a great day. And if not, tomorrow is, hey, make tomorrow great or something she said. I don't know. But she was being positive. Hey, BowZettte. All right, let's get back to the game, guys. He gripped the blanket underneath him. Uh-oh, not gripping. Not the grip. And searched for something more to say. Did you see my fish? I've got some in a tank right there. Y'all. Has anybody had a pet fish before in chat? My sister had a pet fish one time. She won it somewhere, and she got bored with it and flushed it down the toilet. True story. She just got bored with it one day and was like, yeah, this isn't my vibe, and she killed it. So, Yep. We don't take murder seriously around here. I'm kidding. Anywho, let me get back to the game. Cove threw both his hands in front of him to direct your eyes toward his pets. Wait, I'm trying to imagine it. So he's trying to direct me to his fish and get me away from looking at him because I'm flustering him too much. So is he just pointing both of his hands? It's kind of awkward. He went to fish heaven and wasn't even dead. I know! That's wild, isn't it? I've never been crazy about having a fish. Because I'm going to be honest, it is boring. Like, you just want to come. I wonder what kind of personality type you got to have to, like, want a fish. No shade. Like, I mean, you like what you like. But I'm just like, a fish? Like, fishes are, they're beautiful. Especially depending on the kind you get. But, like, I don't know. It'd be boring to me. I'm just going to watch you swim all day? We live in two completely different ecosystems. We can't even really connect. Not like a dog or a cat or anything else I can take out. Like, if I take you out your habitat, you will die. That's wild. But I mean, hey, if you just that kind of person, then God bless. He was trying pretty poorly to change the topic. That much was clear. You decided to show him mercy and allowed it. You started to watch the bright fish swim. Ah, my top! Okay. People do actually taught fish to do tricks like jump. That's actually pretty sick. See, I would be that person. I would be like, come on, fishy. Come on, sir, swim a lot. Sir, glup a lot. What is wrong with me today, y'all? I'm so happy to be here with y'all. Y'all have no idea. I've been saving up all this energy to talk to you guys. Oh, gosh, it's great. Great to be back. There were a bunch of them, floating to and fro in the open space. They stood out starkly against the green aquarium plants. How long have you had those fish?
Yes.
My dad bought them for me not very long after I moved here. I guess it's been years now. Fish are low maintenance and selfless commitment. You know what? Yeah. And honestly, that works. It's like, oh, okay, all I gotta do is feed you and look at you sometimes. Bet. But still, that'd be kind of boring. Like, I need a pet that's like low maintenance, preferably no maintenance. What if I just get a pet rock? Have y'all seen the places that sell pet rocks? What if I just get a pet rock? And name them, what would we name our pet rock, babe?
What was that thing's name on Chowder?
I didn't watch Chowder like that. My sisters did.
But yeah, we name them, whatever that thing's name was.
I'm kind of playing with the idea of getting a snake, guys. I would actually love having a snake. My only thing is, like, snakes are like I couldn't fully trust a snake to not hurt me. Does that make sense? Like, can a snake really be domesticated? Like, honestly, even if it wasn't poisonous, it's just like that would be my only thing. It's like a snake. I've only seen one cute snake in my entire life, and that's the one I would get, and I would call it Mozzarella. Anyway, my dad bought. Oh, okay, I read this. I guess it's been years now. Wow, that's a long time. You peered carefully into the tank. The fish looked to be doing well. He must take good care of them. Most of them were small, but there was one especially big one. Kind of remind me of looking at them fish at Bass Pro Shop. They got some giant catfish in them. Now I'm getting hungry. What are their names? I don't name them. Well, not really. You lifted an eyebrow at that, like for real. He continued to continue the explanation sheepishly. Mostly, I just call them things based on what they look like. Squirt for a small one, tangerine for a really orange one, that sort of thing. I actually love that though. That's so cute. I just call them things like, that's so cute. That's really cute. I've had a lot of fish, and I'm not that good at coming up with names. You found that surprising. You found that relatable. I found that funny. Who knew that was a weakness of his? It was an entertaining revelation. Oh, a couple of them have other types of names. He pointed to a small orangish redfish. It was minding its own business away from the others. My dad named her Dreamcatcher. That's pretty. And that other one's Mark. Mom came up with that one. She just gotta be different. Mark. You are African Americans plus Mark. But we rocking with Mark because Mark is rocking with us. Let's see. If you really wanted to, you could take a fish for a walk. Then again, you could take anything for a walk. I've seen tie a string around a fly and take it for a fly. Okay, stop. Now you're just making stuff up. A fly? Who would have a pet fly? But I guess to somebody else, they'd be like, well, who would have a pet fish? Who would have a pet tarantula? Why do we have pets at all when we can barely take care of ourselves? These are the questions that haunt me. All right, let's get back to it. Yeah, I got so much tension in my shoulders. Oh my goodness. I feel like that TikTok, I bought that TikTok massager that woman was like moaning to. And I don't know, I feel like it made it worse. My neck is better though. Cove smiled to himself, his eyes reflecting the glow from the tank. You let other people name your fish? Uh-oh, I smell us naming a fish soon. No, I speak the truth, I saw it on TikTok. Well, you know, AI is a thing now, so I don't know, Avery, I don't know. Maybe you're not lying, but maybe technology is.
It's nice.
Yeah, it's nice. He then turned to you, tilting his head to the side. There was a considering look on his face. Do you want to name one? I knew he was going to ask me. Can I? I think I would say, yeah, I do. Do I need to tell this about myself? What? Oh my gosh. Lord Ekagen, what are you about to tell us? I'm stuck between can I want a pigeon, but I have cats. I love pigeons. I'm so pissed we as humans domesticated them. Wait. And then abandoned them when they weren't useful to us. We domesticated pigeons? You talking about when people did the bird letter thing? That's actually pretty sick. You think they could still, you think that is like riding a bike for them? Like if you caught one and put a letter to his leg and be like, go this way, they'll just automatically lock in? Do you think that would happen? I've tied a string to a fly before. Stop lying. Stop lying. Was that you on TikTok? Babe, have you tied a string on a fly before? A fly lets you sit long enough for you to tie a string? That is what I don't believe. All right. I'm going to say, can I? His smile grew a little at your interests. I think I made the right choice. Sure. There's a few who don't have names right now. The newer ones. You can pick which one you want to name. He pointed each of the recent acquisitions out to you. The first was the smallest fish in the tank. It was completely orange and zipped all over the place, running laps around others. Okay, so he needed Ritalin. Sprinkle some Ritalin in him. The second was slightly bigger and red. I think I'm gonna like that one. His tail was dotted with black spots, which almost resembled freckles. What if we call him Freckles? The last fish was the biggest one. Its multicolored scales rippled under the bright light of the tank as it slowly made its way across the vast expanse. I think that's the one right there. You went with, I'm gonna go with, I kind of want to go with the biggest fish. I'm kind of not gonna lie. I did want to go with medium. I kind of want to go with medium. Let's go with medium fish. Cove only nodded at your answer, waiting on you to decide on a suitable name. You watched the fish you chose closely. As you did, a name eventually came to you. Sunbeam, Frank, Johnny, Cove, Gil. I'm gonna call him Freckles. We gonna call him. What am I saying? Bubble Freckles. Freckles. Come on. Freckles. Enter. All right, it's Freckles. And with that, his attention moved from you to the tank. He peered fondly at it and its inhabitants. I've tied a string to a fly before. Where there's a will, there's a way. That's what I'm saying. But a fly, y'all? If you freeze a fly, go to sleep until he warms up. So wait, you froze it first? In a freezer? How'd you catch him? And how you know he was asleep? He could have been dead. I'm talking to Lord Ecogen / technician / my husband. I've also seen people catching waterboard flies. People ain't got nothing else better to do, huh? Too much time on their hands. Okay. You smiled proudly at Freckles as it swam through the tendrils of the plants, disappearing, then reappearing soon after. You know, I'm not allowed to have pets in my house. Not even a fish. The corners of COVE's lips turned down at that. That doesn't sound fair. I know. If only someone could give me a fish that I just named. It's not like fish would make a mess of your house or anything. You just gotta take care of their tank and feed them and they'll be okay. Right? They trust Elizabeth and me to go around the neighborhood alone, but they won't let us have a pet? It doesn't make sense. Maybe when you're even older, they'll let you. I don't know. They seem pretty against it. Your current conversation brought to mind a memory from years ago. It started coming out with no warning, earning you a brief confused look from COVE. One time, Elizabeth, came back from playing at the beach and hid in her room. She came down for food, but then she ran back upstairs after. It was hard to understand. Our moms left her alone at first. But that night, Mom went to her room to say goodnight, and she screamed. Mom and I went over to see what was wrong. We found Lizzie with a big lizard in her arms. Now see, putting a fly in a maze, Lord Ecogen, that sounds entertaining. I'm not gonna lie. Putting anything in a maze sounds entertaining. COVE's eyebrows rose at that, and he leaned forward in interest. Really? A lizard? Where'd that come from? Elizabeth said she saw it half buried in the sand and didn't know what it was. She picked it up to find out. Then she brought it home. She hid the lizard in her room for the whole day because she wanted to keep it. Mom and Ma were upset with her. They worried about putting it out during night, but she was going to have to let it go in the morning. Lizzie was really sad. She did release the lizard, but she wouldn't talk to anyone for days. When she did stop being happy, it was almost like it never happened. You shook your head, thinking back at that time. Elizabeth had always been stubborn, but when she was younger, she forgot grudges quickly. Now it wasn't so easy. COVE had been quiet for most of the story. Apart from the reveal of the lizard, he had a thoughtful look on his face. We should watch the movie Cube. Where did that come from? Imagine a fly race, like a hamster race. That's what the movie's about? Oh, okay. All right. Oh, look at him, look at him, how you looking at me, y'all. Look at him, all right. I can't even imagine what it'd be like to have a sibling. You gave us serious thought to his statement before you told him. It's a nice idea in general, but my sister is Elizabeth. I don't know how to explain what it's like. I'm gonna say there are ups and downs. It's fun to have her there when she wants to be there, but now Elizabeth barely feels like hanging out with me. COVE pursed his lips at the words, considering them quietly for a while.
Cool.
That's interesting. I think your family's cool. He didn't have much else to say, though, while on the topic of your family, you considered your relationship with your moms, too. I think I get along with my moms. I'ma say they were the best. You couldn't even consider having another opinion. You couldn't have better parents. Well, say what you want about them, but at least your moms never tried to pay someone to be your friend. The thought prompted you to look over at Cove. He probably still know that happened. Well, don't tell him! You doubted that Mr. Holden mentioned it, and you never had. You wondered if you should tell him. It was a long time ago, but you were keeping a secret from Cove. I'm scared, y'all! What should I do? He's not gonna like me! You didn't tell him it was a bad time. You didn't tell him you weren't sure how he'd react. You didn't tell him. All of these are you didn't tell him for all the good reasons. Secrets were meant to be kept. You didn't tell him. You just didn't want to have that talk with Cove. What do you think, guys? What do you think? I'm scared. You know, I don't want him to think any of this is fake. I already didn't sit beside him on the bed, y'all. You gotta take that into account. You didn't tell him it was a bad time. You didn't tell him you weren't sure how to react. That's how I feel. You didn't tell him secrets were meant to be kept. You didn't tell him you just didn't want to have to talk with Cove. I'ma say, I wasn't sure how he would react. What if he got really upset? You have the option to tell him once every step. If you don't tell him now, you could tell him in step 3 or 4. What if he got really upset? Just thinking about his possible reaction made you nervous. I would think so. Why is he smaller all of a sudden? Oh, the sun went down. Okay. Y'all, I used to love bunk beds. Did anybody have a bunk bed? If you did, I'm jealous. Because the only time I got to sleep in one was at my aunt's house in Dallas. Time passed, but you didn't really notice. The two of you were busy, making plans for the rest of the summer and chatting about your respective days. I'll tell him when we're in high school. By then, we'd have so much history that he has no choice but to love me anyway. Eventually, you heard a muffled holler from a different part of the house. You and Cove raised your heads in unison. Oh. It's time for dinner. Cove watched the firmly shut door he had been locked behind for most of the night, but he didn't make a move to get up from the bed. Covey. You couldn't see his face, so you didn't know what expression he was wearing. Oh, I'm glad you came. Cove peeked back at you from the side. It's been awkward. Oh, yeah. You wish you had something nice or comforting to say to that. Hopefully, just being there for him was enough. Cove said nothing else and remained sat where he was. Now would be a good as time as any to ask him why his parents have suddenly wanted you to come over. Now I want to know. Tell me. But okay. For every time you don't tell him, he gets 3 inches shorter. That's so weird. That's so weird. Okay. A lot of trust there being allowed to have that door shut. Is it really going to be a big deal, guys? No, I was kidding. Shut up, Ivory. Get on my nerves. What? I was about to say, what? Now, and the fact that I actually believed you. That's the crazy part. Not knowing the truth is actively stunting man's growth. That would be an interesting thing to put in a game, though. It's like, well, if you want a tall man, you should have been honest. Now look, 5'3". That would be funny. I'm gonna ask, it hasn't been awkward for just me. Sometimes it gets like this when no one else is around, but now you're here. Huh, you hadn't considered that, but it sort of made sense, in a way. There was another shout from outside. Outside, Lord. too muffled to actually know the words, but you could imagine what they were. Let's go. Were they arguing downstairs? Cove finally got up, lumbering away with his shoulders sagged. You followed after him. Together, the two of you made your way back to the living room. I think this was sweet and innocent. Hey, sexy man. Anyway, toxic woman, how are you doing down here? As you expected, Cove's parents were politely waiting for you at the kitchen table, beside the windows overlooking the back of the house. Food had been prepared and set. Mr. Holden beamed as you and Cove took your places. I hope everyone's hungry. I cooked up a feast. I know I am. Okay, calm down. Yeah. Cove's mumbled response wasn't nearly as upbeat as theirs. His parents didn't notice, or they pretended not to. Mr. Holden instead looked at you, grinning.
Thanks.
Let's all just take a moment to thank our special guest for being with us here tonight. I'm so glad you were able to make it, Johnny. And on such short notice, too. I feel like I would feel awkward about the situation as a teen. Like, I feel like I would feel awkward. I'm gonna say that. You gave a half-hearted response, similar to how Cove had. The feeling was apparently contagious in the atmosphere.
All right.
Well, that's it. Everyone, please dig in. You can help yourselves to the food. Okay, what you cooked? Upon his encouragement, you looked over the meal spread out in front of you. There was a large garden salad in the center. Okay, we got that Olive Garden dressing from Walmart, surrounded by a variety of Mexican dishes. Yeah! There were a lot of sides and optional sauces to add. I'm gonna say I was very happy about these options. You loved Mexican food, and there were so many dishes to choose from. You were practically drooling. Is that thunder? What was that? Oh. You said what? Yeah. Utensils and plates scraped and clinked together as the group began filling their plates. Cliff, could you pass the salsa verde? Course. Thank you. Let me just say, you really outdid yourself tonight. I'm so jealous. Jealous? Of what? Your cooking's nothing to sneeze at, Kyra. Okay, get a room. Cove's parents made small talk, filling the silence with what seemed to be barely an effort. You weren't sure what to say, nor did you want to interrupt them by blurting something out. But without warning, Cove's parents started pulling you into the small talk. Johnny, do you want anything from my area of the table? Say the word, and I'll hand it over. Oh, I'm good, Mr. Holden, but thank you. You should try some of the guacamole, Johnny. It's been a while since I've had Cliff's, but I remember it being amazing. Aw, you're too kind, Kyra. Why don't you say we take this back up to the bedroom? 'Cause I can make your bed rock. Okay. Brief silences interspersed the small talk. You piled some food on your plate, waiting for your turn if someone was serving themselves, a dish that you had your eye on. Mexican food do sound good right now. Once the food had been divided and things settled down, Cove's parents started talking again. Now then. You sat up in your seat when you noticed they were both looking at you.
How's it going?
How has everything been over at your house? Are your moms well? You've been keeping busy this summer? Or maybe you're just trying to take it easy during break. You were surprised, but you didn't mind the interest. You felt uncomfortable. I would say I felt overwhelmed by the sudden rush of questions. I'm gonna say that. You were blindsided by them. Your mind blank. Then again, this was Mr. Holden. Maybe you should have expected this. You told him how your moms were doing. They're the same as always.
Work is a little stressful, but they said it's normal grown-up stuff and nothing to worry about.
I know too well what that's like, unfortunately.
I'm gonna say that was your... Can someone say info overboard? Johnny can't keep up with everything you're throwing out. Mr. Holden winced at the gentle reprimand, as if just realizing how rapid-fire his questions had been.
Oops. Sorry about that, Johnny. Guess it was a lot to take in at once, huh? I'm sure you're a lot to take in at once. Okay, let me stop, y'all. He still is fine, though.
Did you know, Cliff, Johnny is really into media?
Mr. Holden's face lit up, and he stopped eating so he could lean forward, his arms braced against the table.
Nice work.
Oh, that's right. Very cool.
I kind of want to say it's not a big thing. Aw, don't downplay your interests like that.
COVE, Kyra's right. If you enjoy it, then it's definitely a big thing. I know that's right.
Message! Thanks. Co's parents were definitely the encouraging type, but you could already tell that much about them. There was a lull in conversation as everyone focused their attention on their respective plates.
That mean everybody, the food is good and now we shutting up so we can eat it.
You noted, not for the first time, that Co's parents were the ones guiding the conversation. You wondered if you should break the silence this time.
Yes! Let's do it. Let's do it.
You hesitated before pushing through your discomfort and speaking unprompted. I also like other things. Would you like to tell us more?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
They looked genuinely eager for you to keep talking, so you did. The rest of the dinner continued just like that, with light conversation as you ate your meals.
She looks sleepy.
No, she looks sweet. Eventually, all the dishes on the kitchen table were pretty much gone. Kyra set down her fork and rested her arms at her sides, letting loose a satisfied sigh. Her plate was completely empty.
Thanks.
That was delish. Thank you for the culinary creations, Cliff.
Mr. Holden was like a flower soaking up the rays of the sun. He beamed, flattered by the praise. She know exactly what she's doing. Look at him. I can't with him.
You tried to eat too much. You try not to eat too much. No.
I'm gonna say you ate way too much.
You practically licked your plate clean. You were so full that you were afraid you might burst. Cove successfully kept his presence to a minimum for the full meal. He was slumped over, even now, toying with his silverware. His parents practically only talked to you. Most attempts to entice him to join the conversation failed. Then again, Cove didn't tend to talk a lot unless he happened to be in the mood for it, so you weren't surprised things ended up this way. You didn't get much time to contemplate Cove's situation because your attention was taken by Mr. Holden pointedly clearing his voice.
Not to sound like a broken record, but thanks for coming, Johnny. I'm glad we finally got the chance to have you over for a real dinner.
What?
What? Did I hear that right? This is the first time Johnny has ever had dinner here? Why in the world haven't you invited her over sooner?
Cove was always the one going over to Johnny's house until now. I mean, how was I supposed to reject the generous offers of the Don family to host my kid?
Kyra shook her head, but the amused smile she was sporting told you that she wasn't actually mad.
This guy, honestly.
The three of you looked at Cove in unison. His small sound being more than enough to get the focus on him after his silence. By now, he'd stopped fiddling with his fork.
I mean,
Would it be alright for Johnny to stay over? What? Like, for the night?
He shot you a shy glance then,
Uh-oh, Mom's like, now look, I don't know about all that. Shh, y'all starting to smell yourselves now. What is this sound I'm hearing? Is someone playing music? Are you doing something down there?
No, that's next door or something.
Oh, y'all, they got playing some loud music or watching a loud movie or something. We used to have I ain't gonna say that. He shot you a shy glance and smiling a little. If you're cool with that. Mr. Holden's shoulders stiffened. He sat up straighter, eyes darting back and forth between you and Cove. His mouth opened, but not a peep came out. You'd never seen Cove's dad say no to him before, but this was different than the usual request. It wasn't so simple, and Mr. Holden was lost. Then Cove's mom reached out and took a hold of his shirt collar. She pulled him closer. They are funny. I like them. She glanced at you before leaning in and bringing a hand up in front of their faces. The two adults whispered seriously to each other. Cove's eyes opened wider. He leaned forward, as if that would help him overhear his parents' conversation. Mr. Holden kept gesturing with his hands, while Kyrie made sure he didn't get too far with all his movements. Or Kyrie. Why do I keep wanting to call it Kyrie, Lord? Every now and then, both of them would watch you and Cove out of the corner of their eyes. It didn't seem like they were fighting to you. They looked more like some of the tiny sports team having a private huddle. So who do y'all think is for it and who do y'all think is against? Oh Lord, look at his face. He is like, okay, Cove, that's my boy. She's like, no, we know where that can lead and we're not trying to do that. I don't care how autistic our son is. No offense to the autistic people out there. Shoot, I might be a little autistic. After a bit, they broke the group up. They moved back to sit properly in their chairs. You snuck a look at Cove. He stared at them expectantly. You were eager to hear their verdict too. We, Kyra and I, think that should be fine. But, big but, he lifted a finger dramatically, his brows raising as he met Cove's gaze and then your own. We'll have to talk with Johnny's parents to make sure they'd be comfortable with it. If they are, we can arrange for a sleepover to happen on a different night when everyone is more prepared. If Johnny's folks don't like the idea, there's nothing we can do. Oh no! He finished the mini speech with a wide shrug using his full arms. He also checked out Kyra from the corner of his eye and gave her a crooked smile. He nodded approvingly and grinned back. You thought you saw her give him a thumbs up, but her hand was partially blocked by the table. They looked so pleased with themselves over the answer, but they just passed the actual decision. What is that? Actual decision. I wonder, can y'all hear what I'm hearing? Actual decision on whether it was all right or not to someone else, namely your parents. If this was a sporting game, they would have punted the ball away. Cove hung his head, deflated. He had been hoping you could stay over today, but not some hypothetical time in the future. I'll sneak the phone into my room tonight. Hey, you could always sneak in my room again. I ain't gonna say that in front of them. I would tell him in private. I would hope the game would know that, but I don't know which way this thing gonna go. What if I say you could always sneak into my room again? I'm totally down for that. Cove's eyes sparkled at the suggestion. You wouldn't be surprised to have him knocking on your window sometime. Though, he likely still would without the invite. With that, dinner finally came to an end. Mr. Holden stood up from the table and began collecting empty plates. Cove was asked to help out, which he did with little fuss. Kyra tried to lend a hand as well. However, Mr. Holden didn't let her. It seemed she was barred from cleaning as well as cooking. You weren't allowed to chip in either, since you were there as the declared guest of honor.
Okay. The ladies don't have to lift a finger. I love that. This is nice, by the way. This couch. I like this couch. And this area over here. This is cute. Although the meal was over, the night wasn't. It looks like you weren't going home just yet after all. You were asked to wait on the couch. While Cove and his dad were cleaning up the mess, Kyra disappeared down the hall after shooting you a wink. Ma'am, I'm a child. It was a bit strange, sitting by yourself while everyone else had something to do. Luckily, you weren't alone for too long. After a couple of minutes, Cove's mom returned with a deck of cards in hand. Oh my gosh! She strolled into the room confidently while shuffling. Y'all, we just learned how to play cards. Well, I brushed up on my card playing skills, but I did learn a new game this past week, and it was so much fun. We got with some friends at Starbucks, which, by the way, Starbucks has such cute cups, y'all. I love the artists that they collaborate with to make their cups. Like, I want that cup so bad. I wanted their Valentine's Day cup. They had a cup where it was like, I don't know what the design, I know the design on the outside, but I don't know what that material was to make it look like how it did. It looked very, very video gamey, and it was like video game hearts. It was so cute. I love that cup. I really wanted that cup. But they have another cup now, and it's like tribal because they've collaborated with an African artist. But it also, to me, it looked very like fall, like very sweater, knit. It's so cute. Like, I really want that. I think I would be a collector of Starbucks cups if I was a collector. Like, because I really do be seeing some really cute Starbucks cups. My only issue with them is like, they don't have that steel stuff on the inside. So like, if you got a cold or hot drink, it's not going to keep it cold or hot. That is what I don't like. And I'm like, why can't they just put that in there? Maybe it would mess with the design. I don't know. Anyway, let's get back to the story. After a couple of minutes, Cove's mom returned with a deck of cards in hand. She strolled into the room confidently while shuffling. So, who's up for a few rounds? Cove and his dad looked over their shoulder at the question. They were mutually intrigued by the cards in her hands. She beamed at their expressions and stepped further into the living room. Ignoring the couches, she sat cross-legged on the floor by the coffee table. She turned to you and gestured at the space beside her, smiling invitingly. She really trying to integrate me into this family, and I'm not mad at that. You accepted it, Father. The living room carpet was soft, though the hardwood floor underneath could definitely still be felt. Kyra did an overhand shuffle while she waited for the others to finish their tasks. The smile had yet to leave her lips. She gonna probe. She is definitely gonna get some answers tonight. I like her. This is going to be good. You were excited. You were nervous. You were bored. You were kind of annoyed. You enjoyed her enthusiasm. I'm kind of nervous, okay? You got through dinner all right, but you didn't know how the rest of the evening would go. It didn't take much longer for Cove and his dad to wrap things enough to call it good. Cove's dad appeared first, followed closely behind by Cove. Mr. Holden rubbed his hands together in anticipation. All right, I'm ready. As he took a seat across from you on the floor, you noticed that Cove hadn't joined him. He went straight down the hall instead, without even a word. You stared on confused, as he disappeared through his bedroom door. Cove's parents didn't look concerned at the stunt. Kyra nonchalantly split the deck of cards into two and rifled the halves together while offering an explanation of sorts. Babe, can you doctor this or something? Like, it literally is like making me sick. And I'm mad. Hungry. Okay. Cove's parents didn't move. You said what? Yeah? Yay! Okay. I'll take flour tortillas. Anyway, like a regular, like a bean burrito and a chicken burrito. Anyway, Cove's parents didn't look concerned at the stunt. Kyrie nonchalantly split the deck of cards into two and rifled the halves together while offering an explanation of sorts. Cove doesn't keep his wallet with him when at home. He puts it away. I love his little quirks. Like, I love it. It's so nuanced. I love this game, y'all. It's so good.
Chat been quiet for a minute. Y'all still up? I'm imagining y'all still up. I guess we ran out of things to talk about. Anyway, what? Cove quickly returned to the living room, a black wallet in his hand. He took a place at the foot of the table with the rest of you. You blinked as Cove unzipped his wallet. Okay. Do you bet real money on card games with your family? That's actually fun. Like when I was learning how to play cards this past week, I asked like, oh, so can like you bet like, but I don't think I would bet money. Probably with my family I'd bet money, family and friends, but like I would never bet with like real people. But like with family and friends, just in a comfortable, homey situation, it's all fun and games, you know? Who cares to lose $5, right? But I would bet dinners. Like our dad does that. Like me and my sisters, our dad, whenever we go play bowling, because that's the one thing we definitely do as a family, is go bowling. And he'll get so into the game that he'll be like, I'll give you $1 if you can do this, or I'll give you $5 if you can make this, if you can get a strike. And so we're like, oh, okay. You know, he also does that around Easter. He's always done that. He's always like hyped us up with money. Oh, that's our dad. He was in town today, guys. His birthday just passed. Da-da-da-da-da. We were supposed to go see a snake sanctuary, but Mom scared of snakes and we didn't do it. While you sat there, your hands idle in your lap, the three-shot looks at one another and size each other up.
Yeah.
That's right. $5 per round per person. Winner takes all. That sounds so much fun. Go big or go home. Oh, are you planning on kicking Johnny to the curb? Or do you intend on donating to the guest of honor's pot, Mr. High Roller? Mr. Holden narrowed his eyes and leaned back against the side of a couch, completely at ease.
No worries.
If Johnny wants to play, I'll fund her way in. Don't you worry about that. They get off on each other doing this. I just, like, when it's just them, they do. They're so freaky. He rested an arm across the top of a knee that he propped up. Cove's dad was acting slick in a way you've never seen before. You felt awkward? You sure his surety in this was pretty appealing? Not me being attracted to the dad. You ignored it. I'm gonna say you joked that he shouldn't be so confident. Are you sure? Adding me could be spelling your doom. Right you are, Johnny. I hope you can back that attitude up. You know I can, Kyra. As long as you back something up on me later. Okay. Yeah, I be hurting my throat when I be talking like that. Johnny is my friend. If she's playing, I can give her money for the round. Not him giving me money! Oh, boo-boo! Boo! First of all, where you getting money from? You ain't got a job. Where you getting money from, baby? You selling dope. Don't be telling me you selling dope on the side of the road. I don't want to be with a drug dealer. Okay. I'ma just stay in my egg and because I don't know. Mr. Holden was immediate. Wait, Mr. Holden? No, Mr. Holden wasn't intimidated by Cove's scowl. He only grinned, chuckling.
Good kid.
Why do I like that? That was funny. All right, bud. I concede to your might of personality. Cove still looked a little sour, but he didn't protest more after getting his way. Well, you've got your ticket. Interested in throwing in? Hey, babe, can you give me some of those chips? Oh, yeah, I got those viral milk crackers from online, from TikTok. They're like a sweet Cheeto, but not super sweet. But it's like a sweet Cheeto. That's my honest opinion. Like, it doesn't melt in your mouth. I don't know why they're lying like that. It definitely doesn't. I was hoping it would, like cotton candy, but it doesn't do that. You glanced around. You seemed like serious business in response to your consideration. Kyra softened her competitive smile. Yeah, he got some crawfish flavored Lay's from. Where is this from? Thailand? So great. Oh my gosh. That has tastes like crawfish. Okay. Gosh, I got to pee again. Don't worry too much. We'll probably just do some rounds or go fish tonight. No biggie.
Do you mind?
What do you think? I'm gonna join in. You set your jaw and nodded at her. Mr. Holden gave a big thumbs up, while Cove nodded firmly back. I'm gonna say, I'm gonna leave it up to luck. Yeah. Harder than most of our chance after all. That's true. I'm learning that heavily. Fantastic. We'll play for however long everyone wants to keep going. Or until people start running out of cash or still refusing to quit while they're behind. Y'all are both toxic. Y'all made for each other. Speak for yourself, I see. With a laugh, Kyra nudged you using an elbow, her motion towards the other two with her chin. Don't be fooled by their soft faces. They're boys. These boys are sharks. In reaction to her words, Mr. Holden smirked, and Cole's eyebrows became more angled. I almost choked. Ah! You almost died on the stream. Oh my gosh. Kyra's phrasing made you think back to when you were young. Specifically, on Mr. Holden's favorite shark pants are used to wear outside. I think the spices are getting to me, y'all. I'm too ravenous. Perhaps there had been a fit for him in ways you didn't know it. You could feel tension in the air. Cove and his parents glued their eyes to one another. Then all placed $5 bills in an empty space in front of them. Would y'all play with your family like this? Like, would y'all play for money? Cove dropped an extra one for you, giving you a tiny smile after you did. See, he already happy paying for me. I like that. Give me that money, baby. Once this was done, Kyra began dealing out cards to everybody. It was time to begin. They don't really make me play cards. Oh, Lord. The first round came and went quickly, with the group getting in groove of things. You know what? It would actually be fun if they put a card game in the mix of all this. No, I'd be too scaredy. You'd be too scaredy to play with your fam? Would you be scared to lose or scared that you would ruin relationships with your family? Because, I mean, it's like Uno, except you playing money. Did y'all hear about, I don't know how true this is, did y'all hear about them thinking about putting Uno in casinos? I said, Uno is already cutthroat, and now you want to add money on top of it? Scared to lose for real. I don't play with my money. I feel that. I would only put like a couple of dollars, if not $5. And I wouldn't play it all the time. I wouldn't put money in it all the time. Sometimes it would just be for fun. Other times it'd be like, hey, if I win, you owe me a dinner. If you win, I owe you this. So maybe it's not money, but it's like just treating the other person, which is just like a congratulations for winning, you know? Oh yeah, I need to go pee. All right, I'll be back. I'll be right back, okay? Hold tight. Ew. What y'all over here talking about? I played it once with $5. I'm really not a gambler. Terrified. I enjoyed too much if I started. That's the thing. Like, I've never really gambled. But I think I love raising stakes, and I think that would be fun. True. Very easy to get addicted to. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'd imagine it's very easy to get addicted to. No lie. Okay, guys. Let me get back into this. I'm gonna play for a little bit longer, and then I'm gonna let you go. But right now, we're not starting that just yet. Okay. The first round came and went quickly, with the group getting into the groove of things. You lost, which meant you didn't have any money to add to the pot for another game.
Very cute.
Hey, I'll vouch for you this next round, Johnny. How generous, even though you lost your own bet already. Kyra stuck her finger in Mr. Holden's chest. She wanted to do that. She just wanted to feel on him. So did you, hotshot. Cove had been the one to claim the prize this time. He was quietly pleased with himself while his parents jokingly ragged on each other. Kyra wasn't lying. The boys were sharks.
It's okay.
I'll pay for it. Pass out another round. Fine. I can't do both of their voices at the same time, guys. So I'm gonna do it separately. Fine. Ooh, excuse me, moi. They answered in unison and got their heads back in the game. As the night went on, so did the games. Mr. Holden would jokingly shake his fists whenever someone other than him got a pair. Kyra acted as a news anchor, reporting on every move everyone made by speaking into her curled fist. I'll be doing it. Oh, this stuff is fun, man. We actually have one of them mics that went viral on TikTok in 2020. I have a gold one. I need to start using it more. We used it a lot when we would have karaoke at the house.
Cove was still a few words, but now it was because he was focused on the game instead of being overcome with awkwardness. Most of the time, you even spotted a smile on his lips. You won quite a few games, to your delight. You had a hefty money pile on your side of the table. You must regret paying Johnny's way in now, huh? No way. Stop! Oh my God, stop it! Johnny might be beating me, but she's also beating you too. He's so proud. Look at him. He's like, that's my baby. He's like, yeah, baby, get him. Beat me, beat them, beat all of us. Cove turned towards you and smiled, looking pleased at your ability to match his mom and dad. Told you. You smiled to yourself, happy that your friend had your back. It became clear that where the money went in the moment didn't really matter. They ended up giving it back to one another in other ways, and not just through more rounds of cards. You sat back, looking over the scene. A tiny smile grew on your face. Cove's family was pretty cool, you thought. They are. They're really chill. I like them. You were glad you got this chance to come over to spend time with the three of them. Is it over? No. Oh my gosh, all this fun stuff. You said we gotta download the DLC? Now, how do you do that? You gotta pay money for that? How does it work, technician?
I don't know. I mean, sometimes DLCs cost money and sometimes they don't.
You said sometime what?
Sometimes they do and sometimes they don't cost money.
Okay.
The rest of it is DLC?
Well, I have one more thing, family.
Oh.
And then the rest is DLC. As you've noticed, I've taken more time to spend when they're like in their teens to be together and have all these moments because I think it's very cute, them growing their admiration for one another. The sun warmed your skin from its place in the sky, and you closed your eyes, enjoying the mix of the heat with the pleasant breeze that drifted past you. You and Lee had spread out a blanket on top of one of the hills behind your house and had been relaxing there for a while now. Who is Lee? Lee had come over earlier in the day, and while a range of activities had been discussed, from staying home to heading down the beach, a picnic on the hill had been the choice you both settled on. A small spread was laid out in front of you, some bottled water, soft drinks, as well as chips and sliced fruit. Sound good? You sat up and reached for a snack, listening to Lee talk away about the musical she had gotten to see a few days ago. I was about to say, I'm like, who is this person, this Lee person? It was unbelievable.
It was unbelievable. There was singing, dancing, and crazy stunts. And it was all done live right in front of my face.
Y'all like that voice for her? Tell me in the chats.
Maybe one day we could go together. I gotta see more shows like that.
You smiled at Lee's enthusiasm, knowing how much she enjoyed singing and performing. Oh, she's a theater girl? Okay. She could be slightly annoying. Got it. And she was good at it too. You had gotten the chance to hear her sing a couple of tunes, and you knew she put a lot of effort into it. You also like to sing, but you weren't very good. Speak for yourself. You didn't like to sing, but you had been told you were good at it. Now that's interesting, and that suited you fine. Whether that was true or not, there were other things you preferred doing more. You forgot about her? She's your cousin. She appeared in the Step 2 prologue, albeit not for very long. Okay, well then it's easy to forget about her, Ivory, if she wasn't there for very long now, isn't it? I'm just playing. Oh my gosh. What is up with the crazy eyes in this game? Like, dude, put them away. Stop looking at me like that. It's weird.
I wonder if maybe we could put on our own show. Think of how fun it'd be.
You mean like a podcast? Yeah, I want a podcast so much. Would y'all watch my podcast if I had a podcast? I've really been like sitting on the idea of having a podcast. I want to have one so bad because as you can tell, I love to talk and I definitely don't mind entertaining. But I would want it to be inspiring. Oh, put them down. That's funny.
We could perform for our parents and ask our friends and some other people to come and watch too. It'd totally work.
I think that'd be fun. I'd watch that. Thank you for your input. I'm thinking about it. I've been thinking about it for a while. It depends on what kind of segments you'd have. Yeah. I've been throwing some things around. I don't want to reveal my hand entirely just yet, but I love to talk, and I love to talk to people, and I love to learn, and I don't mind being silly. So I think I think I should try that at some point. All right, let's see. Yeah, let's do it. I don't know. The idea of giving stage fright. Sure, I'll give it a go. Why not? It wasn't something you had really thought about before, but if Lee wanted to do it, then you could at least give it a shot. Lee clapped in excitement and bounced on the balls of her feet, beyond happy that you were on board with her idea.
I'm gonna sing! What about you? I know singing isn't your thing.
I'll make a backdrop. I'll write the song. Ooh, I'll write the song. I'll do some kind of stunt that goes to the music. That sounds fun. Let's do that.
Oh, a daredevil. I can't wait to see what you come up with. Is there anything else that's coming to your head?
One more thing. I kind of want to do I'll dance. I'll dance.
Okay! We can pick an upbeat song. That way, it'll be easy for you to move. Is there anything else that's coming to your head?
One more thing.
I'll do the makeup. Good idea. You'll be great at that. I think that'll make an amazing show. You've got things pretty covered.
The two of you ran back. Why is she making me do everything? Well, she's not making me, but she's not objecting. I said I'm gonna do a stunt, I'm gonna dance, and I'm gonna do the makeup. Okay. The two of you ran back to your house to grab the supplies you needed, dodging your mom's amused questions, before heading back out to the blanket to get started. Are we just not gonna see Cove in this entire part? Because I'm kind of disappointed. Excuse me. You set your makeup kit down, scanning the various products and envisioning how you wanted to design the look for the show. Lee and you discussed the plans in detail, settling on a song first, and then practicing out parts for the show. Thank you. Yeah, I got my Taco Bell. Now, mind you, Taco Bell is delicious. Have y'all had the fries? Oh my gosh. He would give me the fries. Thank you, babe. I was not expecting to get the fries this time around. I was really just like, oh gosh, I gotta eat better, guys. But it's kind of hard to eat better when you're broke. Just a rule of thumb. You do what you can. Lee and you discussed the plans in detail, settling on a song first and then practicing out parts for the show. The afternoon passed quickly. The sun dropping lower and lower in the sky. And after having thoroughly worked out how the show was going to go, you decided to take a break. Okay. ...
Oh, you know, we should have invited Cove to watch us practice our show. He could tell us if it's bad before we put on the real thing.
No, he gonna be flustered. I kind of say that's smart. We should ask him to watch us later. Yeah, because I won't mind. I won't mind to see me.
Okay. It's too bad Derek isn't in the neighborhood today. I like him.
Like him in like as a friend, or are you taking this opportunity to tell him about what's going on in your love life? I mean, that's cool. Because you think something going on with me and Cole, which it is. Yeah, he's a good person.
I knew you'd think so.
Dang. Did we meet Derek already? Cause I promise I can't remember him.
But speaking of boys you like, I knew it. I knew she was gonna go into that. What's the relationship status between you and Cove? Is it good?
I was gonna do an improv joke. Like, what? Who said it was good? I didn't say it or something like that, but I'm stuffing my face, y'all. This is my dinner. Should I tell her? I actually like my cousin. She cool people. They like they were scared to put the sprinkles on him. Let's see. Oh, what if I blush and say nothing?
Oh, you're bright red. I guess it's very good. But like really, are you gonna be telling him you have a crush on him anytime soon or what?
Okay, stop rushing me. Dang. Things take time, okay? I'm scared. Honestly, can I hear my 2 cents? I don't think Cove would be too upset at finding out that his dad paid us to be his friend. Like, well, how would you feel if you had a friend, y'all got along great, y'all did great, amazing, all that good stuff, and then y'all started liking each other, say you dated, all that good stuff. At some point of y'all dating, they say, by the way, I was paid to like talk to you, but I'm so glad I did, because you're such an amazing person, and we have such a great bond. More upset his dad than you. That's what I would think, you know? But I'm trying to get in the head of a teenage person, you know? Like, your mind, your feelings for this person, you don't want anything to ruin it. Because you know that they like you, and you know that you like them. Last thing you want to do is ruin it. Especially before anything really happened. And like, I feel that it's just pointless. You know? But I don't think Cole will be mad, but I'm gonna still wait till we get into high school to tell him, because A, I want to develop enough time, enough like history to where he isn't upset with me, or if he is, he has some time to think about it and is like, well, you know, she is like one of the greatest things that's ever happened to me, so why not, you know? So let's see what's up. Okay,
Are you gonna be telling him you have a crush on him anytime soon, or what?
I'm not gonna lie. I can't say I don't have a crush on Cub. Like, we all know I do. Ooh, what if I said I'll tell him soon? I think it's more on brand for her to say, no way, I'm not telling him. I'm pretty sure he already knows. Ooh, that's an interesting one. I'm pretty sure he already knows. Y'all think Cove knows? Okay, you weren't sure if you wanted to tell Cove or not. I kind of want to say I'm pretty sure he already knows, y'all. Like, I think so. I mean, he's not that dense, right? I mean, he's not dense at all. I would think he knows. But, I mean, having confirmation is always good, right? What is this? I think. Let's see. I'm gonna let them fries digest real quick. I'm getting food all on me. Gosh, I'm stuck between. No way I'm not telling him because that's so realistic for a teenage person to say. But then I also am like, I'm pretty sure he already knows, which gives more nuance. You know what I mean? Babe, what do you think I should do? Huh? What if I say I'm pretty sure he already knows? I kind of like that. Oh gosh, I kind of. I'm pretty sure he already knows. Pretty sure isn't sure. You should declare it to him. No! You can't make me! You mumbled something incoherent, and she gave you a pointed look. You know that he has a crush on you too. It's so obvious for him. It's obvious for you. Why not just do it? You didn't say anything, wondering about the possibilities instead. The two of you talked a little more about COVE, amongst other topics, and you found that it was nice having someone to speak with about these sorts of things. I'd imagine, because you can't talk to your sister, and you don't really want to talk to your moms. So having somebody else to talk to about this is comforting. Finally, you both decided to pack everything up and head back home for the evening. Lee talked excitedly about the show as you did, and you thought back on what you had already accomplished for it. Baby, why do I always think this song's gonna go? Okay, never mind. You could definitely do with a little more practice, but what you had so far was a solid foundation for the performance. Oh my gosh, what am I looking at me? What I know? You're pissed, you're concerned, and you're concerned. So what happened? Upon walking through the front door, you were met by your moms and Elizabeth hovering around each other in the living room. Tension hung thick in the air as the three of them turned to you and Lee frowning slightly. You had interrupted something, exactly what you weren't sure. Oh wow, who died? Okay, stop. What's going on? Your moms looked, wow, okay, what is happening? Your moms looked at each other, wondering which one of them was going to speak first. What happened to COVE? What happened to COVE? Eventually, Mom cleared her throat and spoke.
Oh.
We're just having a talk with your sister. We're just having a talk with your sister. The room felt quiet again, and with no one quite knowing what to say. You felt incredibly awkward, but the silence didn't last long. You don't have to stop just because these two are here. There's no reason to try keeping it a secret. What? Elizabeth was mad, and with her arms folded defensively over her chest, but your mom's nodded in agreement with her. Oh, this is getting deep. Elizabeth was asking about her parents, her biological ones. The world spun around you at the news. You couldn't understand. Why was this happening now? When you glanced at Lee, she shuffled her feet uncomfortably, as though you didn't know if she should be there or not anymore. You didn't know either. Your moms had always been open and honest about the fact that neither of them had given birth to you or your sister. Whoa! So we're completely adopted. Okay. But the details hadn't been fully explained before. It made sense that Elizabeth didn't know a lot about her biological parents and wanted to know more. You just hadn't ever thought you'd accidentally stumble into it. Elizabeth looked at your parents expectantly. She wasn't going to let the unintentional interruption derail things. You don't want to keep that information. We don't want to keep that information from either of you. It's your right to know your past. But we did want to wait until you asked us to hear yourselves. Well, it's happening now, so... Your moms shared a nervous glance, and Ma took in a quick breath before speaking again. I adopted you from the Philippines when you were just a baby. Oh my gosh. I'm not black. I thought was black. I guess not. Elizabeth dropped her arms, her eyebrows shooting upwards in surprise. Wait, I wasn't born here?
No.
No, you weren't. You could clearly see that your sister was appalled by this information. You struggled even more with what to do or how to react. Am I gonna have to pass some tests to even be a citizen?
No.
No. You were adopted into the country. We took care of things. You're already a citizen. You have nothing to worry about. I followed all the laws when it came to bringing a child into the U.S. Nothing can be held against you. Unless you are under the Cheeto president's command. That's a whole nother conversation for another day. Elizabeth sighed, placated with the information, but still far from happy. Who were my parents? As people. Why did they put me up for adoption in the first place? Ma softly put her hands over Elizabeth's shoulder, trying to provide some support before she gave her the answer. I'm so sorry, sweetie. Your parents were reported to have died. Oh my, this is dark! They didn't go into details on the specifics of how, but you were an orphan. I wish we had better news for you, Elizabeth. Elizabeth was torn between emotions. Her eyes filled with tears as she threw her hands in the air, settling on enraged. Great! So I could never meet them? Even if I wanted to! Not that I could have anyway, since they lived in another part of the world when they were still alive. Elizabeth turned her back on you and your moms and stormed off, sprinting up the stairs into her room before anyone could stop her. I have to go and talk to her. Ma immediately started to follow her, but Mom gently held her by the arm and shook her head. We should go give her a little space to process it all. Your Ma's head hung low, but she stopped walking. With Elizabeth now gone, the two of them seemed to remember you and Lee were standing awkwardly off to the side. I'm sorry you had to see all of that. It's not how I expected it would have happened when the time came. But, since it's the topic of the day, Johnny, is there anything you'd like to ask? You deserve to know, after all. Lee patted your back and gave you a supportive look. Ooh! Oh my gosh, y'all, this is getting good. It was already good, but ooh! Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, how would Johnny respond? I would think Johnny wouldn't want to know. Not now. You know? It would be a lot to process. She just saw how her sister reacted. It's probably just as much as it's a blow to Elizabeth, it's a blow to Johnny. Because what if Johnny thought that they were blood relatives and, you know, that they just didn't come from their mom, but they came together? Like, what if that was the case? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a lot to process. But the me out here in the real world is super curious about, like, where does she come from? What ethnicity is she, you know? It's mind-blowing. What do you think, guys? I'm leaning towards I want to know. Oh gosh, I don't want to know, not right now. You couldn't even answer. I kind of want to sit on this one. I couldn't even answer. Cause like I would be dumbfounded, right? I'm gonna say I couldn't answer. Your parents took that as a no. That's perfectly fine.
I understand.
You can always ask later if you ever change your mind. You smiled at them gratefully. It was nice to know they wanted to be open with you about the topic, even if it wasn't a talk you wanted to have now. No one seemed to have any words after that. What if I just want to get out of the house? I kind of want to go see Elizabeth, Ah, yes, I want to see Cove. I want to see Cove. More than anything, in that moment, you wanted to see Cove. No one could be there for you the way he could. Ah! Woo! We are building a bridge. I'm gonna go out, just for a little while. I'll be back before it's really late. Your mom's nodded in understanding, trusting you to make the best call for yourself. Lee's footsteps echoed from behind, and you knew she was following you. Can you stay, Lee? I want to go by myself. Oh, okay. I'll wait for you here. But I really hope you'll be all right, Johnny. Once outside, you strode across the street purposefully, Cove's house set in your sights. After you raised a hand to knock on the door, it only took a few moments for Mr. Holden to answer it, giving you a broad smile. Hi, Johnny. Looking for Cove, I bet. Looking for Cove, I bet. Yeah, that's right. Cliff turned and whistled down the hall in the direction of Cove's room. Hey, sport! You have a guess. After calling his son, he turned back to you and dipped his head.
No worries.
He'll be here in a sec. As promised, it didn't take long before footsteps echoed down the hall, and Cove's head of green hair appeared before you all. He looked past his dad to see you standing there and smiled, pleased at your visit. Hey, Johnny. Hi, Cove. Can you hang out now? He gave you a is it placid or placid, right? Placid smile. One you were all too familiar with. Sure. You kids take care, all right? I'll be around if you need anything. Mr. Holden shuffled back into the house and closed the front door, giving you some privacy. Cove tilted his head at you, his bangs falling into his face as he did so. What's up? What if I say it's between there's a lot going on right now and I needed to talk to you? I kind of want to lean towards I needed to talk to you. Cove's forehead furrowed in concern at your words. Well, I am here. You can tell me. Can we talk somewhere else? You felt uncomfortable huddling around the entrance of Cove's house. That feeling didn't seem to be a problem, though. Yeah. Cove took a place at your side, and you started to walk. Like, this is such a nostalgic feel, you know? Like, this is so nostalgic. Like, I don't know why, but the feeling of nostalgia just hit me right in the chest. It's so beautiful. I love it. This game is very well done. Very well done. Cove took a place at your side and you started to walk. Aw, we're going back to our spot. You headed towards the hills, where you and Lee had spent the majority of your day. Things seemed so different then, only a couple hours ago, and you wondered how everything had changed so drastically. You took a seat in the grass beside Cove, who bent his legs and rested his arms on them before he turned into you again. Can you explain something to me? You nodded softly before taking a heavy breath and launching into the story. Cove sat quietly and listened attentively, nodding every now and then or taking in a sharp inhale. It took a long time for you to relay the details. Dozens of stars were pinpointed in the sky as the night wore on. Silence settled between you as Cove sat quietly for a moment, contemplating everything you had said. When he finally spoke, his voice was quiet, drifting through the night, towards you. Johnny? Why do I feel like we're getting a kiss after this? This is very first kiss energy. Don't y'all feel that? Did I set us up? Beautifully, might I add. I'm sorry about what's happening with Elizabeth, your parents, your family, everything. He stopped suddenly, and you got the impression he was struggling to find more to say. You know, Elizabeth and I haven't ever been super close, but I don't think she'd want her family to break up or drift apart. But if she complains about it sometimes, smiled at you a little, and you could tell he was trying to be comforting. And your moms definitely don't. It doesn't matter if you're not blood related. You're definitely family. I can't see that. I can see that, and I hope you can too. Oh, what if I cried? Because this is about identity, you know? That's a deep, heavy thing to talk about. I'm gonna cry in relief. His words made a lot of sense. You knew your sister well, and you knew your family would always be important. Even as the tears slowly rolled down your face, that thought comforted you. You stayed up on the hill together a little longer, looking out over the ocean and the stars that shone brightly above it. After talking about the situation with someone who wasn't directly a part of it, you started to see things in a different light. Above all, you were glad to have COVE support and to know you could count on him if you needed it. Hey, the sudden voice of your sister behind you made you jump. You saw her standing a little way away. She walked closer, and you didn't quite know what to do, or what she was planning on saying.
So?
Would you mind going? I want to talk to Jess Johnny. You can come back. It's not going to be forever or anything. COVE seemed equal parts concerned and skeptical. Leaving now wasn't a concept that thrilled him. You nodded your head in agreement. If she wanted to talk to you in private, it was obviously about something important. You waited until the two of you were alone before fixing her with an inquisitive look. Elizabeth folded her arms, looking you over. Did moms tell you about your parents too? I don't want to know. Elizabeth nodded in understanding, her face solemn. Why did you want to talk to me? Elizabeth raised an eyebrow at the question, as though the answer should be obvious. I was worried about you. I was the one who brought it up, but I made you deal with whatever was left when I was gone. Glancing upwards for a moment before settling on you once more. I wanted to ask you what happened without everyone breathing down our necks. She stuck her nose up a little at that, but her smile was soft. I'm okay, Elizabeth. It didn't upset me. How are you allowed to be that mature? The lightning spirits in her were quickly gone as she slipped back into a scowl. You have to be born in the U.S. to become president. Oh, so she wants to be president one day. You know what? That would hurt. That would hurt, because like that's your dreams are like hashed out now, you know, because it's like not only because like I feel like they knew that they weren't their moms made it clear that like they already knew that they weren't their kids biologically, I think, right? That is what happened. But you know, she's sitting over here like she had goals and dreams and plans for herself. And then to have all of that hashed out by like, yeah, you're not an American. Like, that sucks. It really sucks. What? You had never heard of that dream of hers before. She noticed your bafflement and continued. I get I was never going to be president, but it just feels weird, having stuff taken away, not even getting a chance at it. Ugh, that's deep. That is deep. I don't like having to know that when I was born, I was gonna have a completely different life. It's so different, I can't even think about
have spoken another language, lived away from everything I've ever seen here, had someone else as my sibling. And then my parents died, and I was adopted. And the life I got became a totally new thing forever. I can't go back to what it was, even if I wanted to.
That's gotta be tough. Shout out to all the adopteds out there. All my adopted people, shout out to you. Because that is quite something to have to live through, you know? Yeah, that's tough. That is tough. But, I mean, you look at it this way. Yeah, that sucks to learn and, you know, to think about, but the reality is, you're here now, you're in this family, and you belong, you know? A heaven is settled between you and the person who became your sister. You know, I look at it this way. When it comes to, like, adopted families and stuff like that, like, everybody else didn't have a choice to pick their siblings or pick their parents and stuff, you know? Like, you can honestly say you were truly picked out. Like, you were chosen. You were wanted, you know? Because there are some people, I hate to say it, they bring kids in the world and they don't want them, you know? But somebody went out of their way to create a life that you could thrive in and grow in, so that then they can come up to whatever agency they can and be like, I want to make that child my own and grow them and teach them things and make them a thriving citizen of this world. That's beautiful. You know, it's so easy to look at the negative and downsides of things when it doesn't look like everybody else's situation. You know, like, yeah, you know, ideally, you want to be in the family that you're born into, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. But there's also nothing wrong with being adopted into a family that treats you pretty well and encourages you every day and allows you to just be who you are, you know? I see. I feel like that too. I can't stop wondering what my life would have been like if I wasn't adopted. There's so many things that could have been different. Elizabeth watched you seriously. She was still trying to make sense of this to you and herself. I don't know why today was the day. Nothing came up to make me ask the question. It was just something I'd had in my head for a while. When it was just me and Mom's in the living room, I just kind of said it, finally. And there you go. She shifted from one foot to another, relaxing her stance just a bit. She also spoke more gently. Learning about them and what happened doesn't change how I feel about our family, Johnny. She smirked, fixing you with sharp eyes. I had already figured a long time ago that moms weren't our biological parents. That wasn't new. That wasn't news. I would say technically one of them could have been related to you because our moms can have kids, just not both together. True, but I'm not half white or native Hawaiian. Oh, okay, we are Hawaii. So no, neither of them could have been my mom. Nice try, smart Alec. Nothing about the family I was first born in would have made me decide that this wasn't my family anymore. If you had hoped you'd be free of my big sisterly status, don't think you're so lucky. She bumped her shoulder against yours playfully, her lips tilted at the corners.
You'll always be my little sister.
Aww. I'm gonna say, you hugged her. It took a few seconds, but she gave you a quick squeeze in return. I kind of like taking in the moment quietly. Chuckling, she seemed pleased with how the conversation had gone in the end. Ready to head back home? It's been a long day. I bet. Can you imagine? What if, like, you didn't know you were adopted, you just found out you were adopted? Like that. That would be a trip. You gave her a nod.
Come on.
Come on, you two. Let's go. You walked home together in a comfortable silence down the well-worn street. The familiarity of it all felt nice. When you stepped through the door, you found your moms quietly sitting together at the kitchen table. Their heads snapped up, and they got to their feet to meet you. Ma giving you a careful smile. We're so glad to see you. I'm sorry, everything's all right. That's wonderful, sweetheart. Really wonderful. I know it, right? Yeah, that's an understatement, bro. That would be such a day. Good Lord. It's wonderful, sweetheart. Really wonderful. Ma then came over and wrapped her arms around you, and Elizabeth giving you a tight hug. It didn't take long for Mom to join in, putting her arms around the both of you. We really wouldn't have asked for better, kiddos. We love you. More than we could ever say. Moms? You're smushing me. You all chuckled, the rumble of laughter shaking you all as you continued to hold each other tight. I kind of do want to know where I came from, though. But I just feel like realistically, that would be a lot to take in. So for her sake, for my character's sake, I chose not to. But I really did want to know. But hopefully they give me another opportunity to find out. You know, some kind of way. I wonder if I'm from the Philippines too, or like what? Who knows? I love you too. They both pulled back eventually and grinned at the two of you. And you knew then that you all had each other. And you always would. Oh, hey girl, you still here?
Hey, I hope you're alright.
Lee came up towards you, a soft smile plastered on her face.
Are you okay, Elizabeth?
Elizabeth rolled her eyes and huffed a breath, and you knew she wasn't used to showing her vulnerable side. I'm doing fine. Lee nodded, though you could tell she didn't quite believe her. Well now, since we're all here, how about we do something together as a family? That sounds like an excellent idea. We should have some fun before the night's over.
Totally. I love the sound of that.
Okay. Oh, Cove's still here? Hey, baby. Cove looked a little bashful, likely over being included as a part of the family, but he tried not to pay much attention to it. Why not? You hid the smile that threatened to tilt your lips, knowing that Elizabeth must have been in a good mood if she hadn't even teased Cove for being part of it. And no matter what she could have said about it, you wanted him to be here. He was someone who was really important to you. Who's got a suggestion? Twister! I love playing Twister, y'all. I have not played in a while, though, so maybe I'm talking out of turn. But I loved playing Twister growing up. It should be something we can do here in the house, with everyone in the same room. Let's play Uno. Really test our friendship. You suddenly remembered the show you and Lee had been working on earlier. Aw. Maybe we can do our show?
Oh.
A show? This is the first time we're hearing of this. I'm intrigued.
Wonderful.
It would be amazing if you put it on for us to watch. Oh, yeah. I need to see what you've cooked up. That'd be cool. You smiled at Lee, who returned a gesture while bouncing on her heels in excitement.
Take some seats and we'll get everything together.
Your moms collected the chairs from around the dining table and set them in a row in the living room, where there was enough space for the show. While they did that, you and Lee quickly gathered the supplies you needed and rehashed the plan one last time. You listened through the song you had chosen one last time. Why did I say that again? It's weird. You also took a moment to cycle through the dance moves you had planned. You then made sure to grab your bicycle helmet and knee pads for your bedroom and strapped them on. After that, you quickly applied the makeup looks you had practiced earlier. When would I have time to have practiced earlier? Okay, that's how you know it's a video game. Like, I had no time between all of this drama to come up with a makeup look, to come up with the stunt, to come up with dance moves. We just winging it. When the two of you returned to the living room, everyone was sitting and chatting amongst themselves while they waited. Me and my sisters used to put on shows for my parents. We really did. Like reading through this, it's nostalgic again. It puts a nice fuzzy feeling in the middle of my chest. When me and my sisters would put on shows, and we would put on like dance shows mostly, and I was the boss. I would run my sisters. I would tell them what we're doing. Their room was big enough to do it, and they had enough space. And then on top of that, we used their walk-in closet as our changing room because we had outfit changes. Yes, we had outfit changes. I remember we danced to this Girl Scout song. One of the songs is like Jump, Jive, and Swing for Cookies. I bet I could find it on YouTube. But, I remember one of us, it could have been me, I can't remember, but I had one of us do make programs and give them to our parents at the door. Like, look, we put on a show. Okay? And I made sure everybody got to their points and their parts and that nobody was flat and everybody did a good job. I've been entertaining all my life. I love doing it. It's just who I am. We also would do parades. Like if we saw a parade earlier in the day, we would just recreate it later that night. Cause the wagons, the little red wagons, we would have one of us pull the red wagon while the other one was in there, and we take the candy that we caught from the day earlier and threw it out to our parents. We would go through the kitchen and go down the hallway. Yeah, I miss being a kid. Adulthood sucks. Oh, I miss being a kid. It was so much fun. Oh well. I guess I have to look forward to is the kids that we'll have that will hopefully put me in the same predicaments. Because I would definitely love to see some shows by my babies. And whatever else they want me to see, I would love to see it. Anyway, the group quieted down when you and Lee stood in front of them on your makeshift stage. Lee was buzzing quietly with excitement beside you. Babe, can you go ahead and put that link on the Discord? Go ahead and do it now since it's late enough. In case you haven't heard, I just want to reiterate. There we go. I want to reiterate, I am me and my hubby / technician / Lord Ecogen. We are part of a campaign that Variety Magazine is doing, where if we are America's favorite couple, we get $20,000 and an advertorial spread in Variety Magazine. Jeff Goldblum and his wife are the face of this contest. And so far we've made the top 20. Every week that goes by, you have the opportunity to do a daily vote. Like you vote every day for free. Now, if you want to give more votes, you can donate a certain amount of money, and that will give the amount of votes to us. Say, for instance, you give $10, we get 10 votes. You do $20, we get 20 votes, and so on and so forth. And I know what you're thinking. Well, where is all this money going? It's not going to us. It's not part of the 20,000. It's not going to Variety Magazine, and it's not going to Jeff Goldblum. It is going to two nonprofit organizations, Oceana and the Food Bank of Los Angeles. Okay? So if you do decide to give money to give us a nice little boost in our stance, we would be most appreciated, and the money is going to a good cause. Trust and believe. Nobody's getting that money unless they are those nonprofit organizations. But yeah, we're putting the information on the Discord, the link on the Discord, so you guys can go ahead and click on that and vote daily, because the next cuts for top 15, we were in top 20. Now we have to make top 15, and that is July 17th. I think that's a Thursday? Today's the 12th. Yeah, that's next Thursday. So cuts are every Thursday, and we would really love to make cuts. So please vote as much as you can. The link is also in my socials if you are already following me. Okay. Yeah. So please vote. We'd be so appreciative. Okay. I'm pumped. The time you and Lee had put into practicing was worth it. You were ready to go.
Okay, so welcome to our show. We only came up with today, but we promise it'll be good.
Thank you for being here tonight. Your moms gave you a thumbs up and encouragement, ready for the performance. Then you nodded at Lee that you were ready to begin. Lee took in a deep breath, waiting the few beats it took to get into the song, and started singing. The dance moves you had practiced went perfectly with the tempo of the song. You performed your stunts to the sounds of gasps and applause from the audience. The makeup you had done on yourself and Lee made the show feel much more like a real production. When the performance was over, Lee took your hand in hers, and the two of you bowed deeply together. Everyone gave you a round of applause and cheered for an encore. When you straightened yourself up, you were happy to see that even Elizabeth was clapping for you. Bravo! Bravo!
Good job.
You are so talented! Your family rose from their seats and came over to congratulate you more directly. You were beaming from ear to ear. Cove was the first one to approach, stepping up to you and Lee with a smile on his face.
It's nice.
Nice job.
Thank you.
You're a really great dancer, Johnny. It was cool. You blushed and said nothing. Luckily, we had a crowd who's easily impressed now. It was pretty good, huh? Thanks. I want to say you blushed and said nothing. Cove chuckled and shook his head. Hey, were you the one who did the makeup?
Of course, my man would notice.
Yeah, that was me. Cove smiled, content over his guess being correct. I thought so. It was good. You couldn't help but feel flattered that he could recognize your talents so easily. Your parents gushed about how great everything was and thanked you for sharing it with them. Elizabeth was complimentary in her own way, although she did describe the show as cute, which you knew she meant as kind of kitty. You laughed it off, however, and were just happy that everyone had a nice time. In that moment, you couldn't have been more pleased to be a part of the family you had. This is such a cute story. Like, oh my gosh. All right, and then the summer ended. Yes, I've done everything. All right, so we're going to do this one last bit, and then we done. I'm so happy I got to spend this much time with y'all. I have missed y'all. Oh my gosh. There was no denying it. Today was the very last day of summer. Tomorrow, you were heading to class. Your feelings were muddled. There were aspects of going to school that you missed, and others you were happy to live without. If only you could pick and mix between bits of the summer and school. You got dressed, not okay, we're gonna pretend like I said that right. The day before you, but contemplating what lay ahead of you tomorrow. Life was going to be different. You had come to think of the summer vacation as the norm, but school sucked up the majority of the year, whereas the summer vacation was just a respite in the middle. So rather than it being different, it was kind of a return to normal. To normal? What did your normal life really mean? You considered how fondly your moms talked about their summer vacations as kids. You dimly recognized that one year the pattern of the school
of school and summer itself would be over for good. It was hard to imagine. You gotten distracted, one arm still out of a sleeve. You pulled it through and put your mind back to the present. This season had brought out plenty of changes of its own, like Kyra's visit, though that, too, was coming to an end today. You were happy you'd finally gotten a chance to know her. She was interesting to be around. You liked how easy it was to talk to her. You finished dressing, which was good. Cove would be there any moment. You'd agreed to see his mom off together. Officially, the plan was that he would come over to bring you round to his house when she was ready to set off. But you both knew that you'd be hanging out for at least a while beforehand. Kyra's visit had troubled Cove when it first happened. It had been a sudden change, thanks to Mr. Holden's infamous tendency to surprise people. But once he was able to adjust, he'd been in pretty good spirits with her around. It was a relief for everyone. You turned to your desk, where the box containing your accessories resided. A thought struck you like a bolt, and your eyes bored into the box. Should you wear an anklet for Cove's visit today? You had some nice ones that you hadn't used in a while. Yes, put it on! Yes! Not several. You put on one. Your heart pounded as you slipped the hoop around the clasp and fastened it in place. Would Cove spot it? Your face grew hot as you imagined how he might react. The next thought that crossed your mind was, it would only be polite to get the door for Cove. You went downstairs to wait. You couldn't wait to see Cove, so you went downstairs to meet him when he arrived. Cove knew your house well enough. You could lounge in your room to wait for him. You couldn't wait to see Cove, so you went in. You bounded down the stairs, your hand gliding over the rail. You wanted to make sure you got there first. If you didn't hurry, your moms might answer it. It was only a few minutes later when the doorbell rang, as you chosen to stand beside it to wait for Cove. There was no delay in pulling it open. Cove was there, just as you had expected. He smiled as he caught sight of you.
Hey.
Hi. Hi. Smiling, you beckoned for him to come in and follow you upstairs. Back up in your room. I didn't know we were going back up here. I could have just stayed up here. You sat down on your bed and waited for Cove to settle in as you knew he would. With other guests, you might have offered them a seat, but you and Cove were long past those tentative stages of friendship. Your room was as familiar to him as it was your own. As was his own. As his own! You watched as Cove sat down in your desk chair, his preferred spot. He rolled it closer to the bed to make it easier to chat, tweaking the angles so that he was facing you fully. Once happy with the position, he leaned in towards you, hands held in his lap. His actions weren't the ones of someone who planned on moving from his spot anytime soon, even though you had an appointment to keep together that day. So when is your mom leaving?
Don't worry about it.
We've got some time. She's still got to shower and stuff before she goes. She didn't want me to just keep hanging around while she was doing that. He lifted his head, his gaze drifting out through the window, and chuckled. I can't believe she's already leaving. Just when I'm getting used to her being there every day. He leaned back in the chair, a wry smile tickling his cheeks. Time's going by so fast. He cocked his head thoughtfully before shrugging. He ran a hand through his hair before shaking his head, as if shaking off the topic like a dog whipping off water following a dip in the sea. Cove looked back to you, lips parted as it, what's this music? What's this music? Sounds like you're trying to be a G version of sexy. I'm sorry, y'all. I thought of when like Conan O'Brien would make that sound, that growl that he would do whenever he'd have like female guests. Yes, it is me, Conan O'Brien. Cove looked back to you, lips parted as if he was about to speak, but instead his eyes widened and his mouth closed in a tiny frown. Something had caught his attention. Something wrapped around where the end of your leg met your foot. Oh, you like this, Cove? You like this? He cast his eyes back up to your face, then down to your ankle, and back to your face. He repeated the process once, twice more,
as if struggling to hold the two items in tandem. Maybe he was weighing up whether this could be a coincidence or not. Or maybe he was just too shy to verbalize his thoughts. Or was still trying to find the words, and this was the most he could manage. The attention made you feel thrilled. I'm gonna say thrilled. You felt energized by how impactful it had been, wanting to leap up, but not wanting to break the spell that Jory had placed on Cove. On his next glance back to your face, Cove saw your expression had shifted. You watched as his bewilderment eroded into mortification as he realized that he had been caught staring. He quickly spun in the chair to face the wall instead, allowing you to glimpse the flesh that had spread all the way to his ears. He twisted in his seat, wringing his hands and determinedly avoiding looking in your direction again. It seemed that he decided against saying anything at all. Ooh, should I say, does it look good? Or should I say, what's the problem? It's gonna be one of the two. It's either gonna be, does it look good? Or what's the problem, Cove? Because if I say, what's the problem, Cove, I'm messing with him. But if I say, does it look good? I'm like being cute, but I'm not doing, I feel like does it look good is probably the best option. Because me, I would say, what's the problem? But this is Johnny, not me. Ah, look at his face. He's just like, please don't ask me that. Cove mumbled something unintelligible as he slumped over. With how he was hunched over, the quiet words had no chance of reaching you. You weren't going to get anything out of him in this state. You waited for him to come around before speaking again. Finally, he piped up, very softly. Did you do it because of what I said before? I mean, you know? The last few words were whispered as though you were a precious secret. Ankle bracelet? What if I shrugged like, I don't know? Yes, no. What if I say, what's in my face? What if I say maybe? I'm loving this flirtatiousness. What if I say, I don't know what you're talking about? No. Maybe. I'm gonna say maybe. His eyes squeezed shut. You had no idea if the answer made him feel better or more nervous. He eventually, why do I feel like something's on my forehead? He eventually looked down at his lap, where his fingers were flexing and curling in an awkward dance of nerves. His chest rose as he breathed deep. Well, it looks good on you. Your heart skittered in your chest. That's such a funny word, skittered. It almost sounds wrong. Does that make sense? Your heart skittered in your chest, like a stone skipping across water. One big leap from the unexpected compliment, followed by a series of shorter ones as you absorbed the words. You beamed at him. He was looking at you again, at last, and returned the smile shyly. This really couldn't have worked out better, he thought. And there was nothing else he could add after that. The conversation lapsed into another comfortable lull. Cove swung his feet underneath the seat of the chair, eyes resting on you. Having him over here was so nice. No matter how you spent time with him, with time, you always felt better for being in his company. You couldn't help but adore him, but as a friend, and in a way that plucked at your heart, a vague yearning for more. Heck yeah! Yearn for yearn, baby! Yearn for yearn! Maybe it was because summer was almost over, that your feelings were rushing in on you now, like high tide at the end of a long day. I like this though. I like the idea of like they've been kind of pussyfooting around. If you ever heard that term before, I'm sorry if you haven't. I was raised by older Southern Black people. But yeah, if you're just doing that, but like I feel like this is natural for her to feel like she has to, like, to just have a day where she's just super brave, you know? Summer was such a meaningful time for the two of you. Not only because it was when you first met, but because it was a season that you could spend almost entirely as much as you please. I'm sorry, I just put words in there that wasn't there. That you could spend almost entirely as you pleased, and you both chose to spend it together. Oh gosh. Oh no, I'm scared. Should I tell him? You want to let go? I don't know.
I feel like I'm nervous. Where you were now felt safe. It was good. You couldn't handle the possibility of messing it up. The two of you tried to find something to say now. Luckily, it didn't end up being that hard. This really was a nice summer. You nodded your agreement. Cove, still nestled cozily in your chair, smiled at your response. How are your fish doing? Really good. Things in the tank are stable and everybody looks healthy. It's nice to hear. You learned from Cove how hard it was to maintain an aquarium. Freckles has been busy. Keeps darting between the plants and out again when I walk by, like a game of peekaboo. Or hide and seek. Yeah. Cove idly glanced out of the window. He gave a resigned sigh. It's gonna be harder to surf. You know, with school, it gets colder out. I don't want to get rusty. I don't know how I'm gonna go on without surfing. I wish I could do it more outside of summer. He gave a light smile coupled with a shrug as response. Johnny! Cove! The sudden call from downstairs caught you both unaware. You'd nearly forgotten the world outside your room. From the guilty look on his face, Cove had done the same. Just had a call. Cove's mom is ready to go. If you're quick, she might keep the mandated motherly smothering to a minimum. You doubted that, but it was nice that Mom and Mrs. Priest, that's her last name? Miss Priest had their strange sense of humor in common. Your eyes met Cove's. Wordlessly, you headed downstairs together. Each step on the way there was painfully slow, like he was trying to delay the inevitable. His whole body tensed leaving the house, and Cove froze altogether before you both could cross the street.
Oh.
The door is open. Dad must be taking her stuff out. He swallowed hard. She's really gonna leave. You gave his back a pat. You smiled at him reassuringly. You felt a small shiver ripple through his body as the warmth from your hands sank in. Cove looked at you like he was hoping you had a solution for how he was feeling, and all you could do was give his arm a squeeze for support. At that, some of the conflict wearing on his face eased a bit. Together you went across the street and inside his house, finding his parents in the living room, surrounded by his mom's packed things. Hey kids. Good timing. I just called a taxi.
Hi.
And hi, Johnny. So glad I could see you today. It was fabulous getting to know you this summer. I finally got to put a face to the name I've heard so many times. She winked, and Cove pouted on cue over the teasing. I'm really happy I got to meet you too, I'll say that. Hopefully it won't be too long before we see each other again. Nodding, Kyra turned her attention back to her boys. She patted Cliff on the arm with a warm smile, and she enveloped Cove in a crushing hug. Initially, Cove squirmed to break free from her grip, but his mom was unfazed and kept him locked in place. Heartbeats later, he gave in and hugged her back tightly.
I'm so glad.
And I'm so happy this trip was a success. Cliff looked like he was bursting with pride. And then Cove stiffened. Kyra loosened her hold on him enough to study his face, concerned. She spoke her next words in a whisper that had been meant just for her son.
What do you think?
Do you want to unshelve it? Raising an eyebrow, Cliff watched them carefully. His smile began to falter.
What's wrong?
Well, he said it. I don't need to say it. He said it. Cove sighed and his gaze flickered over to you for a moment. And then, just as quick, it was back to his parents. It's all right.
Really?
Are you sure? I don't want to do it now. I can tell Dad later. Nervously, you watched the exchange with a growing suspicion that Cove didn't want to have that conversation while you were there. You wondered if you should offer to leave, and Kyra gave Cove a pat on the head.
All right.
You can always call me if you want me to be a part of the conversation, okay? I'll call. Thanks, Mom. Cliff still looked baffled about what Kyra and Cove were referring to, but you watched as his shoulders slowly relaxed. You figured that he decided to wait for Cove to be ready to talk to him. And with that, Cliff's silence, things seemed to be settled for now. Jeez. After that, it wasn't long before the taxi arrived. Rolling up in front of the house and in clear view of the open door, Kyra stood up, smiling sadly.
Well,
Well, that's my ride. Yeah. Aw, they're both sad to see him leave. The matching reply got a chuckle out of Kyra as you all filed out of the house. Father and son went with Kyra's bags in hand. Once outside, you spotted your family waiting by the street, and to your surprise, Derek was also with them. He stood uncomfortably, and he waved as soon as you noticed him.
What's up?
He's so adorable. Hey, Johnny. Hi, Cove. When did you get here? My dad dropped me off just a little bit ago, though I could visit one more time before school started.
Sorry.
You picked a busy time. Sorry. Derek couldn't even look at Cove. He nervously kept rolling a pebble with the bottom of his shoe.
sorry.
I wasn't even thinking that your mom would be leaving today. I'm sorry, dude. What? Oh my gosh, Siri, I'm not talking to you. You're not interrupting anything. You're always welcome here.
It would have been sad if I didn't have to say goodbye before leaving.
Derek came to hang out often, so it was inevitable that the two had met at some point this season. I think so. I think so too. It was apparent Derek would have preferred to have gotten there at a more appropriate moment. He never liked seeming impolite, but their reassuring words soothed his worries. The tension he was holding in his body lessened, and he looked like he was feeling much more like himself. Bye, Derek. Oh no, why did I get English? Bye, Derek. It was fun getting to know you. Bye, ma'am. Is there anything I could do to help? Nah, don't worry yourself over that. We're just about set. In that short amount of time, Cliff had gathered and packed the bags into the trunk. I was about to say Skyra. Ooh, that sounds kind of cool, Skyra. Kyra took one last look at everyone inside. All right. I don't want to keep the driver waiting. It's time to head out. I think when they asked what Cove, did he want to talk about it? I think that she was asking him like, hey, do you think you want to move with me? What do y'all think? I think that's what she was asking. The little crowd that had formed already started that chorus of farewells and well wishes traveling. But Kyra still made no move to get into the taxi. She placed her attention on Cove. I'll call when I get to the airport and when I make it to Nevada. Also, you better call the moment you walk in the door at home. Otherwise, we'll be wondering all night if you got into trouble on the way there. I can do that. And could you call tomorrow too, so I can tell you how school went? Of course. I want to hear all about it. Kyra put a hand on Cove's head and affectionately ruffled his hair one last time. She didn't let go, only to move on to squeezing his cheeks in her hands instead. Mom, I love you so much, baby. She was chuckling by the time she freed him and rounded things off with a small tap to the tip of his nose. Cove rubbed at his face with a grin. Finally, she walked to the car while waving and took her seat in the taxi. Cliff hooked an arm around Cove's shoulder and kept him close as he began to pull away. For a moment, Cove looked up at his dad and then wrapped an arm around his back.
Bye.
Bye, Mom. Bye. Travel safe. Kyra rolled down the window and stuck her head out of it. She waved again while blowing kisses at Cove and Cliff. See you again. Before she was even out of sight, you decided to... Ooh. Wave goodbye? Call out with your family and hers? Like, what do you mean call out? Like, bye? Like that? Is that what that means? I guess. Maybe? Is that? I guess. As you added your voice to the others, you watched Kyra's smile grow larger. The cab turned down another road and completely disappeared from view. Cove let go of his dad and took a few steps out into the empty street, still looking in the direction his mom went. He smiled quietly, deep in thought. You got the impression Cove was feeling better than he was earlier. He was finally content with the way things were. You jumped a bit when your mom put a hand on your shoulder, pulling you away from your thoughts. She smiled when you looked at her. That was a great vacation, huh? No naps for you, then. Can't risk you accidentally ending summer a few hours too early for the rest of us. Chuckling, you shook your head, amused. Cove walked back over to the group, still genuinely happy. Derek grinned at him welcomingly, and everyone else there smiled at him, even Elizabeth.
Well,
Well? Ma clapped her hands together, bringing everyone's attention back to the present. It's almost lunchtime. I think I'll put something special together. Her eyes sparkled with a plan, and Mom smiled. I bet you could use some help with that. That'd be absolutely wonderful. Derek glanced between the two, his eyebrows furrowed. Is there something I could do? Your moms exchanged a fond expression. Ma shook her head.
how sweet.
That's very sweet, Derek, but it's all right. It's not your job. Technically, your dad left you under Cliff's watch. You're meant to be taken care of by him, not doing chores for the neighbors. Mom laughed a little over her own joke. She watched Derek look away, discouraged.
It's okay.
It's okay, I don't mind. He was a little bashful about it. You wondered if Mom's joke had just reminded him that he wasn't initially meant to be invited to lunch. It was getting a little awkward. Mom grinned sympathetically. Her comment was meant to lighten the mood, not bring it back down. Ma tried again to get things moving forward. Why don't you kids have fun? You all can come back in about an hour. We'll make enough for everyone. Mom nodded in agreement.
Sounds good.
Another stunning idea. Another stunning idea, Lonnie. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah. That sounds like a plan then. I don't want to crap your style. I've got some stuff to work on, so I could be out of your hair this afternoon. You should come by later too. No reason you should be the odd man out. Mom seemed amused as Cliff rubbed his neck nervously. He grinned a wavering, but please smile.
Thanks very much.
I appreciate the invite. He looked over the assembled crowd with knowing glances. I can help too. With as many people as you're feeding, that's gonna be a lot of food. Didn't you hear what he told Derek? It wouldn't be fair to make you cook when we're the ones who invited you in. Ma raised an eyebrow when Cliff waved it off.
Come on.
I insist. Derek would be missing time with his pals. This would be a break for me. I'm quite the chef. Ma and Mom exchanged further glances before Mom shrugged.
True.
An airtight argument. Do y'all hear my husband snoring in the background? Poor thing. If you're sure, we'll be happy to have you, Chef Cliff. Cliff's grin widened and seemed more hyped than you'd expected him to be about helping with lunch. Were you sleeping? Were you sleeping? Cove shook his head, a fond smile on his face. Then, all of us grown-up people will be heading inside. I assume the rest of you kiddos are staying out. Maybe not all of them. Ma tilted her head, a silent question for Elizabeth. Your sister thought for a moment.
All right.
I'll stay with the kids.
That's fantastic.
That's great. And both your moms smiled at her, while Derek and Cove didn't seem to appreciate her phrasing. But with the plan decided, all three parents waved and headed for your house. It was just you teenagers now. Elizabeth looked at you and the others, a curious expression on her face. So what now? You can have the rest of these fries if you want. You silently wondered if Elizabeth only stayed out with you to avoid getting roped into work. Then again, she could just genuinely want to hang out. You couldn't tell with your sister. Cove spoke up after no one else did to answer Elizabeth's question. Want to go down to the shopping street? It's been a while, and I don't think there's a lot of other things we could agree on. Yeah, sure.
Awesome.
Sounds awesome to me. Unlike you guys, I haven't been there 1,000 times. It's new to me. Keep the burrito in there, though. I'm gonna eat that later. It's new to me. There's nothing else to do. You strolled across the road as a group, down to the beach and then to the left. It took less than 15 minutes to arrive, one of the conveniences of Sunset Bird. The four of you looked around at the familiar shops, trying to see if anything caught your attention this time. Derek was the most enthusiastic. He checked out every stall with his eyes wide with wonder. Elizabeth and Cove were in good spirits as well. That's so cool! He ran over to a street magician who was currently doing a card trick for a group of enchanted tourists. Derek clapped when the magician showed a middle-aged man his card. Derek turned back to the group with a curious gleam on his face. What does it take to perform here anyway? Do you have to ask somebody? Or do you just show up and start doing stuff? Would you even ask? It's a public street. Hey, Miss Mayor, can I pull a rabbit out of my hat? Please. Flopsy is well behaved, I promise. Derek chuckled, his eyes searching up and down the scene. Maybe there's a boss of a shopping street? No one does any of this around my neighborhood. It's just regular stores behind walls. It's different if someone wants a real store. But here, I'm pretty sure people are just putting on their little shows, whatever they want, and do whatever. That's so neat. Would we be allowed to do something too? Cove laughed, and Derek began almost vibrating with excitement. Elizabeth rolled her eyes. What would we do? Well, I don't know what. Not yet. I mean, I just found out it's a possibility, you know? But there's gotta be something. We know cool stuff. I'm sure if we think about it, we could plan a show that'd really get a crowd pumped. Do you think I can help too? Of course!
Nice.
I knew I could count on you. Now, we just need to act. It'll come to us. Right. With some amusement, the gang continued to peruse the stalls. Elizabeth found some earrings with a dangling, badly misprinted globe that everyone laughed at. Cove picked out a blob of ice as Iceland, but Derek thought it had to be Greenland. You know this is a world with what looks like 9 continents. I think you're both wrong. I'm a side with Cove. It looks like Iceland to me.
I know.
Right? Suddenly, Cove froze. You stared at him and then tried to see what caught his attention. When you saw a familiar face down the way, it all made sense. Is that butthole boy? Between the... I was right. All right, it's showtime, y'all. Between the crowds, his bright hair stood out like a neon green bowl in a kitchen sink. Oh, a neon green bowl in a kitchen sink. It was Jeremy. Okay. Jeremy slowly drifted his eyes down the street, and his eyes widened in mutual... Drifted his eyes down the street, and his eyes widened. This game does a lot of repeats that I don't like. His eyes widened in mutual recognition. He definitely noticed you. Derek frowned, and Cove sighed. Neither of them were happy to see him again. You glared at, you decided to smile at, you looked away. I would say, you looked away. You didn't want to even start with Jeremy's shenanigans today. I really don't. I ain't got time for it. Elizabeth raised an eyebrow. Her gaze swept over Jeremy without a hint of a clue. Jeremy simply scoffed at himself and waded deeper into the crowd of people. Derek relaxed and exhaled loudly. I'm glad he's not starting anything. He peeked over at Elizabeth with a tiny smirk. See? That was the mean kid.
What?
Huh? Uh-oh, is Big Sis gonna come clutch? She still didn't get it. The first summer day hadn't made nearly as much of an impression on her as it did for Derek, but he smiled and waved it off. Just forget about him. I already have. Exactly. He laughed and Cove smiled lightly. He seemed in a much better mood now that Jeremy was gone. Your eyes wandered over to where Jeremy disappeared. You hadn't forgotten the day you met him either. He was only going to be in town for a vacation with the parents he hated. That glimpse was probably the last time you would ever see him. I don't think Jeremy will stay here with summer ending. That might have been the last time we will ever see him.
Yeah.
Guess we don't have to worry about that guy anymore. Derek kicked at a little rock in the road. It clattered forward and then rolled under a stall. But I still think it's kind of sad Jeremy turned out to be, well, like he is. It would have been nice to make another friend. Cove shook his head. He was clearly not broken up over what it might have been. Exactly, me neither, boo-boo. I'm happy it's over. Elizabeth rolled her eyes at the strange farewell to the odd boy, not interested in the slightest. She clearly didn't understand his impact, and at this point, she didn't want to understand. She couldn't help but wonder, though, what would have happened if you would have interacted with Jeremy more? I guess we'll never find out. I guess we'll never know. You were glad that you wouldn't find out. Exactly. Jeremy was unlike anyone you had ever met before. You thought he was kind of okay. You didn't know what to think about him. Thought he was stupid. You thought he was stupid. I feel like that's, yeah. You and the group moved on from Stahl and from Jeremy. It didn't take long for everyone to return to the joking. You all enjoyed what little time you had left, as Elizabeth mentioned the hour was almost up. Yeah, okay, what's this music? Okay. I said, looking at me in the street corner, and everybody wondering how that I go far. And I said, who are you? And they said back to me, I guess it might as well go, we got history. We got history, and everybody knows it, everybody shows it. We got history, and everybody knows it, everybody shows it. And everybody looking at the mirror way. I don't really give a crap, I don't give a crap what you say. It's just another, it's just another. Okay. The little trip had flown by, and lunch must have been waiting for you now. Derek bounced on the balls of his feet.
Okay.
Come on, guys. Let's get going so we can eat. I'm starving. What is blessing my ears? You talking about me or the music? Let's see. Let's see. I think homebound. Here we go. Cove stretched out his arms lazily. Let's go then. You looked at him appraisingly. Oh, what if I ask him to carry me back? Y'all think he gonna do it? Y'all think he gonna do it? I'm talking about you. Ah, thank you, Avery. Thank you. Thank you. This is a good beat though. Yes. Yes. Hey, Cove? Yeah? I wanted to ask you something. Could you carry me home? I'm gonna just prepare for myself to really lay it on thick, y'all. I'm going all in. We gotta let this boy know that we want. He said, what? I'm tired, Cove. My legs are so tired. I want to be carried. Cove turned red, obviously flustered. Come on, Cove. You want to or not? I didn't want to walk back. You told him it was a special occasion. You decided to let it go. I want a piggyback ride. I kind of wanted a piggyback ride from someone. I hope that's okay. Cove sighed and shook his head, and this there became a chorus of laughter. Oh, he told me no! I'm embarrassed. I thought he would do it. Dang it, because I thought that would have worked better than saying, like, I don't feel like walking back. Well, please, maybe? All right, okay. Cove stepped over to you. He looked like he couldn't believe what he was doing. Your lips quirked into a large smile. I know that's right, girl. Thank you, Cove. And carefully crunched down in front of you so that you could climb on. It took a little bit of clamoring to get yourself completely on Cove's back. However, when Cove slipped his arm under your legs and stood up, you felt very secure. I bet I did. This music, y'all, it's fire. Elizabeth watched with a smirk on her face while Derek laughed even harder. It was fair to say that your antics were entertaining. You were glad Cove went with it. I'm glad, because I was like, I know you're not giving up the opportunity to have my body on your body. I'm just saying. Cove carried you home, but he seemed pretty bashful about the situation. He struggled with how much to grip around you and whether or not he should try to reposition things. It was a pleasant walk home, and in no time, you had made it back. Derek got the front door and held it open for everyone as you each moseyed inside. I've never seen mosey before. Now I'm gonna keep this in my brain. The three parents were still in the kitchen. They looked up and waved. Oh. Welcome back, everyone. You made it just in time. Oh, no, that's the dad. Never mind. You made it just in time. I hope you're hungry. When Cove had brought you inside, the parents couldn't help but notice the odd could be. Uh-oh. Look at their faces. Oh my gosh, that is hilarious. She is like, uh-oh. They touch it now. Oh no. He's like, I don't know, guys. This may be a bit much. Oh dear. I did not know our Johnny was so aroused. That's funny. When Cove had brought you inside, her parents couldn't help but notice the alchemist. Your mom's unsure, and Mr. Holden raised an eyebrow. Did you pull something, Johnny? I'm okay. Aw, Cove, you've gotten so strong. Good. And reliable, too. What a guy. Cove rolled his eyes at the commentary and started walking to your couch. He bent down and you let yourself plop back on the couch. Thank you. I appreciate it. Cove exhaled loudly and shook out his arms. He just seemed relieved that he made it. Oh gosh, not Cove telling me I'm a big bag. So, did everyone have a nice time out? You gestured for people to take a seat at the table. Plates and silverware had already been placed out. You took your normal seat. Elizabeth sat across from you, and Derek took the seat to your left. Cove sat on your right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we had a great time. I'm gonna probably get back from voicing Derek's voice how he is because, like, y'all, my throat can't take it. Ew. My goodness.
It was fine. Ooh, goodness gracious. It was nice. No, I'm not gonna say that. I really liked it. That's good in my book. Casually, Mr. Holden sat in the empty seat across from Cove. He smiled at you and all the other kids. Mom set down a platter full of water glasses on the table. She looked down at the gathering. It's a good thing we have 8 chairs. I can't remember the last time we've had a group this big over for a meal. Can you pass the drinks down to the other side? Make sure you all get one. Sure. Those close to the cups obliged and started offering waters around. And everything got set up. Ma chided Elizabeth to take her elbows off the table.
No.
And you shouldn't slouch. She pointed to Mr. Holden, who was leaning forward with both arms on the table. Oops. Mr. Holden seemed unsure about all the sudden attention and carefully rearranged his posture to something suitable for a fancy dinner. He smiled sheepishly at Ma. Elizabeth rolled her eyes, and Ma gave a level look at her. You shouldn't be impolite to a guest in the house, either. Elizabeth groaned, long suffering. Ma giggled, and Mr. Holden chuckled.
Not bad.
The lot of you could learn a thing or two from Derek. He has the best manners here. Derek blushed, but it was true. His posture was upright and formal. He even held his fork gracefully. His table manners, on top of all his attempts to aid your parents, made him the model of meal attendee behavior.
Aw.
It's nothing. It's true, though. You have been a lovely guest. I noticed that, too. It's always nice when you stay over, Derek. Derek smiled and sat a little taller in his chair.
And do you have anything good to say about our other guests?
She looked deliberately at Cove with a teasing smirk. She could not leave him alone.
Or is there just nothing to say?
Well, Cove is my number 1, but he does still clean his hands by wiping them on his pants. Why are you embarrassing him like that? Cove frowned at that and absentmindedly brushed his hands on his pant legs. Your mom's laughed lightly.
There.
Elizabeth, you should know, after all these years, Cove is hardly a guest anymore. Cove smiled awkwardly. You leave that boy alone, Elizabeth. For real. Thanks. Do I want some manners? Do I want some manners? Do I want some manners? I don't know. Do I want some manners? Do I want some manners? Let's see. Who cares? I don't think it's that big of a deal. Manners schmanners. What if I tease Cole for his bad habit? I gotta mess with him, y'all. Don't think I'm gonna let the pants thing go. Cove looked over at the window, not wanting to face the truth. Everyone ate their meal together and continued to hang out for the afternoon. After the food, you and the others played a couple of games and talked about plans for the upcoming year. Love this scenery. The time passed by quickly, and soon it was time to part ways. Mr. Holden talked to your moms, and Cove drifted over to you, knowing that as soon as his dad finished up, he would be leaving. It'd be cool to stay, but we have some stuff to do before everything closes today.
Okay.
Yeah, bye. Could you move? I need the phone. Cove raised an eyebrow, and Elizabeth impatiently gestured behind him. Cove realized he was standing in front of where the receiver was placed. He sidestepped out of the way and shook his head, clearly thinking Elizabeth was rushing too much. Your sister made a beeline for the phone and started dialing the number of what you'd figured was one of her friends. Knowing Elizabeth, she was going to be on there for a while. You, Cove, and Derek shuffled closer to the door. It seemed like Mr. Holden was wrapping up his conversation, so everyone started saying their various farewells.
Talk to you later.
See you later, Cove. We gotta do this again sometime. Yeah, see you. Cove turned to you and smiled slightly. Bye, Johnny. I'ma hug him. You stepped forward and spread your arms wide. Cove only had a moment to react before you encircled him in your arms. I would think we can hug. We've been friends for I don't know how long. Cove hugged you back and broke the hug after a few seconds. He nodded at you and grinned. His cheeks were slightly red, especially when he looked over and noticed that Derek has watched the whole thing. Derek smiled amusedly. Seriously, dude? We'll have to hang out later. I'm gonna miss you during school. He offered Cove a high five and the two boys clapped their hands together. Cove and his dad left soon after that. Your parents started cleaning up the house, and Elizabeth was still chatting to her friends on the phone. It was just you and Derek left. He elected to stay outside in front of the house to wait for his dad to pick him up. You decided to keep your guest company, although he was originally Cove's visitor. A light summer breeze blew through your hair and Derek shifted his weight from foot to foot. Thanks for waiting on me. He kicked at the ground distractedly. Well, Dad's still gonna be a while, so do you want to go for a walk? Okay. The two of you walked down the street again, just wandering without a destination plan. It was a quiet stroll, too quiet for Derek being the company. You turned to him when you had noticed that he wasn't saying a word. That was unusual. Derek always had something he could chat about. You weren't sure if you should ask about it. Somehow you ended up at the old park near the beach. You glanced over to Derek once more, still expecting him to say something any second now. However, nothing came from him. In fact, now you noticed a frown creeping on his face. Derek smiled when he realized you were watching. At least his mouth was turned up. There wasn't anything that really felt happy in the expression. He turned away and the smile fell off his face. His eyes stared intently at the ground and you raised an eyebrow. What if I just know? Is everything okay? I'm a little sad. It's just that school's starting back up again. It's going to be harder to visit. I'm going to have homework and clubs and practices and everything else.
Sucks.
It really sucks. We go to different schools. His face screwed up and his fists were closed tightly together. This was really concerning him. What if we don't have time? I'd rather be optimistic. We'll make time. We can talk over the phone and have plans for weekends. It'll be okay. Derek looked up at the sky. It was orange and purple with little wisps of clouds scattered around. A plane flew high with a jet stream trailing behind it. Then, he turned to the ground again. Derek's face was tilted far enough down that it was harder to read his expression. Hey, Johnny, I actually want to talk to you about something, if you don't mind. There was a pause, and you waited for him to finish his thought. Sorry. I was just kind of wondering, do you like guys at all? Like, would you ever want to be with someone who was a boy? Sorry if that's weird to ask. I could be with the guy. Okay, then. Does he like me? He hesitated before finishing his question.
So,
Oh gosh. Oh no. Oh, I don't want to hurt his little feelings. Oh goodness. I'm Cove's girl, baby. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. So, what I mean is, is there any guy you think is kind of cool that you like around here? Not at school or anything like that. He ducked his head further. He thought about it. I don't really want to say that. That's okay. I get it. It's personal. Thanks. Are you mad at me? You shook your head. It was alright to just ask someone. And he didn't push anything. He looked relieved. Cool. I hope we'll always be friends. No matter what. I know, Ivory. It's just so, like, I didn't expect this. I was like, what? Derek? Even if we don't see each other for a long time, even if we don't get really busy, even if we get really busy, I still hope. He cut himself off and met your eyes. There was something serious to him. Sincerely worried that you fall out of friendship. I hope so too. I want us to be friends forever. What if I just say we're always going to be friends and just completely dash all his hopes? I'm gonna say this. I hope so too. I want us to be friends forever. Derek smiled, mostly to himself. He seemed a little more like usual. Then for sure, we have to make the most of next year. Then the year after that, and the year after that. He rambled on for a while about things. We'll just make the most of every year. Right. You smiled and felt like your friendship was still strong. You didn't spend much longer at the park after that. Derek didn't want to miss his dad, so you both made your way back to your street. After Derek went back home, you decided to settle in for the night. Stretching your arms over your head, you noticed that the living room and the phone were free. What if I do call Lee? You picked up the receiver and quickly punched in a familiar number while going to take a seat on the couch. Because clearly Lee is my girlfriend. Like, Lee is my girl, you know? My sister is my sister, but Lee is my girl. She's the one that I can come to about I could tell as we move into high school and be like, okay, so girl, look. So I like this dude, but then this dude had confessed that he liked me, and I felt so bad. So I was like, we could be friends or whatever, and you know what I'm saying? Soon enough, after explaining the situation to the housekeeper, Lee answered. We got a housekeeper? Lucky. Oh, hey, girl. Hey, Lee. Can you talk?
Definitely. We practically have to. My gosh, can you believe it's almost time for school to start? What happened to our summer?
School starts first thing tomorrow for me. Ew. And I thought starting next week was bad enough. Enjoy your last week.
Oh, I will. I hope you'll survive your first day.
I think it'll be okay. School isn't too bad.
That's true. Maybe it'll end up being a really good year. And at least summer was nice while it lasted, right? We were busy.
Yeah. Finally, you thought about all the best memories you made this summer. Lee was there for some, but there were still so many you hadn't filled her in on yet. You moved on to talk about her. You missed about a moment of your summer. You began to speak about the road trip you took. I went on vacation. Cove's parents ended up inviting my whole family on an RV road trip.
Really? Whoa, that's awesome.
It was a 3-day trip, and we visited the Redwood National Forest.
Lucky.
Cove was flirting with me on the trip. Oh my gosh. It's like, hey, I really like the RV. I'm gonna say, was Cove flirting with me? I think Cove was. I'm gonna say that.
What? Cove did what?
He tried to flirt. I was surprised too.
Ah! I'm so happy for you. You have to keep me updated on what happens next.
It was hard to focus on what she was saying. Your face was probably red now, just thinking about what happened. You began to speak about that time you got invited. One night, Cove's parents invited me over for dinner at their house for the first time. Mr. Holden had made Mexican food. The meal was good.
Mexican is yummy. So that's no surprise. What else happened?
I got to name one of Cove's pet fish.
What did you pick? Freckles. Wow. Why hasn't Cove asked me to name one of his fish? He has a bunch, right?
That had you bursting into laughter. You almost accidentally dropped the phone. She giggled in return. Okay, let's move on and talk about her. What was your big highlight of the summer, Lee?
Talking to you is always the best part of the summer.
Even though it was a phone call, you just knew that Lee was winking at you. Come on, tell me. What? You don't believe me? Lee.
Alright, okay. So a high point for me was when I took that trip with my parents to Europe. That was amazing.
You and Lee continued to go over your adventures until you both were yawning to each other over the phone. At that, you decided it was time to say goodbye for now. You did have school to wake up for the next morning. Bye, Lee.
Bye. Night, Johnny. Talk to you later.
You left the phone on the side table for now. Looking at the clock on the wall, you saw that there was only about 10 minutes until your moms would be insisting you had to go to bed so you could be rested enough for school. You stretched your legs out on the couch and sighed in defeat, watching the minute hand change 1 minute closer to bedtime. You rearranged yourself, feeling restless, and looked out the window. Startled initially, you spotted a figure out in the hills. It was Cove. When the surprise faded, you realized it really wasn't that much of a shock at all. It was exactly something Cove would do. Smack the window to get his attention. I kind of want to, but wouldn't that get my parents' attention too? I'm gonna say, grinning, you sneakily crept over the window. When you were right in front of the glass, you slapped both your hands hard against it. Cove's body visibly jumped where he stood, and his head whipped around trying to find the source of the noise. When he noticed a clattering in the window behind him, a window from your house, he tried to shake his head in disapproval, but even from that distance you knew he was smiling. Amused with your own antics, you waved at Cove. Then you went outside to talk to him. Strolling casually, you went over to the front door. When you arrived, you noticed how many fireflies were out that night. They drifted along lazily, barely minding your presence as you waded through to reach the top of the hill. Cove turned towards you as you approached, and you noticed right away that Cove was still a little sour about the scare. I'm sorry, Mookie. Hi. Nervously, you smiled and pulled a loose string hanging off your shirt. Hi. You dramatically sighed. You hoped that meant he was over your silly stunt. What are you doing out here? Nothing. Not really. He shrugged, seeming unhappy with his own answer. You stared at him, waiting for him to continue. Well, I guess I was feeling kind of weird about stuff, so I'm getting some fresh air before bed. His mouth pulled into a bent smile. He spoke so quietly that you almost missed it. I think I will. Cove let himself fall back onto his butt, and then all the way down, so he was laying on his back. He looked up at the sky. Not sat on his chest. I'm gonna lay down myself. You lowered yourself to lay back on the hill. He had been lost in thought, or was possibly waiting for you to situate yourself, but he started speaking unprompted again. I'm sorry for being kinda awkward when my mom was leaving. Surprised, you stared at him a moment. You weren't expecting that. I just wanted you to know that I'd talked to my dad about how I felt and things. It's okay now. You were genuinely glad to hear that, and it brought a small smile to your face, but your thoughts quickly wandered back to the first day you met Mr. Holden. Did his dad confess about that? From the way Cove talked, you guess he hadn't. So there was more Cove and his dad should talk about, but it was a relief to know that they had made a start. Now was not a good time to bring up what you were thinking, though. You could wait longer to say it. It was almost unbelievable how much of an impact he made on your life, just by moving in next door. You couldn't even imagine what your days might have looked like in a world where you hadn't met him. Cove glanced back at you, waiting for a response, and you had no idea what to say. Then, still, without a word from you, Cove shook his head strongly. What? It's you. Huh? He snickered before answering. You looked thoroughly amused with your reaction. That's what you do all the time. So, I'm being you. They're so cute! I'ma say I was stunned. There was no response to that you could give, but you noticed Cove smiling softly at you. He wasn't trying to be mean with it. Honestly, there weren't many people you could think of. Honestly, there weren't many people you could think of who could tease you about something like that. Returning his smile, you realized there was no denying that you two have been around each other for a long time. Cove broke the quiet before it could fully settle.
See you tomorrow.
I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, see you then. With a final wave, Cove headed for home, but you stayed there a few minutes longer. Your mind kept going back to a simple statement, see you tomorrow. No matter how much was changing around you, there were some things in your life that always seemed to remain true. The hills felt warm to you that night. Before you knew it, you were getting comfortable under the covers in your room. Your mind couldn't help but still be buzzing with thoughts about the future. You felt excited. There was a little doubt in your mind that things were moving forward, and you couldn't wait to find out what changes you were waiting for you on the horizon. Slowly your eyes grew heavy as you drifted off to sleep, your mind spinning with wishful thoughts. No matter what happened next, you could only hope that you could make the most of it. You were ensnared in a dream when a noise from the outside world jostled you. I kind of want to say you stubbornly tried to keep your... Nah, I'm gonna keep it snapped open. The light clatter continued. Now that you were more alert, you could distinguish it as a tapping sound. Quiet, slow, but persistent. Each beat was like being poked. You couldn't ignore it. You lifted your head from the pillow and looked for the source. Not much work was needed to puzzle it out. It was from the window. With that, you knew exactly what it was. From the color of the light filtering into your room, it was too early for anyone to be awake, including the sun. It had barely hauled itself over the horizon. That didn't stop some people, it seemed. You sat up in bed and opened the window wide. Cool air, not yet warmed by the day, tickled your face as it pushed into your room. And just as you'd expected, there was your neighbor crouching on your windowsill. He was fully dressed, though not for school. Oh, he was wearing a wetsuit and a shy smile. Hi, Johnny. You stared back, blinking. So technically, we won't be back to school for a few hours. His voice was delicate yet deliberate, each word a careful explanation. Classes haven't actually started yet, so do you want to hit the beach with me one more time this summer?
Yes!
What if I say you're crazy? But I want to say it with a smile. What if I say, Cove, you're so cute?
Ow, y'all. Oh my gosh, I scratched my scalp and I think I scratched a spot that I've already scratched and it hurts like all get out. Ouch.
Okay. Here we go again. It's too early, Cove. What if I want to say, Cove, you're so cute. Or always. What should I say? Should I say always or Cove, you're so cute? If I say always, it's like, aw. If I say, Cove, you're so cute, it's like, it'll throw him off his rocker, but throw him off his rhythm. It'll throw him off his rhythm, but I don't know. As a man in this predicament, as a teenage boy, getting ready to go into high school, you have a major crush on your friend that is also your neighbor. And y'all been friends since you moved here when you were little. And you creep into her window right before, at the hours before school starts, because he knows that you said that you love surfing and stuff. Or like, you remember she said she loves surfing. And you're like, hey, I figured we can go and surf a little bit before we have to go to school. What would be a better response? If I said always, or if I said, Cove, you're so cute? I want to say, Cove, you're so cute. Okay, I'll say, I don't want to say, okay, fine, I'll say always. His smile widened affectionately. You rushed to get changed into something suitable while Cove climbed back down to your ground level. Your limbs still half asleep, struggled somewhat as you attempted to coordinate them into a wetsuit, but you got there in the end. Soon you were tiptoeing out of your front door, clutching a towel. Cove was already there to greet you. Your eyes met. Cove's gaze darted to your destination and back to you. You checked the door was closed, gave him a thumbs up, and the two of you leapt into action. Wordlessly, you began to run down the familiar path ahead, Cove beside you. The thrill of your illicit outing made you want to laugh. Not that you dared. If anyone in your family looked out and saw it, then your summer would be back to being over. One glance at Cove told you that he was exactly the same, holding back snickers for fear of being heard and caught. The towel streamed out from under your arm like a cape. You were running so fast downhill that simply keeping your balance and not tumbling down was a real threat. It just wasn't enough of one to make you slow your pace. For every step you took, the beach was a little closer and the day a little brighter.
That would be so nice though, to like go and surf right before the new school year. Like the day, like the morning of, like this morning, early in the morning, I went out and surfed with my like crush / best friend. And now we're at school.
What lay ahead for you would arrive, and you were happy to meet it.
Oh, what's happening? Oh, are we getting a cutscene? And did I unlock a cutscene?
Ah, okay, meeting. She's so cute. She's so cute, you guys. She's so cute. What if we do change page? What if we do... No, I don't want to do rosy cheeks. Ew. Take it off. I don't know. Oh, okay. What if I do acne? Because, you know what? I feel like I need to give her acne because I hated acne. Earrings. Let me give her some earrings. I can't even see her earrings. Where's her hair? Can I go back? Wait, can I go back? Thick, thin, thick, thin. So I can't even say. I'm gonna say, can someone's lips grow through puberty? Women's lips can get thicker during pregnancy. So, I mean, hey, hand size, slender. Dang, why can't I can't see the earrings. I want to change her hair. Can I go back? But like, is it gonna let me go all the way? Is it gonna let me? Hand scars, birthmarks, scars, ring, head scar, nail color. Ooh, what if we do? What if we do? Blue. Let's do no. She seems like a pink girl. Long, short. Let's leave it short. Head scar, nose ring. That's y'all's nose ring. I don't think my mom would let me get a nose ring. Not that early. Ah, here we go. Okay. Can we just do, since we're going into high school, we need to start looking more of an adult. I'm gonna give her. What if I do? If I do oval, because she's getting older, guys. We have to change, you know. What if we do? I'm gonna keep my eyes black because he said he liked my eyes black. Okay. He said he liked my eyes black. Oh no. Oh, that's a pretty color. Two-tone? I like that brown. Looks really good, didn't it? Oh. Okay. What if we keep that and then... Oh, it's a ponytail. What if it's... Wait, hold on. Wait, go. Actually, I love this black on her. Honestly. But I don't like the hair and the... How do I... No. Okay. Oh, is that supposed to be... Oh, I love it. I love it so much. It's so stinking cute. Oh my gosh. What if... so many options, guys. I am kerfuffled. That's actually kind of cute. I'm not gonna lie. Buns. That is so cute. That's so cute. You know what? I'm not gonna give her acne. What if I get rid of this the birthmark? So I want to see her face. We give her thick lips. We want to give her. We can't even see her earrings, bruh. Okay. Let's take away the acne. This is so cute. She's so freaking cute. Like, I can't even. What if I do? No. Scars. Birthmarks. I mean, this is cute. I would love to do a. Can I do a two-tone? What if I do a nose ring? It'd be fake. Like, my parents ain't gonna let me have an actual nose ring. I mean, one of my moms got a nose ring, so I'm just saying. What's that? What kind of head scar? Oh, that kind. Oh. Good Lord. Okay, just take me back. Take me back. Take me back, dear Lord. Oh, go back. Okay, this is cute. I'm gonna try something else with her hair. Like, I like this, but the hair in the front. No. Oh, I love that earring right there. That's cute. That is really cute because I didn't like that hair in her face. Like, it was annoying me. What y'all think? Oh, that's so cute! I love that. I honestly don't even want to get rid of it. I'm gonna be honest. This is what we're gonna do. Yeah, this is what we're gonna do. Johnny. And in case you didn't know, it's Johnny. Like, it's the J and the H. You think the H is silent, but it's the ending of the J. So it's not Johnny, it's Johnny. You know? It makes it cute. What if I make it look like an eye? How does it look like if it's eye? That's cute. Y'all like it better like that? Without the E? But it looked like it's unfinished. Yeah, they look better. Okay. All right, we're done. Ooh, should we move to love? Ah, we're doing it. Comfort. I would say we're nervous because, I mean, can we be relaxed? Can we be direct? Can we... What do you guys think? What do you think? I don't know. Nervous? I'm gonna say nervous. Well, I kind of want to be relaxed too because, like, what begin step 3 of relax the love? No. What if we do go for the middle? The relaxed and love on the side. Relaxed is good middle ground. Okay. Relaxed and then, because I feel like they've been friends for so long, they should be relaxed, I would say. And I think love. Okay. I feel good about this. Yes. I already did all of this, didn't I? I already did her personality, huh? Oh, okay. Quiet, warm. I'm gonna say warm. Studious. It's like mixed. Some mixed. Since you're romantically interested in COVE and you are old enough to start being physically affectionate more seriously, you could choose what. Ooh. Initiative level he has throughout his step. Okay. Making sure the player experiences what they want is important in our life, but always putting your choice first can potentially make a relationship feel one-sided. So we've added some flexibility in how it works. Low initiative means that COVE will occasionally ask you to touch the MC, and in those situations, there will always be an opportunity to say yes or no. For example, he won't simply lean over and kiss the MC as a greeting or an emotional moment. Every piece of physical interaction will be either initiated or approved by the player before it happens. Middle initiative means there will be these certain times when COVE requests to touch the MC. many chances to initiate affection on your own, and also he will pretty regularly give affection automatically. One example would be giving the MC a kiss because he's happy or emotional or something else. And in other situations, you can choose not to make the first move in order to give COVE the space to be the one to act afterwards. Overall, love interest can get romantic, but the player's agency will take priority. High initiative includes everything middle does, but it also means that the player agency will be reduced to a degree in favor of having COVE give physical affection even more frequently and with less prompting. Instead of all the major affection-giving situations being led by a choice menu for you to decide on, some will instead be replaced by COVE acting automatically. This level is only recommended if you're very comfortable with physical affection and would prefer to simply see it happen rather than always holding the reins on it. However, this level is mostly relevant if COVE ends up as your official boyfriend at some point. Situations where a high-level initiative makes a difference tend to come up in scenes that are exclusive to being in a relationship. The parts that are also included in the middle initiative, which will be seen whether you're dating or not. Once you pick your level, it can be changed partway through a step. The choice only comes up at the very beginning of the story section. We hope you enjoy whichever. I'm gonna say middle. Uh-oh. That was quick. The start of classes ended with the relaxed first days of summer. It didn't take long for you to get back into the swing of the school year routine. Schedules and homework become the new normal. Derek wasn't around nearly as much. With school and after-school activities, there weren't many opportunities for him to take the trip out of your neighborhood. Sometimes you'd hear that he was at a training camp or something like that, but you weren't always sure what he was up to. Yeah, the Jeremy kid did disappear after that summer. No one ever heard from him again. Where he went or what he might be up to was a mystery. More summers came and went like the waves on the shore, coming in and out. In your second year of high school, someone new started to visit Sunset Bird, a sunny girl named Terry Brooke. She was a friend COVE made due to them both being ocean obsessed. Terry was more than glad to befriend you too. Someone close to COVE had to be good company, she felt. You were pleased to get along with her as well. Terry was tight with another girl who you had known distantly from school for a long time, Miranda Eckert. You saw more and more of her as time went on, thanks to Terry and Miranda's own outreach. After a while, all of you developed a real friendship together. As for your home life, the Dons also had developments. Changing laws and public perception countrywide made it possible for your moms to openly wear their wedding rings without questions. Oh, wow. Oh, okay. I didn't know we were on that. Okay. Though they had a wedding years ago, it was only recently that the union was officially recognized everywhere in the U.S. That was a good day, to say the least. Elizabeth came into her own and stopped being quite as irritable. She no longer worried about perceived childishness as she grew up for real. She didn't even mind being called Lizzie again. Oh, that's good. Although most people use Liz, she eventually graduated high school and moved out to attend college in another state. Oh my gosh. Dang, time has gone by. It was a lot for you to adjust to your older sister being gone. Liz never let you forget her role in your life, though, and kept in touch. Cole's relationships with his family improved over the years. Kyra visited several times after that summer, and things became easier between the two. He was also closer with his dad than ever before. You knew they talked more, and that helped prevent a lot of friction before it could start. COVE had become so much more outgoing than when you had first met him. He was so bright, he shone. Whew. He got that shine. He would willingly join conversations, make jokes, and put in an effort not to use overly blunt phrasing. Look at him. COVE remained interested in everything across the spectrum. He loved to learn and stay inside. But he also loved to go outside and participate in more physical activities. He was multi-talented. Things had shifted. Matured affection. Start playing step 3 using the crusher. Oh gosh, I couldn't finish reading that. Things had shifted between you and COVE, but in a way that most couldn't see. After all this time, he wasn't just your neighbor. He wasn't only your friend, or even a guy you were interested in. You were in love with him. You loved COVE. You knew that fact for certain. There was no one else you held those feelings for. It was strange to look back on it all. The future faded into your present, and then it was simply the past. Even the most fundamental parts of your life couldn't last forever. You felt that the most pointed
Unfortunately, the day you inevitably graduated high school, what? It was over, and you would not be going back ever again. From now on, what came next was your choice. You'd be directing your own life. That was where you were currently. The summer after school had ended. The first summer of true freedom. Oh my gosh, we're adults! How does it go by so fast? It do be going by that fast, y'all. Oh my gosh. Like, literally, it's only 4 years, and then you're like, wait. That used to be a reprieve from the typical was now going to be your first step into adulthood. Uh-oh, look at the house. It's different, isn't it? It's kind of different. One fine summer morning, you took in what had become a very special scene. The whole family having a meal together. That's her sister! That's her sister, guys! Your big sister Liz still hadn't lived at home full-time for a couple years, but she arrived last week to spend the season here since it was an off semester for her. She wanted to make sure she was in town because you had now also graduated high school. So who knew how much rarer these moments would become in the future? You watched on as Liz laughed good-naturedly over a comment Mom made. Her Elizabeth-only mindset had only been a phase. Nearly any nickname was welcome at this point in her life. Strangely, even though she moved away, you'd lately felt closer to her than you had in a long time. You'd idly scooped up more of your breakfast and chewed absent-mindedly. Ooh, you were a pescatarian, and the meal you had reflected that. Your moms was happy to make food that fit your needs, along with dishes for themselves that didn't, though you often made your own food nowadays. But it wasn't only you who had a diet that excluded certain things, as Liz had been a vegetarian for a while. Oh my gosh, they're older, guys! I'm not well! Oh no! My mom's dying! No! Okay. Get it together. Oh my gosh, they're so old! Anyway, conversation had gone on idly, without you fully taking in the words, until your ears were piqued when Ma started on a bit of town gossip. And so that's how I heard the news. All right. Now stop burying the lead and tell us, what is this so-called news? At least you didn't overreact. Right? Girl, why am I getting emotional though? Ma giggled as she cast a look across the table, satisfied that she had everyone's attention. Well, it turns out the Donalds won't be renting out the condo up the street as per Sunset Bird tradition for the first time in what must be nearly 2 decades. A chorus of gasps and shocked expressions were had all around. After the initial shock, your eyebrows pinched. Mom may consider them by name, but you and Liz always viewed them exclusively as a mean old couple who would yell at anyone under 25 who crossed their paths. Your mom continued on with the story, spreading strawberry jam over a piece of toast as she did so. They've decided not to take big trips anymore. Friends and family will be visiting them at their home. That's nice for them, then. Have a good summer. Mean grandparents with no grandkids away from us. It's kind of sad they can't travel anymore. They've had a full life. It's nothing to sneeze at. And you be nice, Liz. You don't want to end up like them, do you? You and your sister cracked smiles at the joke.
Well,
At least they won't be here to yell at my children anymore. Lonnie! And that blunt comment got laughter from all 3 of you. Engrossed in conversation once more, you continued to chat with your family until the meal was over. What's happening? 3rd time's charm. Yes! What is happening? I don't know. All right, let's see. As it went, once the food was eating, the cleanup had to be done. Liz took the role of washing the dishes, and passed them to you for drying and putting away. You had a set of cups in front of you that needed to go on the top shelf of the cabinet. The task was pretty straightforward for you. You were tall. You had to stretch, but it was doable. That may not seem like much to others, but it was a noticeable change from how small you used to be. You felt great about how things were. You hoped you might still grow more. You wished you had stopped growing earlier. You used to completely dislike your height, so in some ways, this was an improvement. Liz shook you out of your internal musing by starting up an impromptu conversation. She seemed to be voicing the thoughts that had been buzzing around in her own head. I have to say, you're going to for another semester this fall is pretty intimidating. You think after the first year or two, I'd have a handle on things, but no. You stole a glance at her, still placing cups in the proper place. I guess it's only fair. My first round was pretty general classes, and year one of my architecture major was the basics. Now it feels serious. I have to actually know some things. Yeah, if you building on anybody's building, absolutely. The laugh she gave was flippantly airy, but the way she scrubbed at the plates held more force than necessary. I know you can handle it. I think it's really... I know you can handle it. How sweet of you to believe in me. Thanks. Your older sister's mouth quirked into a small smile. It'll be fine, one way or another. Oh, but I'm not trying to scare you away from college, if that's even your plan. What is going on with that anyway? You hadn't even let yourself think, no. You had a kind of general idea you hadn't. You came to a firm conclusion recently. You answered the question as much as you were able and willing to. Liz's smile grew more reassuring as you did. You made it through 12 years of full-time education already. You can make your ideas happen, I'm sure. Sometimes it still felt hard to believe your public schooling experience was over in the end. You graduated at the top of your class, you soared through with high marks, you had to work extremely hard, but you were rewarded for it. You're an average graduate, you struggled to reach a big moment. You were extremely hard, but and you wish it could have gone better. Oh, you were just trying to... You achieved a lot, and could take what you learned with you moving forward. Liz picked up on the silence her question ended up creating. She decided it was time to make a closing statement on the topic.
You're a good girl.
You're a good girl, Johnny. Do what's best for you, and we'll be here to back it up. Thanks, Liz. At that, Liz happily passed the final dish your way. She waved a soaked hand as a farewell and moved on to her next task for the cleanup job. You refocused on getting the last pieces put back where they belonged. You eventually moved on to the new chore, but that was interrupted by a sound of your cell phone. You had used a silly novelty and you'd set one of the most beloved songs as your ringtone. You casually picked it up from the table where you had placed it earlier. The phone was a couple years old at this point, having been a 16th birthday gift from your parents. They decided which model to get, but you got to pick the color. It was. I like, what about turquoise? And it was just a phone. You didn't do any special charm attached to it, which was... The screen lit up as you gave the little device a swipe with one finger. You were informed by caller ID that it was Lee. You weren't surprised. Despite having busier and busier lives and not living in the same town, you still had a good relationship with your cousin at the same age. Especially once the miracle of the both of you having your own phones actually happened. She got hers first though. Tapping at the accept button, you answered her call. A familiar bubbly voice came through right after.
Hi.
Oh, she's so beautiful! Hey, Johnny. Hiya. I trust I'm not interrupting anything major. Only some cleaning around the house. Oh, Then you're welcome for my call. A distraction from that must have been desperately needed. Yes, thank you, my dear cousin. Hey, I love doing chores. Of course, who wouldn't? She giggled, and you can hear the jangling off the jewelry she makes. Oh, look at my phone, guys. Ugh, y'all could have put more colorful beads. I thought it was going to be more colorful. Anyway, she giggled, and you could hear the jangling of the jewelry she must be wearing. Nothing amazing is happening for me either. I'm bored and feel like chatting. My morning shift ended, so I'm free for the rest of the day. Woo! That's good. Can't start working anywhere yet. You are from your part-time job. Like you, Lee had started dipping her toes into the workforce as of late. It made keeping in touch frequently even more complicated, but you both managed. What about you? It's been pretty normal. Cool. That's you then. So how's Mr. Holland doing? There was a teasing bit to her tone. She was never willing to let up on what was going on between the two of you, but that name was incredibly familiar to your ears. Cove, your next door neighbor for the past decade at this point? The two of you were... He was your best friend. At least you had to admit you felt more. He was an important friend, but you secretly hoped he'll tell you he felt more than that. Cove was so very special to you. You could only dream that it was mutual. You knew you wouldn't be able to tell him that, though. Maybe he would take the plunge. Are you even surviving without the boy being 10 feet away at all times? Or is everything right with the world again? And he's back. No, Lee, he isn't here. Just like he wasn't here yesterday, or the last time you asked, or the time before that.
Sorry.
Aw, my bad. Can you blame me? Does it seem like he should have made his grand return already? Plus, I want to visit soon, and he needs to be there too. You could understand where she was coming from. This was certainly outside the norm. For the past few couple of months, and the last few weeks especially, Cove had been going to his mom's place in Nevada. The two of you still regularly stayed in contact over texts and calls, but still, your mind began to drift back in time to all the prior trips you'd taken to visit her. Almost every year, he'd have to go away for a while, and then he'd come back. It made you sad and lonely when it happened. You sent him letters the entire time. Your mom's helped you ship. You gave him special treasures to take with him before he left. You kept an eye on his house for him while he wasn't there. You were capable of doing. What if you kept an eye on his house for him while he wasn't there? That seems like a friendly thing to do. It felt like the least you could do when you were younger, and nothing ended up happening, so maybe it worked. He sent you letters while there in return. That's how it was in the past. But lately he had been trying to see her as much as he could before taking long trips to another state became too impractical to do. His part-time work could become full-time soon, or he could be moving somewhere else for school. Cove hadn't actually been entirely clear what his plans were after graduation. Cove was hesitant to speak on that, even with you. It couldn't be avoided forever, though. We both knew that.
Well,
Maybe we should switch things up to a non-Cove related topic. Sounds like a plan. Oh, wait, I gotta go pee, y'all. Wait a minute. Okay. The rest of the conversation rolled on. Not much longer, though. Lee had to go, and you needed to finish your responsibilities around the house. The both of you exchanged goodbyes. Then you went back to what you had been working on before the call came in. Oh my gosh, not my sister looking like a Kentucky Derby lady. High society much? As you wrapped up the last of your chores, you were approached by Liz, wearing a cheeky smile. I've got Mom's keys. Want to get out of this tiny town and do some shopping in the real city? That sounds great. Good. I'm driving. That was obvious. You didn't know how to drive. Nah, I know how to drive. Even though you could drive too, it was her plan. She could do it if she wanted to do that. You had a license, but try to avoid driving. That part. Go get your wallet and anything else. We're going now. With a nod, you made a quick detour to collect your stuff from your bedroom. You had money saved up from all part-time work you'd done, as well as from gifts you received. Okay, all right. After making sure you both were fully prepared for the long haul to the largest city in the surrounding area, you buckled into the car. It was a smooth ride there, with light conversation about what shops to shop at, and the radio blasting. The trip there breezed by, and in what felt like no time you had gone from cruising down the road to cruising through the mall. Liz had her interests to check out, and you yours. Those skills were still the ones you developed when you were younger. Some new things. You like to hang out with people, like to watch. Hey, everybody, da, 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 da. When turning a corner down a new length of the mall, your eyes caught on a little gift store. We got Yo-Yo, we got America, we got a Book Town. I love the made-up names they make for games. It's so funny. Your friends and family had recently given you many presents for graduating high school. You realized you wanted to get a graduation gift yourself to give to COVE. You had a gift of your own ready to when the chance came. Ooh. You really appreciated what you had gotten. It was something you had known you wanted to do, and you were looking forward to seeing your reaction. Graduation may have already come and gone, but COVE wasn't really around, so you had to wait. Eventually, the mall was explored and full, with every shop of note being checked over. Rather than going home, you decided to walk over to some smaller stores nearby. Liz had many thoughts on that topic.
So?
Honestly, malls are not a bastion of society. Even if smaller stores require extra distance, the brands are so much more. Then your sister abruptly stopped speaking and walking right into the middle of the path. It was a good thing no one was behind her. She seemed to entirely shut off for a moment. Liz? The attempt to catch her attention was unsuccessful. Something else had all her focus. Before you could puzzle out what might be happening, she began to mumble out of the corner of her mouth. Johnny, don't draw attention, but look. What? What a harsh whisper and a subtle jerk of her head. She urged you once more.
Hey.
Look! You followed her gaze as best as you could to a large bunch of colorful teens strolling down the same path. Okay. You faced back over to your sister with a confused expression and an unspoken question. What were you supposed to be seeing there? Johnny, doesn't one of them seem familiar? She was practically bouncing at this point. So you looked the group over again, and this time you saw what she was seeing. It's old dude! From when they were little! Oh my gosh! That's such a good feeling when you see somebody that you have not seen so long. Shiloh! Exactly! Shiloh! With his Mardi Gras colors on. I see you. Amongst the collection of strangers was brown hair, gray eyes, and lots of freckles. That's Shiloh. Our Shiloh. From when we were kids. Yep, that was definitely him. I can't believe it. He's honestly just there. That's hilarious. That's incredible. Oh, but how do we talk to him? We'd have to pull him away from all those other people. And what if I'm wrong? Your mouth opened to reply, but she cut it off with her own answer to the question. I've got it. I'll shout the name Shiloh, and then we can act like it wasn't us. That's a good way to do it. You just shout the name and then turn back around and you ask the other person, did they turn ahead? And they say yeah, and then it's like, okay, there was him. If he responds to that, we'll know without a doubt it's him. Johnny, keep an eye out to see if he looks. Liz, can't you just try? Why do I have to be the one who watches? I like it over here where you had to say Liz put her plan into action. Shiloh! She loudly projected the word across the way and then put on an act of casualness, turning her head away from the scene while brushing at the skirt of her dress. In a supremely awkward moment, you could only stand there as attention in the area shifted to the two of you thanks to your sister's shout. Ah! But of the many startled bystanders who became altered to your presence, one of them was that boy. From a distance, his large eyes met yours. He looked. A wide grin took over Liz's face. She pushed the rim of her sun hat up and away from her face while swishing back around to greet her old friend directly. Shiloh! Waving, she stepped a bit closer to express her intention to meet. Without really closing the gap, she wanted him to come to her. Who you presumed to be Shiloh looked surprised at the call-out. He stole a quick glance at the crowd he was with and hesitantly glanced back your way. He was trying to double-check something. Liz remained steadfast with her gaze trained on him, and ultimately, he broke away from the rest of them. After a light-footed jog across the brick path, the young man pleasantly presented himself in front of Liz and you. Hi, I like your hat. Just that simple greeting had Liz giggling.
Hey.
Hello. I'm not sure if you remember this, but I'm Lizzie, and that's Johnny. We were all friends when we were little kids. His already wide eyes grew even larger, their gaze darting between you and Liz. His previously chipper demeanor faded into something delicate. I'm really sorry, but I think you have the wrong person. You can tell not being instantly recognized was going to make this exchange more of a challenge. Still, Liz was undeterred. It was a long time ago. You were really young. I get why you feel like that. However, I'm positive I'm right. You're exactly the same. That face, the freckles, how ginnily you try to phrase things. You're even still wearing a hat. Instinctively, he looked up at his headwear with creased eyebrows, not making the connection on why the hat meant something to her.
Okay.
We knew each other, okay? An uneasy smile settled on him as a silence followed Liz's speech. He was picking his next words carefully. And then the quiet was obliterated by a new voice, bursting into the conversation. Shiloh, what are you doing? The rest of the group already left. A field trip is not a vacation. We are on a schedule. Startled, your head snapped towards the path. A distinctly unhappy individual with piercing magenta eyes, dark brown skin, and a sharp jaw stormed your way. He carried a cloud of authority with him, despite looking like he wasn't even 18 yet. Sorry, I didn't mean to ditch. Shiloh, whose name was now officially confirmed, gestured with the hand to add to the explanation of his absence as the stranger watched him impatiently. They thought they recognized me as someone they knew, but it was a tiny misunderstanding. Liz theoretically as well as literally put her foot down at that, stomping in frustration and getting more childish the longer she was around her childhood companion.
Come on.
We do know you. Shiloh merely shrunk in on himself, The tone he spoke, but what spoke with was pained. Sorry. You honestly couldn't tell if he was apologizing for the upset feelings of your sister or the palpable dissatisfaction of his new acquaintance. That in itself was very Shiloh-like. Oh, you know him. Is that it? The stranger spoke in a dismissively scoffing tone, as if the words sounded so absurd to him it was almost amusing. Almost. But the sternness of his demeanor quickly reinstated itself. Well, do you know me? I'll tell you. I'm someone who's been forced against his will to be aware of what's going on in Shiloh's ridiculous personal life for a year. If the two of you had any importance in his general day-to-day existence, it would have come up by now. Don't bother trying to exaggerate any trivial connection you might have. It's not good enough. He's with us, and you'll survive without him. Now stop loitering on the road. It's rude.
Excuse me?
We're the rude ones? The high-strung ranting got an audible gasp from Shiloh, who finally started to speak up again in defense. Nate, that's really mean. It's also true. We're leaving. With the declaration, the unofficially introduced Nate indignantly spun on his heels and walked speedily towards where the group went, completely confident that Shiloh would follow behind. Oh, people can sure have bad attitudes, huh? Why can't they just try to get along? It's not hard. Don't worry, though. I bet you won't have to deal with him again. And I'm sorry I can't stay to talk to you, but I hope you have a really nice life. Bye! And that was it. His final parting words given. Shiloh left the two of you behind to catch up with his own life that he had to go live. Liz watched his exit stunned, only to frown when it hit her that he was really gone as quickly as he appeared. It happened so fast you hadn't even been able to get a word in. She sighed, all the energy she built up releasing with the breath. I could have told him his last name was Fields. His birthday is October 30th. That would have proved it, but no. I'm sorry, Liz. You felt so bad for your big sister. He had been such a close friend in her early years, and their reunion was completely ruined. Do you want to catch up with him? Do you want to catch up with him? Liz merely shook her head, pushing off childish thoughts. I think we can leave it there, thanks. He's in the middle of a high school field trip, and it was already enough being able to see him. There's something reassuring about witnessing firsthand that he's still out there, enjoying his own part of the world. Though, given the chance, I could definitely have a few words with him about the company he's got. She laughed, but you could tell there wasn't much humor to it. She was mad at that guy, even though she was happy to let Shiloh go. Maybe they're only with each other because of the trip, and it's not usually how things are.
Right?
True. We can only hope the same for him as he did for us. Have a nice life, Shiloh. Liz smiled at you. It had the self-confidence you knew so well from her. Come on, little baby sister. Let's finish our own trip. Yeah. No matter how either of you really felt about the occurrence, it was something you simply had to accept. People you know just disappear and reappear in the most unexpected ways. The two of you enjoyed what remained of your outing until it was time to return home. By the time you ride back, the sun was already beginning to set. You arched your back as you stretched your arms towards the ceiling. While it had been a good day, it had enough activity to cover an entire week. Liz tried to hide a yawn behind her hands. You weren't the only one feeling worn out. I'll be heading up to your room. I mean, the guest room. Since mine stopped being available as soon as I was out the door. Her tone was light. She had quite a lot to say on the subject when you'd first taken over her bigger room after she left for college. But there have been many trips back home for her since then. The room hasn't been hers for years. It was more of a running joke now that she continued to bring the topic up to this day. I didn't see your name on it. Just want to follow my big sister's shoes. Flattery as a compliment can only go so far, Johnny. A small laugh was shared between you and your older sister. You better believe you'll be back in the guest room when you've got your own place, and we're both in town for a visit. You can take turns. You'll have Thanksgiving, I'll get Christmas. What a reasonable and mature suggestion. I'll think about accepting it. She flashed a familiar grin, and you couldn't help but feel glad she was back around, even if it was temporary. With that, she plodded off to the spare room. You were ready to do the same. Y'all, I'm not even gonna lie. I'm so ready to get rid of my sister because I want to talk to Cove. Moving into a new space was your first opportunity to decorate from scratch. Oh, I get to design my room? Okay. Oh my gosh. I had no idea. Like, what is it? Oh. Okay. Oh, I like this one. I'm not gonna lie. Ugh. What about the layout? Okay, what if let's keep it, let's do green. Window. Yeah. Let's, oh, I get to have just plants. Oh, yeah, I like that. Okay. And then, no. I like that. What if we just took something out? Yeah. The walls. Dude, I didn't know I get to do this. It's pretty sick. What is that? What is that? Like a to-do thing or whatever? Probably. I'd leave that up there. I feel like that's very collegiate. Oh. That's pretty sick. I'm not gonna lie. It definitely does bring life to the room. Yeah, why not? Oh, the lights. Oh. Okay. It's cute. I like this. I love that. I like all of this. Ooh. Oh, I like the guitar. Yeah. This is a sick room. I like it. You were really satisfied with the feel of your tiny part of the world. As your thoughts drifted, you tried to bite down another yawn. It was no good. Your bed was now lodged in your mind, and all you could think about was collapsing on it. You trudged up the stairs to your room. Ouch! Ugh. Stepping inside, you closed the door behind you, blocking the rest of the house. When you turn back around, you realize you are not alone there. This is a beautiful room. I'm glad I decorated it like this. Comfortably perched on the windowsill was someone very familiar to you. Okay. Cove Holden. The shock knocked all the words out of you. How are you here? I think I would say that. Surprise? His tone was easy and relaxed. It certainly was a surprise. You hadn't expected him to be within the state. Never mind your own house. He hadn't answered how he had suddenly just appeared back in Sunset Bird. Though, to be fair, you had been so astounded there, hadn't been much of an opportunity for him to chat with you. Thankfully, Cove was only waiting for a good moment to start and began to explain.
So,
I got in about 15 minutes ago. No one was home. So I figured I'd come in the usual way. The window. Not him breaking in and entering. A small smile had formed on his face. You were still staring at him, unable to blink in case he disappeared. You could still barely believe that he was really there, mere feet away from you. I had left my bags in your backyard. Hope that's okay. All right. That was when you truly understood. Cove had come straight to you upon getting back to town. Oh, so romantic. It is really breaking and entering if it's your second home. I mean, that's true. That is very true. Yeah, because God knows we probably did this all throughout high school. My goodness. That was when you truly understood. Cove had come straight to you upon getting back in town. You were his first port of call, taking precedence above all else. Even though you hadn't been in when he called, Cove had ensured that he'd see you at the earliest opportunity, rather than allowing his plans to change. Ooh, what if I ran? Yeah. You walked over to join him. I'm gonna walk over to join him. He was here. It was exactly where he wanted to be. There was no need to hesitate or hesitated enjoying his presence. As you approached, Cove quickly hopped from the windowsill to meet you. What if I say I missed you? You ran to his embrace, you pulled him. Jumped to his arm, you smiled at him. I smiled at him. Oh my gosh, she's so cute! Your smile fueled Cove's own, brightening him up even further. Being the focus of your joy and attention made a blush bloom on his skin like flowers blossoming in spring. I missed you too. Even if he hadn't said it outright, you would have gotten the message from his body language. Cove was grinning widely, his raised cheeks burrowing his eyes, which gleamed like hidden gems. But he looked at you as if you were the most exciting treasure of all. Okay, stop. How was the trip? Yeah, I had a great time. Cove told you about how his trip back had gone. His mom was doing really well. She had a project in the works that she was thrilled about. As a result, Cove was going to be sticking around in Sunset Bird for the time being. Things were settled, as much as they ever could be. With Cove back once more, you felt at ease. Cove stretched his arms out over his head, his eyes on the window in the world beyond. The sun had set while you'd been busy reuniting, of course. Well, I should probably get my stuff and see Dad. He glanced over to you with a familiar, expectant look. Wanna come with me? Yes! You know I do. Cool. Yeah, we gonna get married. I'm calling it. Cove began to head to your bedroom door. You insisted on a piggyback ride. It was a special occasion, yup. Ooh, oh, it was just a normal thing in your relationship? Ooh, what if it was just a normal thing in my relationship? I don't know. I'm gonna say it was a special occasion. Cove? He paused, turning to face you more. You coming back is a big moment. Something worth celebrating. What I'm trying to say is that I want you to give me a piggyback ride. Cove didn't say anything. His eyebrows raised in disbelief.
Seriously?
Really, Johnny? You want me to carry you downstairs? You nodded. Cove rolled his eyes, but he bent down so that you could clamber onto his back. Even while he was crouched down, Cove's back was pretty high up, and it took a bit of effort for you to properly get up there. Cove wobbled as he straightened up, not terribly unaccustomed to balancing someone on his shoulders. Cove carried you down the stairs. You had to duck down a couple of times, the ceiling grazing against your elevated head. Still, you safely reached the ground floor of your house. The door is gonna be in the way. Get off here so I can open it up. He bent down and let you slide off safely off his back. Seeing things from your usual height was disorienting after getting accustomed to looking down at everything. And all the excitement of Cove's return, you hadn't even remembered the gift you'd prepared for when he got back. It would be best to give it to him now before you left your house. Can you wait here for a little while? I got something for you. Those eyes widened as he tried to conceal a smile. He toyed with the collar on his top.
Really?
You nodded with some eagerness, trying to imagine how he'd react when he actually saw it. The gift you chose, it hadn't been something you could buy. You bought something. Ooh. Yeah. It was. What if that was that? Something you made yourself. You rushed upstairs to collect the gift you'd made for him. It was the end product of hours of labor, including thinking about Cove, what he meant to you, and what would bring him the most joy. A custom accessory you fashioned together, a painting you created, a drawing you created, a scrapbook you put together. What about a scrapbook, guys? What about a scrapbook? Your heart skipped a beat as you picked it up, excitement growing as you looked down at the scrapbook. You hurried down to Cove. You carefully made the trip back down the stairs. Cove looked up at you as you approached, not wanting to put it off any longer. You hopefully held out your gift to him. It's a scrapbook. Cove's eyes widened as he took it in.
That's...
Did you make that for me? His words were faint. I did. Cove smiled, blinking rapidly as he shook his head. You went to that much effort? He grinned. No! Is he crying? Oh my gosh, guys! Tearing his glossy eyes away from your present long enough to look at you. Away from your present long enough to look at you. I can't believe you. I'll take really, really good care of it. He cradled the gift in his fingers as he took it from your hands. It's irreplaceable. Cove reverently laid the gift safely on the counter, but he didn't turn back to face you once he had ensured it was secure. I didn't expect him to make him so emotional. Oh my gosh. Though his face was angled away from you, you caught his eyelashes fluttering as if batting away tears. His throat bobbed as he swallowed bubbling emotions. You knew that Cove could be sentimental. The gift, and all the memories and feelings tied up into it, seemed to have taken a toll on him. When he began to sniffle, you felt the need to reach out. Cove? I can't... You just... Johnny, I don't know what to do. He forcefully scrubbed at his eyes, like he was trying to push the tears that threatened to spill back in. Oh, Cove, it's okay. Do you need to cry? Oh! No. No. Nevertheless, tears had begun to spill down his cheeks. Even as he wiped them away, more took their place. Thank you. Oh, I'm so happy he appreciates it. His voice quavered as he spoke. Cove scooped you into a hug, pressuring you so tightly against his chest that your breath escaped in a short squeak. He burrowed his face against your neck. Ooh, okay. He shed tears damp on your skin. You hugged him back. What did I say? No, I don't know. Cove let out a steady breath. It was far removed from the shaky gasp that had accompanied his sniffles. The tears had dried. His eyes were a little red, but open and at peace once again. He smiled, fully recovered from the emotion that had overcome him. You're really, seriously too nice to me. You smiled back. I don't think there's such a thing as too nice when it comes to you. Cove brushed his hand against the pale ghost of a scar on his arm. He was at a loss for what to do now. The clock ticked away, counting the seconds of silence. Once you had a chance to settle your thoughts, you figured you'd tell Cove the intriguing news. I meant to tell you earlier. I saw Shiloh today.
Huh?
Shiloh? Cove repeated the name, his expression blank. From when we were kids. Cove pondered for a moment, then snapped his fingers. Oh, he was the freckly boy from that first summer, right? The one who moved. I met a guy named Shiloh. He looked just like the Shiloh we knew, plus however many years. But he didn't remember me and just left. Cove frowned. That's, I don't know. Too bad I missed it. Though you knew him better than I did. That was definitely true. Not only had Cove known Shiloh for a shorter period of time, but he and Shiloh had never quite gotten along. Not that they were enemies either, just kids who were only ever together because of other people they both knew. I wonder what Shiloh's up to these days. Oh, I wonder what Shiloh's up to these days. I don't have any idea. He didn't say much. Oh well. That was everything you had on that news item. So you moved on to the next big update. Also, you know that mean old neighbors, the ones who would always yell at us? He cringed. Recalling those particular memories of back in the day was not pleasant, even for someone as nostalgic as him. Yeah, they're not coming. They didn't rent the condo this summer. Cove's jaw dropped. You didn't blame him. The elderly couple had been an institution for as far back as you can remember, long predating Cove's arrival. Even now, as a teenager, you found your neck pricking as you walked by their condo, half expecting a scolding for breathing the wrong way in the vicinity of their vacant vacation home. It was strange to think of that coming to an end. Wow. Cove blinked, clearly struggling with the idea in the same way you had. I didn't see that coming. People have been gone. People coming back. It feels like I missed a lot. This has been a busy summer already. Well, you haven't missed the fireflies. They haven't shown up yet. Well, that's something. And we better not get left behind. There's still stuff to do. You nodded. As soon as you left your house, Cove bent down to let you climb back onto his back for the last part of your journey. Aww. It seemed that no sooner had the night begun that it was already at an end, and the dawn of the new day was soon upon you. The next morning, your belly was full of breakfast, and you were in a pleasant mood. You hoped the rest of the day followed suit. Later, you were meeting up with your friends, Cove, Miranda, Terry, to go into town. It was all on short notice, but that was because everyone was just so excited that Cove was finally back home. Yeah, I cannot look at them and not feel some type of way. Oh my gosh, it hurts my soul. Having a nice day, Dream? You blinked, pushing all your thoughts away and returning to reality. Your mom was watching you with a teasing smile. So, what's on the agenda today? I'm meeting up with some people. Well, I hope you and your friends have fun. Don't get into too much trouble. She winked at you. You knew both of your moms wanted you to enjoy every bit of this summer before all the big changes started. I'll try.
That'd be great.
But before you go gallivanting around the town, could you bring the mail in? I'm finishing up putting the dishes away over there. All right. Thanks very much. Look at their dad! Oh my gosh, everyone's getting old and I'm feeling sad. As soon as you were outside your front door, you couldn't help but see Cove and his dad standing around in the road. They noticed you too. Hey there, Johnny. Hi, good timing. You should come join us. Following your lead, Cove hugged you back, and he held on for a few seconds longer after you let go. His eyes shone brightly at you when you did part, sending your heart aflutter. And then as Cove's cheeks flushed, he couldn't quite meet your gaze. He didn't speak, but you felt that if he did, he would be tripping over his own tongue. You noticed Mr. Holding was taken in the scene of you, and Cove with a self-satisfied smile. He just cheesing. He just like, yeah, I did this. I started this. This was my doing, and I'm satisfied. Cove followed your line of sight and shot his dad an unimpressed look. For a moment, Mr. Holden seemed like he had a thought dancing on the tip of his tongue, but he decided to keep it to himself. So, what are you up to today? As far as I know, nothing too much. Me and Cove are meeting some friends in town later. Sounds like a plan to me. What that was. Yawning, Mr. Holden stretched his arms over his head. My boy and I have just been waiting around to see what the new neighbors are like. It was definitely his idea. I don't know how you're not interested in this. It's big news. Besides, it'd only be polite to greet the new folks in town.
I don't know.
I don't know. That house could be cursed. If you could keep getting ones that are progressively worse. He cracked a cheeky grin at his own joke. You could tell Mr. Holden was looking at the empty house, thinking about the nightmare that was the last tenants. He chuckled, turning to Cope. But that would be horrible. Knock on wood. Mr. Holden took one more glance at the currently vacant building and sighed dramatically. When he turned back to you and Cove, his whole body seemed deflated. There's no sign of them, and I still need to head over to work soon. Cove gave his dad a few reassuring pats on the back. Okay, I promise to keep an eye out. I can text you if anything happens. Really?
Of course.
Yeah, of course. Well, I mean, only until I have to meet up with Terry and Miranda. Would that still work? With a wide grin breaking out into his face, Mr. Holden looked absolutely thrilled to have his nosiness enabled. That works. He moved to firmly place both hands over Cove's shoulders, fixing his child with a firm stare. Son, you are truly my ally in this world. Mr. Holden stood up straighter, letting Cove go. He looked reinvigorated. All right, okay. With that settled, I'll go make some money. That's always been one of the things I do best. Mr. Holden headed off to the garage with a big wave goodbye. Cove smiled the whole time he both watched his dad leave. Mr. Holden was one of your favorite people? I would imagine so at this point. He always tried his best and was honestly just great. As soon as he was out of sight, Cove sighed lightly. Are you okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, just not looking forward to waiting. Guess I'll be hanging around the street a while. I can wait with you. You wouldn't abandon Cove there to wither on the road out of boredom. Really? Of course. I like keeping you company, remember? He stared at you a moment, smiling softly and thinking about his response.
Me too.
Like that too. Cove put his hands on your shoulders, gripping you solidly, but not enough to hurt. His eyes fixated on you just as firmly. He was serious. Johnny, you're my true ally in this world. That's funny. That got a fair amount of chuckles from you. Exactly. He grinned, the stoicism fading into amusement.
Thank you.
You're always good to me. You're lucky to have me. Teasingly, Cove raised an eyebrow. You're the most lucky guy in all of Sunset Bird. Luckiest. For a moment, you weren't sure if Cove was laughing at your declaration or that you momentarily forgot the word luckiest. Either way, you didn't mind. Do y'all hear my husband snoring? If you hear like a bear in the back, that's him. He's knocked out. I'm actually surprised. I have never gone this long streaming. Can you tell that I missed y'all? That I miss streaming in general. But once I get through this and they start giving me those options of like, oh, do you want to do all of this during the summer? Yeah, we're going to cut it right there. Because it is getting late and I got to go to church tomorrow. I still have not washed my behind. I haven't done nothing like that. I gotta do my skincare routine, brush my teeth, but I'm so happy to be here with y'all. Trust and believe I'm having a good time, and I hope that y'all are too. The smile on his face reached his eyes, and it made you feel electric. And then he let go of you. Cove stepped over to his front porch steps, lazily taking a seat and leaning back on his arms. Our watch begins. Nodding in agreement, you join Cove on the front porch steps. You both sat there in a comfortable familiarity as you settled in for the waiting game on your new tenants. The neighborhood was quiet, and you sighed contentedly, closing your eyes and feeling the light breeze. Eventually, you both perked up at the sound of a car. A taxi followed the noise, turning onto your street. Cove's eyebrows raised at that sight, and he sat up straight on the stoop.
Oh?
This has to be them, right? Yeah, it's gotta be. Now that they were here, you couldn't help but feel just a bit curious. You wonder what kind of person would be living in the neighborhood for the summer. The taxi pulled to a stop as you expected in front of the new, now empty condo. It was on the same side of the street as your house, a few buildings further up. Without getting to his feet, Cove tried leaning and tilting his head to get a view of the passenger door as it opened. A single occupant exited the cab. Huh? Oh my gosh, who is it? Is it his mom? Is it his mom? You could feel what Cove was in that moment. After the last renters, this new visitor was definitely not exactly what you'd expected. Oh, competition. He look at him. He knows he's that girl. Okay, he is. It was a young man, had to be close to your own age. He was dressed fully in an eclectic black, white, and gray outfit. Even his side-swooping hair matched the scheme. I do like his hair though, I'm not gonna lie. The only other pop of color was from something that couldn't easily be fashioned into submission. A pair of dark brown eyes, which you caught when he looked over at his audience. Hello, folk. No, that's not the voice. Hello, folk. No, that's not the voice either. Okay, excuse me, all right? We got to figure out what... I feel like I know what voice I want to give him, but with it being as late as it is right now, I'm just going to voice it in my own voice, and the next time we play the game, I'll probably have his voice down, okay? So give me some slack. Cut me some slack. Hello, folks. Who might you be? We're the neighbors. The smile, already prominent on his face, curled further. It was cocky, but you didn't get the impression it meant something at first. Hallelujah. You and Cove shared a familiar look with one another, bewildered even further. The color-coordinated man left it there, however, and with a firm click, he shut the door of his ride. Then he turned his back to you to retrieve a large, unsurprisingly black suitcase out of the trunk. Continuing on with his own business, he strolled forward and lightly tapped on the driver's side window with his knuckles, asking for them to roll it down. When it opened, he leaned down and rested his arm on the edge. You assumed he was thanking the driver for getting him there, considering he slipped them a tip during the brief chat. They shook hands, and then he pushed himself up and away. Look at him, all poised and rich and jackass. That's funny. Is he rich? Or is he just giving rich energy? They shook hands, and then he pushed himself up and away from the taxi with both arms, giving the driver room to leave. The taxi pulled away, rolling carefully down the road and out of sight around a corner. The new renter had officially arrived. Oh, he is so smug. Ew, I hate his jeans. Ew, I love his rings. Bars. Anyway, he left his suitcase on the ground, out of the way of the street, and sauntered over your way with the confidence of someone who had been invited to join. I know Cove don't like this at all. Cove finally stood up to greet this person. You followed suit.
Excellent.
Ew, his name is Baxter? Ew. I could see Sean, or Colby, or even Corey, but Baxter? Ew, I don't like that. They could have did a better job with that one. Anyway, I'm Baxter Ward. It's excellent to meet you, neighbors. You were standing on the side he was approaching from. When Baxter got close enough, he offered his hand to you first. Of course he would. I guess I can shake it. Baxter grips your hand firmly to give a satisfying shake. Hi, Baxter. I'm Johnny. Hey, Johnny. I'm quite keen on getting to know you better this summer. We could be good friends. From your other side, Cove made a sudden sputtering noise. And you are? He lifted his hand out to Cove next. Cove shook his hand, still eyeing Baxter carefully. I'm Cove. Baxter's whole demeanor lit up for unknown reasons. His eyes shone as he studied Cove a moment.
Really?
Now, oh, I like his voice, yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I wish I could replay that so I could hear him say, really? Baxter, she slapped the smug look off his face, but luckily, I was wearing a smaller, more smug look underneath. Baxter Ward takes puff of cigarette. I haven't heard that name in years. It was in the summer of '98. Ivory, you're funny. Thank y'all so much for staying up with me tonight. Oh my gosh. My real ones, I appreciate it. Now, wait, is that a nickname or your real name? See, he already starting off on the wrong foot with Cove, and he know exactly what he doing. It's just my name. Cove spoke mildly, having given that explanation many times in the past. Holy moly, you've been at this for 5 hours. I know, I'm trying to get through this last part. I didn't even realize. Are you serious? Dude, I've been watching the time and I'm just like, I've been trying to get off, but I'm like, I'm really just trying to get through this first part, and then when they get us to the part where what's that part? They get us to that part where, you know, they show all the different options to play and see and stuff, and once we get there, I am done. Time flies when you're having fun. I'm telling you, dude, this is so much fun. Cove spoke mildly, having given that explanation many times in the past, but it clearly charmed Baxter. It's all the same. He tossed his head to one side with a laugh. He got that reach to laugh. I can't do it right now. My throat's kind of parched. Your parents knew exactly what they were doing. I can't imagine a more fitting name for the face I'm seeing. Cove. That's gorgeous. Oh, okay. Well, maybe he's into Cove. It's really not. Hey, I only get to fluster him. What if I say that? You didn't know what to say. I really don't. Under noticeable pause, Baxter caught on that he made you both uncomfortable. Yeah, very. I'm sorry. It wasn't intended to mean more than it did. I like your name, but you don't have to mind that. I'm patient. I'm patently against stepping on anyone's toes. He chuckled to himself. It seemed like there was some extra meaning hidden there in his words, and you noticed that Cove raised an eyebrow, picking up on that too. Baxter didn't even open his eyes to see her faces to know he had some feeling to do. He stood up straighter, striking a slight pose with the position of his feet. I'm a ballroom dancer, hence the like Vogue ballroom, like house music, or ballroom like. Or is it ballroom like he's a like. No, I didn't know much about dancing, but that's pretty cool. It's not hard once you get the basics down. Cove didn't look convinced at all. Baxter took that as a cue to keep talking.
Well.
Ballroom like fancy. Oh, okay. Well. He grinned in a way that was rapidly becoming familiar to you. If either of you are ever looking for a partner, I'm available. Okay, that definitely has some double meaning under it. For sure. He's like, so, if you ever need anything, I'm here. Oh my goodness. Cove frowned at the overt forwardness.
What a harlot. I know. Just disgusting, despicable. Thanks. I'll pass. Hey, what if I said, I'll join you. I'll take you up on that offer sometime. Does he have his ankle showing as well? I cannot tell who he's going after. I think he's coming after both of us. I think he do it both. He go with both people. It don't matter. He's giving me energy. He's giving me an energy. He's like, I don't care whoever's down. He's trying to be a third. I know that's right, girl. For real. He said, both of y'all fine. You know, if y'all ever wanna, be a part, How about I say we saw you from across the bar. We really liked you. You were so dude, literally. I could probably show you some moves. Exactly. Oh, you can? I look forward to that then. After that, there was a lull in conversation, and COVE attempted to fill it.
So,
When may you decide on Sunset Bird? Ah, yes. Well, my parents rented a condo, so I had a place to stay while I'm off for a semester from college and not living in the dorms. Hey, anybody that's been to college out there, did y'all like y'all experience living in dorms? Mine was okay. I had some good roommates. I can honestly say that. I only lived in dorms. I only lived in 2 sets of dorms. And then I lived the remainder of college and pretty much my young adulthood at home. But I'm curious, what have y'all done? There was a playful glint in Baxter's eyes as he continued.
honestly,
Ideally, they wanted to send me somewhere that wasn't too exciting. But, lucky for me, they picked the wrong street. Considering the two of you live here. Oh my gosh, he is very... Oh Lord, he ain't playing no games. He said, look, I'm a wild child. My parents know that about me, and they say, look, you need to calm down. You need to sit down somewhere. And so they sent me out here, but what they fail to realize is no matter where I go, it's always the vibe. I feel like I could have said that cooler, but it's late at night, so don't worry about what I gotta say. COVE was practically reeling over how Baxter found a way to fit comments like that into every single topic thus far. Why do you keep doing that? Oh, there go to Tism. You don't know us, but you talk like you already do. COVE spoke, firm yet genuinely confused, and Baxter smiled cautiously. I don't feel the need to keep words of praise to myself, and when I say something, I mean it. Woo!
see?
Plus, what's the point of spending my off semester alone? The best part of being somewhere new is getting to interact with new people. He is such a hoe. He is a hoe. I feel it. I feel it in my soul. He's a hoe, and he will go where he wants to go. Okay? Am I honestly the first person who's acknowledged your attractive and intriguing people? True, you're hidden away in a tiny tourist trap, but still. Okay, so he wants both of us. We've made that very clear. Baxter crossed his arms. After studying her face a few more seconds, he decided to continue. Am I only trying to score a hookup or get a romantic fling started by saying those things? No, that isn't the point of speaking well of others. I was raised better than that. Oh, okay. No. Would I be fussed if that's what my words led to? Also no. Okay, yep, so we're back on the hoe. I am flexible. Not a surprise. I can back off with the lines if you don't like the attention. But I would like to be friends if we can. COVE wasn't sure how to respond. He glanced at you. He's a hoe, but in a genuine way. He's a hoe, but gentlemanly hoe. COVE wasn't sure how to respond. He glanced at you, and he continued to look at your face when he spoke. Thanks for answering. I'm not interested in any of that. with you. I love how you made it a point to say, I'm not interested in any of that. And not only am I not interested in any of that, I am specifically, especially not interested in any of that with you. Maybe not the friend thing, but the other part. It doesn't bother me. What if I say that? I know Cove's eyes would be like, what? No, I'm not gonna say that. You stood there unsure of how to react. I'd appreciate it if you didn't do that with me. I'm stuck between I'd appreciate and you stood there unsure of how to react. I'd appreciate if you didn't do that with me. I'll keep it in check. Glad we're working things out. I have the kind of love for him that I also hate. Does that make any sense? It does. It does. Like, I understand what you're saying. Like, you love to hate him. Is that it? Or you hate to love him. I think that's what it is. Shifting his weight to his other foot, Baxter tried to move forward. So, since you were both already out here, did my arrival interrupt anything? Definitely not. You laughed in a conspiratorial way. You smiled and silently agreed. Baxter looked at you curiously. He didn't understand your response, but he chose not to question it and smiled politely instead. Well, if either of you are free, I'd be thrilled to hang out this summer, but we can save scheduled talk for later. I should get my things inside. He really just came on to both of us. That is funny. He gave a small nod of the head and flashed you both a dazzling smile. Goodbye for today. Bye. Cole gave a small wave as well. Bye, Baxter. See you. Baxter then turned on his heels and strolled back to his suitcase, picking it up and bringing it to his condo. You and Cove were silent as Baxter unlocked the door and disappeared inside the house. With him completely out of the scene, Cove let out a long breath. Well, that says a lot about you. It means both of you are fine. I know, right? We are both hot. I love it. We're a hot couple, yeah. I don't know how I'm going to explain that guy to my dad. You burst into a fit of laughter, trying to imagine the conversation. At least the job is done. We saw the new neighbor, and now we can go meet up with Terry and Miranda. Yeah, we should get going. You gave Baxter's condo one last glance over your shoulder. You thought he was charming. You were not interested in him. You weren't sure how to feel. You thought he was a pretty... I'm not gonna say I don't like him, but yeah. Honestly, you didn't know if you would ever come to a conclusion about him. Baxter was just so different. Turning your attention back to Cove, you pushed all thoughts of Baxter's side. You both started making your way towards town. A little while later, you and Cove reached a main street in town. All of a sudden, you stopped walking. What's wrong? I think I heard my phone. You dug your cell phone out and looked at it with a satisfied grin. It was a new message. You opened the new text from Miranda, and all you saw was, I can see you. Oh, I love when friends send that text. I am the friend that would send that text. Immediately from where you stood, you started swiveling your head around. You couldn't spot Miranda anywhere, but she did send you more messages. Haha, I see you looking. Where are you? The message was sent, and you were back to looking around, scanning for any sign of movement and familiar faces, but they were still invisible. Cove looked at you carefully, raising an eyebrow. Alma burst into laughter, and Cove looked at you puzzled, raising an eyebrow. He crossed his arms. What's happening? Before you could even begin explaining anything to Cove, you both snapped your attention yelling from across the street. And there you saw Miranda and Terry coming out from behind the backside wall of the grocery store. They both started waving wildly to draw even more attention to themselves. Cove took a step in their direction. Grinning, he put his hands around his mouth to better project his message across the street. Hey,
Laughing and arm, the girls stopped only to look both ways and then rushed across the empty street. Oh my gosh, she's so cute! I love her hair! Oh my gosh, I love her hair, I love her skin, I love her face, her boobs are great, her body's amazing. I love it. Hi, I hope you weren't waiting too long.
Hey, buddies.
Love her too. Gosh, I love when you can customize characters and make all types of characters. It's so amazing. Hey, buddies. Cove. Hi. And I thought you both knew better than the jaywalk. Even if it was an open road in a small town, it's still legal. They took matching toes for an apologetic glint. I was playing, y'all. Dang.
Me too.
Sorry, Johnny. Me too, sorry. Alright, thought you shouldn't do it again. From this moment forward, we'll use a crosswalk across our hearts. Terry then, his face is like, oh my gosh, why is she so serious? Then closed the distance between her and Cove and crushed him in a painfully tight hug. Oh gosh. You're finally here. It's been so long. What took you? He did his best. He took his best to eke out a reply with his chest being compressed. Sorry. Eventually, she let him go. Terry looked at him with a beaming smile, but Cove was distracted, rubbing his arms. Standing there, Miranda shifted her weight to her other hip. She watched Cove patiently with a bashful smile. Welcome back. Thanks. It finally felt official. Everyone was together in one place. From here, you weren't sure how often you would have another afternoon like this again. They didn't either.
So,
Cove. Terry puked. Terry poked Cove square in the chest. You're gonna have to give me your schedule by this time yesterday.
No way.
Not really possible, Terry, but I can say as soon as I know. So far, work hasn't said anything. But I can tell you I'm busy with Orca activities. What is Orca? Oh, of course it was. I knew it was Ocean. When Cove wasn't at his part-time job or pursuing his athletic and academic interests, he volunteered for the Ocean Restoration California Affiliation Orca. The group focused on cleaning up beaches and removing pollution from the ocean. Cove also loved the sea. It didn't surprise you one bit when you started getting involved with them. Ooh, ear itching. You were an Orca member and introduced Cove to it? It was Cove's activity? I don't say I would join it. Their big smash event for the year is coming right up, isn't it? Yeah, that's not that much more to do at before then, but I'm kind of looking forward to the fundraising push. You nodded, wondering how the event would turn out this year. I know you could do it, and even if it goes really bad, it still looked good on a college application at least. That's true. Hey, guess what else? We don't have to stand here and say stuff. Let's go. Would like a meal now? Perking up, Cove nodded in agreement. Yeah, for sure. The four of you headed into town, happily chatting the whole way. The only decision left to make was where exactly to stop and eat. The rest of the afternoon and evening passed by in a blink of an eye. When night fell, it was time to head home, and you parted ways with Miranda and Terry. You and Cove reached your neighborhood without an event. It was late enough that your out-of-the-way street was dark and silent. You strolled with a skip in your step. You ambled along. What does amble mean? Oh, what if he was giving me a piggyback ride home? No, I'm not going to make him do that. You were walking tiredly. It was such a long day. You yawned, stretching your arms high over your head. It was taking a lot of mental focus to keep up and walk alongside Cove. As you did so, you peered at his face out of the corner of your eyes. You wondered why he felt so distant to you. It was out of character. For a while, Cove silently stared ahead and left you alone with your own thoughts. It surprised you when you did hear his voice all of a sudden. He still wouldn't look at you. It feels weird coming back to this neighborhood and trying to get into things like they're the same. They're
not. You've changed. They're still changing. Your mouth felt uncomfortably dry all of a sudden. It was true. Things that kept the people you knew together were starting to disappear. Each person had to make their own priorities and their own path now that it wasn't set for them. You thought about your own immediate future. You were still set on that for yourself. You wanted. I'm gonna say, to go to school part-time. For your education, you thought you'd junior college, private college, join a trade school. It's in a public university. And that was it. And for that, you wanted to, oh my gosh, we were a different part of state. Oh my gosh, I do want to go abroad. Travel around to different places. It'd all be happening so soon. You'd already applied to schools. You already made plans for a trip. You started to prepare for what was coming and for a trip. And you've been open about your situation. Everyone knew. You'd only spoken about this with family and those who were close to, like COVE. So to yourself, COVE was the only person who knew? Now you wondered what COVE had in mind. You heard him consider some things for his future, but it was never anything that would have counted as a real plan. Making it back home, we both stopped in the middle of the street. COVE sighed. COVE looked at the ground for a moment. His mouth trembled, trying to settle on the right words to say. Oh no. So you're planning on going to school and stuff while traveling? Yeah. COVE closed his eyes and nodded while he composed his thoughts. He looked at you when he lifted his head.
I mean,
I decided on something. Well, kind of. He smiled slightly and rubbed his arm, and then his expression grew more serious. I'm not going to decide on a school or a career. Not this summer. I'm going to stay here, at least in Sunset Bird. I'll probably move out of my dad's place. I'll keep working my job, doing my volunteer stuff, and everything else.
I don't know.
Maybe I'll know what I want for myself by fall or next year. Or maybe I'll never have a plan. Life will continue on with whatever's happening. I'm not gonna crush myself trying to have everything figured out by a timeline that someone else has set. I just can't do it. His brow furrowed and his tone was tense. It was clear how much expectations were weighing on him. I know that's not very exciting, but it's the best I can do right now. He laughed but with the way his face looked, he thought he actually wanted to cry. He looked at him deeply. Your plan sounds very you. Nothing about his plan surprised you. Honestly, you felt like you should have seen it coming, but regardless, you had to support him every step of the way. He exhaled, releasing some tension in his shoulders. Thanks for hearing me out on this. You knew him well enough to know that COVE wasn't feeling completely better about the way things were. No matter what's happening, I want you to know that you won't ever lose me. I won't really be gone. I'll still be there for you the best I can, whether it's long distance or whatever else. COVE's whole expression softened. His lips pulled into an affectionate smile.
It's okay.
Johnny, you deserve to have everything you want in life. Oh my God, you're so sweet. Why am I screaming it back? You're wonderful. Your voice came out softly and sincere. Looking at you fondly, COVE took a step closer, and he placed a hand on your shoulder. The warmth from his proximity helped relax you. He spoke to you softly, wholeheartedly,
He meant every word. Things are hard right now. It scares me. But it'll be okay. It'll be more than okay. Now that things are up to us, we can make our lives better than they ever were. You could tell how hard Cove was trying to keep himself together for you. You hoped that he was right and things would be okay for the both of you. Deeply, you met Cove's gaze. You nodded. At that, his expression morphed into a look of careful confidence. Clearly, he was still struggling with this topic, and you wondered what else might be on his mind. This was a start, I think. But it's not over, is it? We'll have to keep talking about it going forward. Yeah. Cove softly reiterated his promise. It'll all be okay. We'll still always be there for each other. Is that good with you? It is. Cool. That's cool. I'll see you tomorrow, Johnny. I'll see you. Night. He pulled you into an unexpected hug. He knocked the breath out of you. Yet, couldn't have been a more reassuring feeling. You returned his embrace and stayed that way for a while. Stayed that way for as long as you could.
Good night.
Night. You finally let go, giving you another smile. Then Cove started walking away, but you remained there, frozen in the middle of the street. You watched him and wondered how many more times would he be able to say that he'll see you tomorrow. You hoped for countless more times. Finally, you turned towards your own house. You vowed to yourself that you would make the most out of every moment you had this summer. All right. We gotta stop, even though I kind of still want to go. I do need to take a bath and everything. But oh my gosh, I'm excited to get back to this. I'm so excited to get back to this. I really, I can't wait. I hope that we get to a point where they like express to each other that they love each other. I really do. That's what I'm working towards. So I'm gonna save this. Okay. I say, do you want to quit the game? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. All right, guys. Thank you so much for stopping by. Follow me on my Discord, which is BowZettte. Follow me on YouTube, which is BowZettte. Follow me on, what else? Twitter? X? X. Follow me on that. I mean, y'all, I can go to bed happy now. Aww. I love you so much. But thank you so much for watching. All the people that stopped by for a moment or stayed for, the entire stream. Gosh, I love you so much. I'm so happy to be back. But yeah, follow me on my socials. Look out on Discords for announcements. Please vote for us every day. And I will see y'all probably Monday. I'm going to say Monday because tomorrow is going to be pretty busy. So I'll see y'all tomorrow. I mean, not tomorrow. Monday. All right. Love you so much. Mwah. Y'all have a good night. Bye.